Give us a couple more minutes.
I think for the extra packets there, is media or we just need them for clearing, so.
But they're not fully public documents.
Correct.
Keith would be following along, you just can't take it.
We take it with them.
Morning, everybody.
I know Bill number 2 may not be here till later on this morning, he's at a corner school. Seems to be coming here just a little bit, but let's be aware of everybody's time and respect us, so let's maybe get started. Kind of what we'll probably do is Ben's gonna walk through the first part of the first hour here, going through the written packets, pointing out anything that might need to be highlighted. Then at 9 o'clock, I've asked Chief Green to go over the fire department's proposal. Then at 9:30, Mr. Manley's going to go to the police department, and at 10 o'clock, Ashley Cox is going to represent the park. Felt like those are probably the 3 larger departments that we're going to have discussion over, and then Mr. Dunn will take us to 11 o'clock, hopefully, for the rest of the city departments, and then we can spin it out, and maybe we'll get out of our meeting. That's kind of our goal, that if we get caught up on something, we want to make sure that we've got everything addressed today. We made this a kind of a one-day workshop, just for the fact that when we get ready to pass our budget in September, we're gonna have a lot of hiccups, that we're coming back and we're waiting for the 11th hour to get something passed, so, are there any questions or anything from anybody before we started? I appreciate everybody picking their packets up, having a chance to go through it. Is there anything that you noticed, if you have a question, before we get started? If not, Mr. Reardon?
All right, I'm just gonna jump right in. Feel free to stop me if you have any questions or want clarification on anything. Really, I'm gonna start on page 11, because the first 10 pages really are just informational, notes, general information, just for your benefit, but it really has to do, keep more general notes that carry over year to year. So page 11 is the mayor's department. The main change you're gonna see on this from 2024 to 2025 is the salary line. The purpose for that is we are basically in the process right now of constructing the civic center. Eventually, once that's completed mid-year next year, we're gonna need some type of personnel or something. So the thought was to put some salary in there in anticipation of that. We don't have definitive plans for that right now, but we have to have money set aside somewhere. That would also come before the council, so that would be an amendment to the salary ordinance when that comes into play. But we want to have the money set aside now for next year, knowing that that's coming. So
Personnel for what again?
the civic center,
The Civic Center?
yeah, it'd basically be, house, plays, theaters, those types of things on Morgan Street. It's the building with big tarp on the front right now.
Oh, okay.
But, so we have to plan anticipation. Doesn't mean we have to use it, so we need to kind of set aside monies for that.
I have two questions.
Sure.
Do you not have the remaining balances in each one of the line items, what they've used thus far?
This year, no. The reason for that is historically Martinsville has kind of taken the approach of we take it from where it can be taken from, where there's money's left over. I've told the departments this year to get away from that. We need to
So we have no way of knowing what they've used out of each line item?
No, but you do get monthly budget reports on where they're at within their budget.
I don't accumulate those. Second request, could you make sure the PA is turned up, please?
Yes, is it
Not
loud?
like me that has trouble hearing?
Yep.
I know. Thank you.
And I'm not the most, loud-spoken person, so is that better?
Yes.
Okay.
I think what Mr. Decker was talking about, didn't last year we have a column that showed what we had had in the previous
Yes.
year? And then a column of what was remaining?
Last year, no.
We
There
did.
was one point in time where you did, but again, that was kind of the intentions were good, but it really didn't give you the information that you needed because we had some appropriations that ran dry and then expenses that probably should have gone against that line were pulled from other appropriations. So, like some of the questions that were brought up a couple years ago were, we had blanket appropriations, what I call them, where you kind of a catch-all. And it's like, what do we exactly pay for those? And it was a little bit of everything. So we've broken away from that this
That's
year.
a normal procedure in any budget. Sometimes you have to move funds around, but it's just a guide, we know what's being spent to date.
Right, and that's why we've given you monthly reports,
Right,
so
I understand that.
so you're up to date on that.
And in this, for the Civic Center, how many positions are you, appropriating for?
A half of one, there's really no definitive what we're doing, but we have to start setting aside funds for that.
Was it like full-time or part-time position?
I don't even know that we know that at this point. We're talking less than $30,000, so it's not. I just didn't want anybody thinking that I'm trying to give the mayor a, 30% pay increase.
This is $30,000 set aside?
Yes, yeah, if you compare it to 2024 actuals.
Okay.
I think that's what we had. We were talking a little bit over here. Last year, didn't we have what percentage, it was an increase from the year before? It wasn't the amount that was so important, but what had been initially, given or distributed. Then this is showing, for example, 72,264, then what percentage of an increase is that compared to last year? I think we had that
I think you did on the total,
information last year.
I think you did on the total, would you still do down at the bottom?
I thought it was
Yeah, this is basically a copy of last year's, just with new numbers, obviously.
very okay, thank you,
And the year prior, really. We've used the same format for a few years now.
okay.
Now, next year you will have actuals compared to, but I really can't give you that yet because we have 6 months of data. And this is pretty new process on pulling it where it really probably should be coming from.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
I I have one more question. Just, under economic development and promotion of city interests, economic development, does that include, the gentleman that, oh, I can't think of his name, that comes in here and, does the,
Mike Billinger?
yeah,
No.
no?
No.
Okay,
Those are funds that have always historically been set aside for the mayor to use at their discretion on promoting, getting businesses here to town, whatever need to be to promote economic development for the city. Maybe that's a special event that brings 1,000 people downtown or whatever.
Any other questions on page 11?
Is the health insurance the 90+% that all the other employees get?
Yes, it's the same insurance plan, across the board.
What would that increase with the?
Right now, we're looking at preliminary numbers, we're looking at potentially at 2.5% to 3%. It's gonna be in that range for next year.
Back to the health insurance bid, if that's 90, what did you say the other day, the health insurance that we pay for our employees is what? 90-some%?
The city of Martinsville pays 90%, yes.
So is 25,000 isn't 95% of 105? I mean, I'm not great at math, but I don't think that is.
It's because some of us don't have health, take the city's health
You know,
insurance.
but wouldn't we appropriate it in there in case someone did? No, I mean,
That's why the number's what it is.
okay,
But the 90% won't be 90% of the salary line, it's 90% of the premium cost.
of the premium,
Yes,
of the premium.
which the 25,000 will
Oh,
come
yes.
next year.
Okay, yes. Thank you.
Yeah, really nothing else on this changed a whole lot. We did reduce travels and meals just because the mayor has not used that, much of that line item historically. Really nothing else changed of much.
Mayor, do you feel you don't need anything in gas and oil?
No, I pay for all myself,
Okay.
so I have no problem with that. In fact, I have no problem zeroing that out, but I hate to do that, and the next person sitting in this chair may need it.
All right, we'll jump to page 12. This will be my department's budget for next year. The salary line, the reason for that jump is, as we previously discussed, we have the deputy court clerk position under the court budget historically, even though the clerk treasurer has historically hired that person. So it seemed to avoid further confusion, it seemed the best path forward would be to move that salary position into the appropriate department. So that's the reason for that line jumping up as much as it did.
On the next page, it's 35%.
Yep.
It's just moving it.
Yeah, it's just moving from one to the other, that's where we historically hired that person anyways, so. The other big change on this one, would be the attorney professional line. As you all are aware, we have had to, obtain an attorney, so we need to have funds in place going forward, for that. That's probably an aggressive number, but not I'm sure how long I need that. Computer training, that's another one that went up fairly substantially. The reason for that is we've been informed by Keystone that they are switching to cloud-based software next year, and now our fees will be going up. So we're trying to get ahead of that in anticipation of that change. And then I do also have 20,000 in for building maintenance. That's in anticipation of us moving. That may be a little preliminary, so if that's something that we need to chop, I'm more than happy to chop that one.
Ben, I have a question. The publication of legal notices, you got that as the same. I'm assuming the correspondent will be getting to the point that we can use them for our legal notices.
Yes.
So, I'm just saying, is that realistic to keep those two numbers the same? I would think that as printing costs seem to be increasing all the time, that would be something we want to increase. I don't know.
Yeah, that is one we're gonna have to look at. A lot of it is determined on how often we have to do a public notice. So we don't have to do it very often.
But is this just for your department, is this for the entire city? Every time we, Mr. Denham takes bids for a street or anything, is that coming out of this? And then the other, I kind of thought of printing other than in your office, you zero that out, do you not have outside printing?
Yeah, so that was typically used, we used to use Keystone for all of that. Their prices have gotten very aggressive. So we found a cheaper source. So we've actually.
Well, that's pretty cheap, it's cheaper.
Yeah, so we can actually do that within some of these other line items, like other office supplies, and we can do that. And we've actually already made that transition this year. The reason why I kept the publications legal notices the same, the reporter times, the rate has gone up and up, and preliminary discussions with correspondent, I think the rate's gonna be a lot more palatable to the city. And we don't have to do both. Once they are, the one that we can use, our plan is to just switch. Because I don't know how many people are even getting the reporter times at this point.
And I just had one question on the, it says the second from the bottom, semi-travel, and with, I don't know what that word is.
Schooling, seminars, travel.
Oh, so schooling, seminars, and travel, okay.
And that went up because clerk treasurer is required to attend so many seminars in schooling a year. That's a requirement by the state, has been for a decade now. Unfortunately, they're going further and further away from Martinsville. It used to be everything was in Indianapolis, so you could just go there and back the same day. For example, next week is in South Bend. So, and then in the fall, I think it's in Plain. So, unfortunately, that's just where my entire office is required to go to schooling every year.
Oh, your entire office, okay.
How many full part-time employees are in the works office?
So there's 5 full-time plus myself.
No part-time?
No. This time last year, we had 6 plus our treasurer, so we're actually a person lighter right now. And that is my plan to push that as long as we possibly can. Any other questions, concerns on page 12? Go to 13, this is yours. Don't get mad at me on the negative 11%. The main difference on this is, of course now I can't find the line that I'm looking for, telecommunications, which is the 1, 2, 3, 9 lines down. You will see that money pop up in a different area in the budget. Last year we made the transition of having our street lights in its own separate category since it was citywide. Our recommendation this year is to do the same thing on telecommunications because we now have fiber looped in with all of our city offices. So just because the fiber main feed comes into one building, it really touches all the buildings. And we've done that so that way if a line is cut up, we're all still up and running. And there's no downtime. So since the city is sharing that, instead of coming out of council's budget, it's gonna be in a separate place. So there's really no monetary change, we're just moving it around, so it's a little bit cleaner.
Are there any other things that are shared or getting moved around?
Telecommunications is the main one for now, but yeah, we are actively looking at it, to see if there's ways that we can, the whole point, you'll see this a lot in this budget, the whole point is to try to make things more transparent and clearer for you all, so that way you don't, we're trying to get away from the bucket, contractual services where everything just kind of falls in there, those types of situations. That way it's a little bit easier for us all. And then as the departments spend out of those, then that gives you a true picture of what we're truly spending for all these products. Unfortunately, it makes it a little difficult for me to relay information to you now, because we have 6 months of data right now, which is in its infancy stages, so it's still a work in progress.
This may be a real simple answer, but we had no property tax in 24, we got $1,000 to the council this year.
Yeah, I'm not sure why that wasn't in the budget the last couple of years.
So it should
Be in there, we have to pay those. That was one that has come out of one of the professional fees historically, but you do pay property taxes, so it seemed best just to have it in there.
So we get a percentage off the counties too.
What is the insurance?
That is liability insurance, and that is your portion of it. Talking to Morgan Insurance, it is going to go up next year, so that's the reason for that change. And that's driven partially because we have newer, more maintained facilities. You know, like City Hall, for example, has a new roof on it, things like that. So it's just, as you invest more, you're worth more, which unfortunately costs you more.
What's the grants?
The council has an annual grant allotment of $30,000. I think Phil Senior's chairman of that subcommittee, if I remember right. Is that correct on the grants? You're the chair of that subcommittee, correct? So it's for non-for-profits in Martinsville. They can apply for a grant through the city council.
This year, out of the budget, you 10,000 to the Little League and 20 to senior center.
Have they done anything this year?
What was that, last year?
I think that's last year.
That was for 23.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if anyone's applied this year, but I'm aware of.
It all depends if you like.
In July, okay.
The senior center, the last was it?
Little League.
Oh, okay.
That was last year. No one has been awarded yet this year. Any other questions or concerns on page 13? 14 is court. As Mr. Manahan alluded, the reason for this deduction is just primarily moving the salary from the court to the appropriate departments where that personnel's been hired from. We do need to, I do need to request a change to this. We do need to add $5,000 to the perf line. I found that out after these had already been printed, so.
$5,000 where?
The perf line is right underneath the health insurance. We have been informed by the Indiana Public Retirement System that if the court clerk works more than 1,000 hours a year, they are perf eligible. So we do need to contribute 11.2% as a city. That has not been an issue before because that position has not worked over 1,000 hours in a year before. But that position is right at 800 hours already for the year. So the likelihood of that position going over 1,000 is assured. So the appropriate thing to do would be to set aside monies for that. So that is the change that I would like to put in there. If everybody's agreeable with that. The other big change on this one's the pauper attorney. We're seeing an increase in the need for that, just due to, the judge not being there as frequently as usual. So we are requesting an update on that, so we have funds from there. Or, no, I'm sorry, Judge Pro Tem, that's the substitute. also seeing an increase in that too, so that's the two increases there we're requesting.
And then you had a pretty good increase in the translator.
Yeah, we're seeing, more and more defendants are needing a translator and translation services, so that's the reason for that request, is to make sure we have funds to provide that.
Have we ever had a situation where we couldn't get a translator?
Yes. And what they've done historically when that happens is they'll just reschedule the hearing until a translator can be found, so. They've always found one, it just takes a little more time. The telecommunication decrease is for the same reason as your decrease, it's just moving the monies, because that was their share historically. The other big, well, not big, but the other change is the audit cost. As we've all previously discussed, city court will have its own audit going forward. This is the preliminary cost from the state board of accounts, so it may be higher, it may be lower, but this is their recommendation for what we set aside for that.
Okay, so you're saying that as of right now, city court is in an audit,
Going forward, they will have a separate audit.
it will have a separate audit?
Yes. Per the request, they are a separate entity, so they're no longer under, they're no longer getting any financial oversight from my office. So since they are taking that stance, as far as state board accounts is concerned, they are their own separate entity.
And you did say previously that if we agree to this, that if we agree to the increase in the PERF, right?
Yeah, I mean, the budget's all up to your approval, yes. I will tell you, that is the number you're going to need for PERF. That position is going to exceed 1,000 hours, and if that position is maintained, based upon the current working hours, we'll need that money.
But in the past, it's never exceeded that, correct?
No, historically, that position has averaged about 10 to 15 hours a week,
And what is that, what hours are being worked?
29 hours a week currently.
And the salary is reflected on anticipated workload.
Yes.
And so that's not under, whose jurisdiction is it under then now at this time? Okay,
Its own.
okay.
Yours also to the degree of internal controls, but
I'm sorry?
yours also to the extent of internal controls. Council's oversight of internal controls, you still have that legislative responsibilities of that department.
We do.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Any other questions, concerns with page 14? We'll go to 15. I'll give you the information, the ones that we have the departments presenting. You know, if you have specifics on the line or anything, we can kind of tag team on those when they present if you want, or we can go through this preliminary now. So fire, their salaries, this is an increase. Part of the reason for that is in your salary ordinance, but we're seeing that we need to be a little bit more competitive on the first year. It's always been approached that we try to get a little more aggressive on the more tenured fire employees. That's really not where we're losing people competitively. So it seems to be the best approach to get a little bit more aggressive on the lower end, which is right now you have more people in there, but then they would basically tenure out of that. So this increase is more than 4%, so I want to make sure everybody's aware of that. But that's the reason for that, and I know Chief Green and Major Manning will speak to that, but that's the reason for that. But it's also reflected in your salary ordinance. So, and that's the reason why we wanted to give you all three documents. That way you knew the rationale and the reasoning, because they all work together. I will tell you, the budget as it's being presented to you this morning is a balanced budget. We're actually on the plus side, a whopping $989. So, of course, I just asked for $5,000, so really we're gonna trim 4,000 somewhere. But really, the only increase on this page is just for salaries, and that's just to be more aggressive on that. But as you see at the bottom, it's, we're not getting super aggressive here. It's 5.9%. So. Page 16 is pretty much the same explanation, same rationale, same situation. We did move monies around just to better align with where the expenses truly were. This is one that historically our office has kind of moved monies around to make it work, and so we're not doing that going forward. So that's the reason why some of these monies have moved a little bit. That it's truly moving from one area to another area because we're seeing expenses in that. Page 17, State Superintendent. The main change on this page is the software hardware copier costs. I really can't explain why it's been $150 historically. That's about 1 month's worth of having a copier. So that line has not worked for a long time. It's just never been changed. So $2,500 will cover all those expenses. The $150 was a bust. So that's the reason why Mr. Dunn's has gone up 5.75%. It's that one.
The copier I'm using, it's out of contract. It's very, very old, but it still works. So my contract, I renewed a contract just for maintenance, but it's very, it's one of the cheap ones. But it's working, so I don't need something fancy.
Good so far? Am I going too fast, too slow? Okay. Page 18 is solid waste. We renamed it. We're going to name it back to sanitation, so don't get too mad at me. Going through our internal audit, we found out that our office has never called sanitation. We've always called it solid waste, and that's how we always reported it to the DLGF. So for my simple mind, I changed everything to solid waste so that when I'm reporting to the DLGF matches what they understand. We are in the process of working with them to rename it, and once that happens, I will rename it back on here. So apologies in advance. This is all just a convenience thing, but so I will mix terms and call it solid waste half the time and sanitation half the time. So apologies in advance. So this one we actually reduced the budget just because of the negotiated rates of the hauling. We're anticipating savings about $150,000. We may even get more than that, but we didn't want to get too aggressive with that. So that's really the main change on this page is the reduction in what we anticipate our hauling costs to be. Equipment repair did go up a little bit, so did electric. And that's just to keep in line with what we anticipate increased costs to be. But other than that, it's pretty significant. We also set aside more money for capital improvements. As you all are very well aware, that facility is not in the best of shape. We are going to have to invest a fairly substantial amount of money to get that facility up to par. $200,000 is not going to get us there, but it will get us going there.
The big expense is gonna be, in the most immediate is the scale. The scale that we have up there is accurate, we check it all the time, but you can knock it out fairly easy. So that's why we're checking it all the time. We're gonna have to have a new scale up there. At some point, we're probably looking gotta tell you, I'm really proud of them, because part of the key to controlling our cost is getting more weight on every trailer that leaves here. And we normally have averaged 17 tons, but with the new company and the new trailers and some things that we did to adjust the way we compact, we're averaging almost 21 tons per trailer. So, you know, the fixed cost is the hauling. It's $400 a trailer to haul it over and back. So the more we can get on there, we're lowering our costs. So kudos to the employees at the transfer station.
How's the life on the compactor?
What's there?
How's the life on the compactor?
Well, again, that's gonna be another major expense. The Packer is 23 years old. We keep repairing it, band-aiding it. It does work. The new trailers that Rumpke brought us works better with our system. Probably only 20% of the transfer stations in Indiana use what we're using. But it does work if you've got the right trailer. And we finally have the right trailer where they can, and it's sealed on top, so we can really ram and push stuff in there. But yeah, the long and the short of it is eventually it's gonna play out, but we're trying to keep it going. It's working right now,
Yeah.
you know.
What's eventually, what do you think, what's the life expectancy?
We're beyond the life on that thing. But I don't know, how much longer?
Well, I mean, you know, if we need to start thinking about setting aside money to repair or replace, you know.
Your big expense is gonna be the scale, to change that out, and if we could go to top loading, I still prefer to compact it like we're doing it. A new compactor, we're probably looking at, close to 75,000, but it's manageable. And I will tell you that the numbers we're seeing with our new contract are really encouraging. The monthly haul bill. And I hope to be able to, you know, we don't wanna take a victory lap yet, because we're only a couple months into, billing, but it's substantially less than what we're paying. So this is gonna help us maintain, hopefully, our rates a little lower.
And I don't want to put any words in Rumpke, the company's mouth, but as well as they worked with us to get us the new trailers running. I think if something came up and we had to get a new, compactor, we could talk with them and they would help us out to get that through, because they enjoyed having the additional business from Martinsville.
How long is the contract with them?
5 years. Yeah, I wish it was 10, the way it's going.
And it's got an inflation increase in it, but it's
3%.
3%, so we've got a pretty good rate from it.
Everybody else was wanting 5% or more. We got them down to 3, and we have 3 new trailers that they bought just for Martinsville. And each trailer was over $100,000, because they're specific to the type of compaction what we're doing. And that was their investment. They've been a great partner so far.
How many trailers do we have?
Pardon me?
What's our total number of trailers that we use?
We're hauling about 11 trailers a week.
That's through. We
Yeah,
rotate 3 out.
We have 3.
Okay.
So we always got one full, we got one to go, and we got a spare.
Are all the trailers the right kind to get the maximum load?
Yes.
Out of the compactor?
They've all got the top on, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what that's.
And they were, Max, they were brand new, Rumpke bought for us.
The problem in the past is we've had trailers that were old, and it had a canvas top on it. The problem is when you're shoving like that, stuff will go up, and you're gonna damage, so then you remove the tarp, you still can't get as much in. When you have a contained thing, you can really put the pressure on it and just flat out get more in.
So it's closed on the top.
Yep, it's closed on the top.
And it's a situation where, when the guys had these up there, where they had 23, 24 tons, Rumpke can't haul that over the road here because they get pulled over, they're in violation, so it's been a little bit of a learning curve for our guys to realize how much they can push in there. So it's, like Max said, it's been beneficial, because we're right at that 21 tons.
So you compact it and just build the scale?
Yep.
Is that how it works?
They haul it over the side, they come and haul it. Yeah. It was better to still let someone else haul it than for us to get into that business because of the liability. Liability will kill you. One accident, one horrific something, and so we've got to do it.
In regards to liability, Ben, with the solid waste / sanitation budget, you have a liability insurance line, and you also do a fire, 80,000 for fire, but with the police, it just says insurance. Is that the same sort of thing? I mean, we have health insurance, but then we have an insurance line. Is that liability for the police?
Yes, yeah, good catch. I'll get that changed, sorry.
Thank you.
No, thank you for pointing that out. You will, I will tell you, you will historically see that capital improvements number at least sustain itself until we can get solid waste sanitation up to par. But we also try to be living within our expected revenue for next year too.
And be mindful too, in the reports that Ben gives you from rest of the way out this year, we still have that $90,000 loan we gotta pay back to the general fund out of the solid waste / sanitation.
And we have internally started paying those back, but it's gonna take the end of the year. Alright, building code enforcement. Really nothing significant changed other than the telecommunications, just misspelled, get that fixed. I looked at this about 100 times and just now saw that. And that's the same reason for that change as with the others. So you're gonna see the telecommunications go down in a lot of departments just to go up in another page, so.
I will tell you that department is close to actually paying for themselves. It's phenomenal, the job that, Bob and May and Phil have done, revenue wise, 190,000? Is that about what we
Yes,
brought in?
yep.
Just enforcing our ordinances, getting the permits, they've really done a great job. You don't ever make money on departments, but this is one that's very close to break even.
Alright, we'll go to page 20. And this is to pay for Mr. Coffee, so he can keep us all in line. Stationary, no question there. Okay, we'll go on to 21. Director of Planning and Engineering. There's really not any significant changes on this. You will see the salary line is almost identical, and that is because you will see in the proposed salary ordinance that that position, the salary for next year is frozen to match this year's salary. So, that position, as proposed, will not be getting a pay increase next year. The other changes to this are removing the amount for postage and mileage. We do not get any bills for postage or mileage, and our anticipation is we're not gonna get any. Postage is pretty much handled out of our office, and Gary never turns in mileage. Any questions? questions on that one.
So mileage, you said was gonna come out of your office?
Postage, we get the postage out of our office for the mailings, because we mail the checks and everything, so, and then mileage, he never turns anything in, he just pays for that. Go to page 22, this is street, you will see it's an overall reduction, and that is, with the extra monies that we requested last year for paving sidewalks, that was approved last year, or this year, it came in the form of 2201. Next year, it's gonna come into, play into a couple different luxury tax items. It still will be and has to be paid for paving sidewalks. So we're not gonna be doing less sidewalks and paving, it just, with how the state does their finances, it just shifts a little bit, so we'll go over that here in a little bit, but I just wanna make sure, I don't want anybody thinking that we're taking $200,000 and then putting it towards back down salary or something like that. That is not the case. We have obligated to do a certain number of paving sidewalks per year, we're gonna be sticking with that, so that's something that I've been in constant contact with our DLGF rep on. He's aware of how it's going, he's totally on board with it. The other big change on MDH is the telecommunications, which is the same story as with everything else. Questions there? Okay. Page 23, on road and streets, again, not a whole lot of changes here. We did increase the salt and de-icer just because we anticipate inflation being about that much for that. That's kind of a hard one to hit because you don't really know what kind of winter you're going to get. So if we keep having mild winters, we will probably spend less than that. If we get a really bad winter, I mean, that's gonna be tough to live in that.
We do have enough to start out the winter for a storm or two.
And here again, and now then, if we don't use it, it just drops back into the general fund.
Yes, yep. And that's where historically Martinsville's taken a moderate approach. You don't want to get too aggressive because then you're allocating too much funds towards salt and de-ice that may hit you once every 10 years. So we've always taken the moderate approach to take the average and that's what we go with. And it's an unknown, so.
I have a question on the street, if we wanna go back one. What's the number of employees?
13,
Full-time?
full-time. You know, it used to be sanitation, everything, you just had one number. So we got 5 in sanitation, and we've got 13, that's counting the garage, everybody in the street. And that's been a stable number for a couple of years, and it seems to be, the right number to get things done. Our guys work hard. But, I think they do a good job, and 13 seems to work.
Mac, do you know off the top of your head, how many were there, the maximum, because I know we've trimmed that number down, so we've got 18.
18 total. I think, and Phil could answer this, I think with other administrations, it would fluctuate between 17 and 22. Is that about right? Total? So we're 18, where we've been. And I hope you like the grass. We got a crew out there cutting grass, and of course, we were gifted with over 40 acres from the state. Personal opinion, I think they've done a really good job. They're getting up close to the interstate. We're probably treading on some areas we shouldn't, but, you know, the approach and the entrance coming into Martinsville is so important. It's that first impression. And I think they've been doing a good job.
Are they doing all the roundabouts too?
Well,
Are they doing all the roundabouts too?
yeah.
Everything?
You know, some things the state does fine, go ahead and cut, and then others, they,
Like in front of the high school.
yeah.
Yeah, oh, I know, that was it, that's one of my.
We got in trouble for that last year.
Oh, really?
Or you can't, it's native grass.
There are signs there now.
There are signs, and we got a cease and desist letter. And we didn't even take equipment into that area. We did it by hand with weed eaters. I don't know how much gentler you can be.
Native grass.
Native grass, it's just what was here when the Indians, you know, it's, yeah.
We're preserving it.
And I think part of that, they threw some flowers in there, you'll see daisies, and
Yeah.
they want it to look like a prairie, you know.
But we felt that, you know, coming into Seymour High School, it needs to look nice, and so we went out there, we got a letter. Kind of thing sent to the principal's office.
Can I ask a quick question on solid waste? Do we use, county corrections people?
Yes, sir.
Is there a fee for that or anything?
No, sir, there's no fee, we get anywhere from 2 to 4 a day, it depends. And they're good workers, we're very grateful to have that program.
It saves us money.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, 'cause that's two other, so let's say on average you get two, that's two more that's man power that's working in sanitation.
We have to be respectful of the union contract, we work hand in hand with them, we can't just say, we're gonna put the JC Joe Corrections guys on the back of the sanitation truck. We still have to have some of our people doing some jobs, and we do that. But, sorry.
Is there any capital expenses for the street?
Is there what?
Capital expenses or like any improvement, you know, I just see it on there.
Not on this one, right?
No, most of the time on the street for capitals, you're talking equipment.
Yeah, is that in this, well, equipment?
You'll see it in another line in below it, we have monies for a vehicle. Cause they really need to be replacing vehicles almost annually.
What about like mowing equipment? You said we got another significant amount.
We're in really good shape on mowing equipment right now. We bought new equipment, we bought a new mower this year. I think we only have one mower that's probably over 4 years old, so we're in really pretty good shape.
You guys do the maintenance there, or is it contracted out?
No, we do maintenance there. We're working on ourselves.
You still get summer help from the high school?
Do we go?
We still do the high school, having the high school boys come up and help
Yeah, we
During
have,
summer,
yeah,
yeah.
summertime, yeah.
catch up on little stuff.
What do we have, 4 this year?
4.
One of our better workers is over there manning the camera also.
I think he's double duty, doing college algebra right now too. Fun stuff. Kevin, I might eat into your time a few minutes, so apologies in advance. Page 24, parks, really the main change on this one is the venue operation. We're just seeing our expenses for the venue to keep it clean and presentable. We need that. I know Ashley probably gonna get, Ashley and Rob will probably get into detail on that when they present on what all expenses and events they're doing there. That's really the main budget change on there.
How many employees do we have?
We, currently we have 4 full-time employees and then a couple seasonal staff. Right now we have all our pool concession stand workers as well. In our budget, we're budgeted for 5 full-time employees, 2 seasonal security guards and 2 seasonal mowers.
We couldn't hear you over here, Ashley.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're budgeted for 5 full-time staff, 2 seasonal security guards and 2 seasonal mowers.
2 seasonal mowers, and what was the other 2?
2 seasonal security guards.
Oh.
The security guards work from May 1st through November 1st, and then they come back and help us when we have the lights out at the park. They help us with that time of year, and then they are off from second week of January to the beginning of May.
Because we
our revenue, the amount we bring in. I have all of that for you guys, I have folders for you guys. Do you wanna do it, do you want it now? We can
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
Okay.
So now Kevin, Ashley's gonna be eating into your time, and not me, so I'm off.
Ashley was due to come up at 10 o'clock and go over the entire park.
Yeah, do we wanna wait?
Yeah, do you wanna wait till then?
Yeah, let's go ahead and, can we
Do this?
just,
Yeah, cause we're about to the ones where I don't think you're gonna have much of any questions for us.
What is property tax, you're here forever.
So we still have to pay taxes on like, vacant properties. We still have to pay taxes on like our lots, the property that we do own, we still have to pay property taxes on those. It's reduced rate.
Which lots?
All the ones that we own. Yeah, it's quite an extensive list. I can get you a list if you want. If you want a list of them. Okay. Most of it's pretty nominal fees, but as with everything, it adds up. Page 25, edit, this is the economic development income tax. You'll see this is a major reduction. The reason for that, in the economic development line, previously we had a amount in there for the AT&T fiber. Happy to report we just paid our last invoice on that. They're gonna be having that project completed at the end of July. And then the increases in this category are for fire gear and apparatus replacement. That's just due to the fact that those items just go up in cost every year, so.
This is where Mike Gallagher's fee comes out of too, is it not?
No,
Under economic development?
no, his, I'll have to verify where it's coming out of, but no, it does not come out of there. Yeah, they won't give you that answer. So I assume there's no issues with reducing this by 40%. 26 is planning and zoning. Again, not much changes here, just with the increase on the salary line, which is pretty nominal. Other than that, no change. 27 is the fire's lowest portion of their budget. Again, you'll see very minimal overall change. Truck maintenance we did reduce just because we have newer equipment, so hopefully we don't have equipment going into limp mode as often as it used to. And then you will see radio maintenance is going up. We're in the process of updating our radios to the required equipment. And then our SCBA gear, you'll see an increase there. Again, we have to replace that every so often, and we have to meet obligations on the type of equipment that we get there.
What's the turnaround for the SCBA? Like how often we have to?
Every 10 years?
And we're trying to get my true rotation with that, just like we are everything else. Kevin was gifted with some that were the same age, so that's gonna require us to change out and get on the rotation there.
Kevin, the scuba gear went up, 15,000.
I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
Yeah, scuba gear,
Scuba gear?
Yeah.
SCBA? SCBA gear, that's our breathing apparatus, yes, it's gone up.
okay.
We have to start replacing things, masks and, bottles, so bottles have to be tested, for hydro test every 10. But we realize that some bottles and some packs take a beating, so we know that it's time to start replacing. So it's best to, I know in the past, Charlie, when you were in, you guys did it all at one time, didn't you? And we have, some spare bottles, things like that, because we always need spare bottles. So we're working on trying to get it to where we can do a little at a time, and it's pretty expensive to do.
Okay, thank you.
What's the radio maintenance? How do you replace this stuff, and what's the, you elaborate on that?
Well, this coming up year, they're changing it where you have to have VHF and 800 radios together, and so they've made it to where you, it's one radio and the ability to use. So that's a big cost that we have. The other thing is that, I'd love to say that they last forever, but they don't, and they're pretty expensive to replace. So, right now, we're putting that money in just to start that whole process again, a little at a time.
Is the VHF like aircraft? What were you using VHF?
So it's, that's gonna be in the event that the 800 system goes down, and it goes back to our old system, and so we're able to use that and be like on TAC channel and things like that. So
Is the individual radios or like bigger systems?
it's for both. It allows for us to put them in the trucks, as well. So you have mobile, which would be our day-to-day radios on straps, and then you have in-vehicle, radios as well.
You don't know anything else out there?
Well, we have 28 people, right now, and then, all the apparatus that we have. So, you know, we got some that aren't here yet because they're being built, but we have to put those in. And so, you're looking at, T45, 5 big trucks, and then of course all the ancillary vehicles, they have them as well. But the good news is, we're not having to replace everything at one time.
And that price is just for a year, right?
Yeah.
For the whole year.
Yes.
Those should last.
Sorry.
What's the lifespan?
Well,
I mean, roughly
it'd be great to know, because when did you go to Kenwood's?
2017.
2017? What would you say is like, I mean, because we're,
So like some of the truck radios right now, they're Motorola's and they're end of life, they're not gonna be serviceable after 2025. Portables are lasting anywhere from 10 to 15 years.
how do you dispose of those? Like what's the, process?
say, like the Motorola's that we do have in the trucks, we're predominantly Kenwood used, but, they have them in the trucks. He'll come in here, and Sam's really good with us, we've been working with Sam for years, and so he will make sure that he tries to piece them together as long as he can, but then, oftentimes, like, the last batch that we did, when we changed 800s, we kept those other radios, so we were able to have them for like the Eclipse, or in the event that we had something major happen, we still have them. It doesn't mean they're gonna work, because they're pretty old, but at least we have them, we have the capability to, the batteries are charged, things like that. So we don't typically lose out, but we're starting to get to that point where when we can replace some radios, and especially if they have the UHF, and then we can, keep that and just keep rotating.
I tell you what, Chief Reed, why don't you go ahead and come on up, and we'll out to 9 o'clock, if we have to start on the flyer, and we'll pick up after the departments get through and finish the rest of the book.
I'll pass these out. Thanks for meeting today to get all this done in one day. So what I'm passing out right now, you have more. It's last year versus this year at the current time frame. There you go. You've seen these before. So basically, what you're looking at, the first page is this year's. We are down on runs, but that is because you can take a majority of those runs that are missing due to the storm from the year before. So that's why we are down right now. Fires are down slightly from last year to this year at this time. But as you can see, we're still maintaining roughly the same amount. We're up about 50 or 60 runs when it comes to medical calls. The good news is we work really hard, like you are with the budget, putting things where they need to go. We've been working hard on our people getting things categorized correctly when they fill out the report. You know, early mornings when they've been hammered back to back, sometimes they don't get categorized completely right, but they're in the right area. So that is one thing that Charlie's been working hard on these guys, because he does a lot of the inspections on the reports, and then we send it off to the state. So if you have any questions about that, I'll be happy to answer. As you've had time to look at your line items, is there anything that sticks out to you that you want to discuss? Because I have some other information I want to share with you when we're done.
I got a quick question about this.
Okay.
You have this broken down into geographic location.
We've been trying to do that. The hard part is do you want everything broke down into 4 different locations, 3 different locations? Once to try to
It would just be helpful to see
where we need to move?
where you need to be.
Yeah. That's easy to do. I'm gonna ask the guy that really knows the report, where we usually do that.
So yeah, we have a heat map, if we had a computer, I could fire up the heat map on those and it'll show you where everything's at.
Yeah. It would just be helpful.
We can, whenever we come back to this, one of the council meetings, I'll get on the agenda, make sure that you have it, so you can see where all these runs are going.
You know, I find it amazing, you are a fire department, 2.4% of your calls go to fire, and everything else is.
We've had this year we've had a lot of fire. I mean, when I say a lot of fire, like, for us, they've been substantial fires.
Structural?
Yes, and fatalities. So, yeah, we've had quite a few, pretty substantial fires and a lot of work on his side. But once we roll the hoses up and clean the trucks, his day begins and it continues on, and it seems like sometimes for years. So, yeah, that's a big deal with those kinds of fires. That's where a lot of money goes to. When you have structure fires, and particularly with fatalities, it eats up a lot of money. Yeah. Yes, it does. It's one of those hurry and wait games, it seems like, but you know, there's the guys standing on the outside, you can't release them yet, so there's work to still be done. But the guys on the inside, like your investigators, they're busy, and it's a tough deal. So.
I have a quick question. Looks like so far, comparing this year to last year, I don't see severe weather in natural, or I don't see special incident type. I don't see that.
So, we haven't had any major severe weather that has caused us to have the amount of runs that we had during tornado.
Okay.
So that's why you're not seeing that.
Okay.
Basic storms, stuff like that, we never include that. It's when we have a major incident. And then on the special incident types, there's just 2 of them, and that could be, because that was last year, I can't tell you off the top of my head exactly what that is, but that could be categorized by a couple of different things. So it's really hard to tell what that could be without going in there and actually looking at what that particular number is, or what it is. Since there's only 2, I didn't really wasn't too worried about it.
Okay. I was just wondering.
Sure. I can help you.
Yeah.
And what I'll do, I'll ask you now. So going forward, like whenever I come up to the podium, are these the things you like to see?
Yep.
Okay. I don't want to give you a bunch of stuff and print off junk that you don't want to see. So, all right.
Like this, Google Maps.
Maps will be. Good news. I think I sent everybody here a picture. Hands-on fire truck this past week. Feels really good to see the truck. Well done, I think. I feel good about it. We do have 2. The other one's in the bay next door. The good news is I'm glad it wasn't right behind it, because we did find a few things that were wrong. You know, it was 3 years ago that we ordered the truck. And they are really good about working through issues and solving anything they can while you're standing right there. Minor stuff, if you ask me, based on what I've seen before, minor, but yet they were able to change those things before they actually did the other truck. So that's a really good thing on our part. Some numbers I want you to hear. So earlier this past year, you let us purchase an aerial truck for 1.2 million. That truck I told you we saved $800,000 on. It was a $2 million truck, today's market, or back then it was. These rescue trucks, when we were down there this time, I will tell you that we had a lot of higher up people come see us from E1. Our two current trucks will go for $2 million a piece in today's market. Starting when we were there, takes 3.5 years to build those, is what they're saying. But it'd be a $2 million truck. It's $4 million. We paid 1.6. Really happy about it. It was a good purchase. I will tell you they're big, but it's no bigger than the ladder truck in height. It's just because the side panels go straight up, it looks huge. But very, very impressed with what I saw, and it's a great truck. So looking forward to getting them home. I anticipate we will see them get here, I'm gonna benefit it out 2 weeks, and then we now have to put stuff on it, and take care of getting everything mounted and all that stuff.
Did you get all the equipment?
All the equipment's been purchased. There may be a few like hangers and stuff like that. Everything's been purchased, and we started that a long time ago from your permission to use funds a long time ago. I'm glad we did. Those dollar bills would have not went very far if we'd have waited until today to start purchasing. So we feel real good about that, and everything we purchase isn't something that's gonna go out today. Not been used yet, it'll last a long time. Other good news, and I do appreciate you looking at salaries. I know that we talk about this often. We talk about people leaving, we talk about why they leave. You know, we hear everything, right? Typically speaking, when they come to my office, it's always money, insurance, and training. Okay, it's always that. But if I could be a fly on the wall, sometimes it's more than that. Sometimes it's, I just don't want to work as hard, which sounds crazy, but they don't want to have to do all the runs. So we're not going to combat that, right? We're going to always have the runs. So we're working towards a long-term plan and seeing where we may need to be next in our geographical location. But the bottom line is that we've had two major victories, if you ask me. We had one young man that was going to go to IFD. That's $1 million decision in his young career. In the 11th hour, he changed his mind, stayed with Martinsville. That's a huge, huge thing. I never thought we'd see that again. We had one young man recently, he left Martinsville Fire, he was on probation, left Martinsville Fire, worked 3 days, and turned in his notice that he was leaving that department, he came back to Martinsville. The only reason why he was able to come back to Martinsville is because we hadn't finished paying him out yet, and so he was still on the payroll, if you will, and PERF had not done any changes yet. And so it was just, he came right back. He saw that the grass is pretty green here in Martinsville. So I really appreciate all the effort that all of you have been with us since day one, trying to get things raised up, trying to do all these things. I appreciate that more than you can imagine, and I know the firefighters do as well. So I know it's a hard pill to swallow sometimes. It is a lot of money, but it's definitely worth it, and we're starting to see that change. We're not gonna save them all. And my opinion is if they don't wanna be here, bye, see ya. Because we don't want those type of people that don't wanna be a part of Martinsville and do this. I hate to see anyone leave, hate it. As we talked before, $10,000 a year, it's fitted to them. We can try to reuse it as long as it fits and fits correctly. The overall cost, we did a cost analysis not long ago about what it costs to bring in a new fireman for everything they need. It's $25,000 to $27,000. That's all the different gear. We're lucky enough that we have a supply of things that when somebody leaves, we can continue to use their helmet. But when it reaches that 10-year mark, it's gotta be replaced. But if we don't have those things, then we have to purchase it. So in the event that somebody new comes on and we've depleted our stash up in the mezzanine, it's about $25,000 to $27,000 to outfit it completely. So that's why we've been working so diligent on trying really hard to get the pay up. Like I say, what we hear, the things we're hearing. Obviously, when we were down at Fire Service, our E1 in Ocala, there was multiple fire departments down there over the couple of days that we were there. And this is no different in Martinsville, Indiana, as it is in Orange County, as it is in South Carolina. Same issues are happening, and it's just, the best thing I can say is that it's not the same people working here as it once was. It was always native people to Martinsville. When you hired guys, they stayed. Now they don't have that same allegiance to Martinsville, and $10,000 is $10,000. Unfortunately, we're not always looking at, and we try to explain this, you're not always seeing the big picture. You know, how much does it cost you to travel, and how is the equipment where you're going, and how are the facilities where you're going. Martinsville Fire was opened up 2009. I think we moved in August of 2009. That department looks excellent. And when you have people leave and either come back or call you and go, goodness gracious, I hated cleaning, but it was nice. So there's a lot to be said about the facilities that we have. We really appreciate it. The equipment we have, greatly appreciate that. And the salaries that we have, we're doing very well. We really appreciate it. So do you have any other questions that?
Yes, Chief Green, you said that it was a huge decision for that young firefighter. Financially, you mean because he was not gonna be paid as much here?
Oh yeah, no.
Okay.
Both guys were gonna make more. The one was gonna make it was $10,000 to $12,000 difference. The other young man that we lost not long ago, it was about $20,000, 18 to 20, but the insurance was huge. It was $1 for him to pay for insurance. The problem that we're facing, we cannot compete with Plainfield, Avon, we can't, right? And we're doing the best we can. I personally think that, we're doing pretty good.
So you attribute the retention here to equipment, facility, resources, good work environment,
Mhm.
community, that kind of thing?
I believe so. Here's the big thing.
Chief.
The chief.
Yeah, the chief.
The chief.
Yeah, that's one of the loneliest spots ever, by the way. You have friends and then you never get to talk to anybody anymore. But I really do look at several things. Number one, the fire department is really active in things. For instance, when the young man that won the state title, he won 2 states, we show up with fire truck, we do the whole through town thing. We've done that since forever. I mean, Charlie, your dad did that back in the day. This has been going on forever. The coolest thing was to go to dinner after we did the little parade. My wife and I went over to Culver's for the first time. The place was packed with out-of-town people, and they could not believe that that young man got the reception that he did, and that people cared. A lot of these people got state titles, they went home and went to bed. Small town, it's really awesome. And I know some people go, well, that's a waste of tax. You know what, that is what Martinsville's about. Not wasting tax dollar money, but to celebrate those who do really well. So we've done it for everybody. Academic decathlon, when these kids do great jobs, choir, band, it doesn't matter. They need to be recognized, and it says a lot. So I think those are some of the things. Having the ability to go to Little League baseball, that's huge. And so it's really good. So I think it's starting to come around. I really do.
So, Mr. Marino, the fire budget is really page 15 and 27.
Correct, yes.
And between those 2 pages and line items, is there anything that anybody has a question on that we could, that the chief need to answer?
If I can, I will tell you that I'm gonna give you a few numbers in here. Currently, computer software, we've used up our whole budget for computer software. We're sitting really well in a lot of areas. Some of these, I still have 100% left funds, but by the end of the year, it won't be that way. So the fire department is predominantly, we change the oil 1 time a year on the trucks. That's a huge dollar figure. It pretty much decimates one of those categories. several of these other things in here, like official records, we're gonna start seeing some of those things come out. I know that we already had one, but I'm looking at the end of May, by the way, my numbers that I have for end of May. And so several of these things are starting to hit, coming off now, because we had predominantly always done business, if you will, for the whole big line items, basically July through November is typically what we see. So the first part of the year is the basic household stuff, it's the day-to-day stuff, and then we start getting into bigger line items. I will tell you that I'm grateful that we put in a building, maintenance fund, because we had major issues with our heating and cooling this winter. So it was, been there a while, 2009, they had some things go wrong, pretty expensive on that, but I'm glad we had it. So it's a great thing to continue to do that with all city properties, so. And then Ben and I, we've talked, I am one of those people that had to take money from maybe truck maintenance, if I had it, to pay for postage stamps, something like, I'm just telling you some things. We did a lot of shuffling in ours, I think we'll see some eye-opening things come at the end of the year when we have a full year. We are literally putting everything where it needs to go, and we're not just trying to keep that line item going zero and then zero and zero. So we're gonna see some negatives in some line items, but we're still gonna be fine within our budget. It's just, we're gonna be able to categorize it correctly, which makes, that's what this is all about. So,
Yeah, a true picture of the
True picture.
cost.
That's right. That's right.
And that's for next year, you're gonna have a 2024 actual with your budget next year. But I really can't give you that now. Well, I could, but it's really not gonna give you a good picture.
And just so we're clear, I leaned over and asked Mr. Meredith, the chief mentioned his building maintenance. If you look, it's not mentioned in either one of these two pages. It's on which pages after that?
I could tell you about 2 seconds before you ask.
I know this is trivial, Kevin, but what did you say about, computer software again? What did you say about that?
We've already used all of our money up for computer software stuff. Some of our computers were really old, need to get replaced.
Okay, so we're gonna use that up for this year?
It opened up.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha, okay.
So you'll see their maintenance is on page 35. Any other questions for Chief Green at this point?
You guys next door ain't waking you up, keeping you up, or anything?
We got big plans for next door when they get in. I'm just gonna tell you, council, just be prepared, we're gonna have a lot of fun, but serious business, no, it'd be nice to be back together.
The county will be called into.
Yeah, the county would be coming in to handle stuff, so, no, we're super excited. The unfortunate part is that there's so many new police officers and of course firemen that I don't even know who some of these people are. You don't know them, so it'd be nice that they're coming in and out of there and seeing things like that. So I'm super excited for them. They have to be excited to see wood in the sky. So, long overdue, glad you all took the initiative to make this happen, so.
My company starts to really let them know.
Yeah, no
That's all
problem.
this people.
You know some people? Okay, yeah. Anything else?
If not, Kevin, what we're gonna do is, once we get through everything, we're gonna see how our day goes. If we finish up and we have no more questions, I will call you, let you know, hey, we're done, we adjourned. But if you be available in case we get into discussing things, we need to trim something, we may call you, put you on speaker.
Okay.
Go
I'm
ahead.
gonna stay around here for a little bit, but yes, no problem. And if you have anything that you wanna ask me or talk about after this, if you have questions. The final thing I will tell you is that once we get both trucks here and get them taken care of, we plan on doing the dedication. Again, I'd really like to have all of you there if we could. This is gonna be a pretty special moment. And then the other thing that we're gonna do, not long after we get the trucks, is we're gonna finally have a department picture and get people's pictures up on the wall. So looking forward to doing that, but we'd really like to have you there. And the final about training center, it's very close. As you know, the training officer, he's been off sick. If you don't know, he had a surgery, and so we've been held back a little bit, but we've been consistently working on it, so. Okay? All right, thank you.
I don't know about everybody else who's been at this almost an hour and a half. I'm gonna go visit the facilities and get another cup of coffee, so let's take a 5-minute break.
I know, and I mean, if it goes- Yeah, big deal. Right, no, and we talked about this, I'll be honest with you. We have the land for it already. The land's there.
How you doing over there, Brad Decker?
All right, I just feel like I missed part of it.
You what?
So I feel like I'm missing part of it. I can't swear here for some reason, I don't know.
Not very loud. But we could ask him to speak more into the microphone, maybe. I'll say something to
I
him.
can hardly hear Ben at all.
You can't hear what?
Ben.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you got me a green letter, maybe there's one forward.
Hey, Kevin,
We're not, I'm first practice.
There's a certain
Goes
time
from
frame.
intro to the district.
Here on out the door.
would you mind repeating?
In route, and then obviously.
Email out.
Takes the wire.
Yeah.
They're all factors that are-
Your face is all blocked out of here.
They were.
That's how I see everybody. They say for me, we're in, all I see is a shadow.
Yeah.
10-year-old,
Want us to
and he was on it. I went over last night, talking to board session, super.
How's it going?
Oh, yeah.
Good.
Thank you.
Good, guys.
Yeah.
Downstairs, I think someone's in there now, so.
Now I can see you.
Okay, all right, thanks. I'll ask him. Hey, Jen.
There's some kind of, like you were saying, with all the life issues here. I'll try that. Yeah, I try to get in there a little bit, so.
There's, and so.
Yeah, yeah.
But like,
Friendly bikes.
It's not, that's all else, not the change.
And because of what they're building and what they're gonna offer in this other place for markets, I think it's for the first time in a long time, $2 more $100,000. And I don't want it to, you know,
I understand.
so I'm gonna, I think I told you this, there was a truck sitting next to ours.
Talk about 7 miles of back road.
Very snug, right? So from the back end, kind of step going up, great use of space. Now we kind of silent. On the side. And
Hey,
it
Dale,
is
I
my
saw that up there.
command.
Yeah, I was sitting right here and, is that from our air
So we
conditioning issue we had?
with the truck, you know, slide, that's so good.
Yeah.
It's pretty phenomenal.
Yeah, that's
It's
got
not
to
shift police officers throwing stuff up there.
So
Definitely.
we get a brand new roof up there, so it's
Yeah,
kind
so
of
there's
busy
a
now.
incident from the, so they'll be able to.
They
set
had
us
this
up
week
fire
to
truck.
work on it here? 'Cause
They what? Yeah, new roof, yes, new roof.
No, I'm talking about the air conditioning.
We put, yes, there was a clock or something that had to be done, we put a tray underneath there.
That's gotta be what that is.
Investigation and all that. And
It
they're
looks
gonna
fairly
go
wet.
back. And so,
I just
that's why it's so important. They give you a clear picture, because they're painting the picture.
I'll get on
You see
it.
smoke, I mean.
Like I said, help me, it looks like about to dry out.
And they may have to touch it up once we figure it out.
There's something that.
But at first I thought it would be, that's almost the same color as the wall.
You're
So I'm looking at it like,
First time I've seen it down there.
that has to be what it's for.
Yeah, yeah.
Michigan colors.
I just noticed the spots. That's new.
Well, they
And we
probably
have a-
tried to paint it thinking that
Just so
was
you
the
know,
color, but.
No, it's, I wish I could tell you it was it, but I think it's from our air
Mesa,
conditioner.
Mesa.
Oh.
We have a new roof.
11 trucks down
There's
there.
no way that should be working. Especially in that. Yeah, we have an air conditioner unit up there, and it's a condensation. We had an issue before, we had this whole thing
Fire
fired.
truck there.
And something has happened.
Seven years down, it's still sitting there.
Monday morning.
There's a
Did not
fire
have
truck
to
there.
ask or touch it up.
And they,
Same job.
I know.
I don't know if I told you.
No.
Did I tell you about this?
Yeah,
Top temperature warning.
That's different venues.
We've been through this whole place.
kind of the same thing.
Overseas.
Temperature warning. Basically said, people are not-
You doing all right?
Doing good, how you feeling?
I'm very, it's a certain temperature.
Got other issues.
Yeah. Even in.
Other than health.
No, it's not fine.
I'll tell you something. People. I was-
And you get to a shopping job.
I'll give them a hard time, right? Yeah. Look like you're doing something, grind something.
Yeah, that's-
It's later.
What are the issues that you guys have?
About 3
It worked out right, right?
Yeah, it's got it.
But, speed they will, we're not doing it. It was supposed to be
It's in a way.
with, but then they put a tray, Rex is water, they put a tray on it. That's a tray, and we also. Yeah, it's kind of funny because. Yeah, but the funny part is.
Yes, yeah, see, I have not been home with that.
Well, that's what I.
Start breaking apart. Our parts are the same.
No, it's down there.
You guys get paid not to keep
I
going.
know.
Oh, we go to South Carolina. We were leaving this coming. Their 2 kids. They're, by the way, having identical twins. In October, 3 and under. 4, 3 and under. He's gonna have identical, and they're moving back to Martinsville. They bought a lot in Green Township. And they're gonna build a house here soon, and have some football players, because Jack's 2, and John says the next quarterback controversy will be the twins. Twin boys, yeah. this is not a genetic thing, this was an egg that divided.
Right.
So that's why they're exactly, they're identical.
But I mean, sometimes.
No, yeah, in Hannah's family, she's a Maxwell. And this generation of Maxwells, there's a triplets with, the Hopkins, there's a couple of twin sets, Tim, Tom, Paul, generation above. So, they have twins.
All right, be
But,
that way.
anyway, they're moving back to Martinsville. So, I somehow lucked out, my kids are gonna be in schools, having families here in town. So, yeah. Yeah, that's good. So anyway, we're going down with them early, and then everybody else is coming down, we moved to a bigger house. It has like 10 bedrooms, in Saturday, and my brother, his kids, you know, it gets to the point where you can't put them on a pallet in the living room anymore. They have to have bedrooms.
I'm ready to
There you go. You know. Oh, yeah, this is 3. It's like there's a kitchen and a living room, a laundry room on the second floor. And I'm like, because I always do this. I said, you guys are
Okay, if we can go ahead and, get back started, and maybe Randy, before you sit down, you're the one on the hot seat next.
And we're praying for you. And you find out instead of.
It'll be when I get back, probably the 12th or 13th.
Good morning. And since it's your first time, you went in really hard.
I know.
And for the police, we're looking at police general on page 16, and then police public safety on page 28.
Well, first, I think I know most of you, Ryan Manley, I asked Crystal Walls to come with us, the chief's secretary, or chief's administrative assistant, I guess is the actual term there. But one of the things you guys were talking on Saturday, I'll start with a praise off the bat. I got a notification last night. One of our guys lives in Edinburgh. He's been here for about a year and a half, 2 years now. And he took a run last week. We've been to this house several times. It's a grandmother taking care of her grandchild. And we've been there several times, but he noticed on top of the issue we were there for, they didn't have any air conditioning. So it bothered him, and he realized he had an additional window air conditioner at home in his garage. So he brought it in on his day off from Edinburgh on his time to give to this family to use. So we have great people working for us. It's just a simple shout out to this guy, Josh Jerkins. We've got good people working here. So I want to let you guys know that. We'll send something out. I'm sure the chief will speak to that later, but I want to let you guys know that. I'll get to, I guess, the elephant in the room on the budget, the big increases on the salary line. I prepared a short speech, so bear with me to do that. In 2021, we had 28 total officers and 19 on the street. Currently, we have 30 total officers and 21 of those on the street. In 21, we had 2 minimum officers on the street during peak hours. We've increased that to 3 officers for a minimum during our peak hours. Things have changed drastically in our society during that time. There's an increase in violent crimes, vehicle thefts, drug issues, and homelessness. As an example, in 2023, we had 1 gunshot wound and 19 shot heard calls. Just this year alone, we've already had 4 gunshot wounds and 20 shot heard calls. We haven't entered the fireworks season, which is what some of those shot heard calls are from the previous year. We've not even entered that, so just a fact for you. In 2023, we had 38 vehicle thefts and 6 recovered vehicles. So far this year alone, we've had 21 vehicle thefts and 5 recovered vehicles. We're doing our best to make sure that the issues facing our neighboring communities don't bleed into our community. As an example of that, when I started almost 10 years ago, it was nothing for one guy to take a run. Nowadays, with the things that we're seeing and the violence that is increasing, we're sending a minimum of 2 guys to a run for the most part, unless it is something, just for example, Deputy Schwab's incident, that's a normal run for us to go to. She gets there, and thank God she had another officer with her, or it could have been a lot worse. So we're trying to keep our community safe, and it's not the same as when I started. It's bleeding in, unfortunately, we're trying to put stuff in, because I have family that lives here, I have 2 little girls that are gonna grow up here. So our goal is to try to keep our community as safe as we can. In the last few years, there has also been a cultural decline in respect for police officers through no fault of our officers. It's now necessary to ensure that 2 officers are on list calls for safety. That was not necessary just a few years ago. We also do our best to shine a light on our department, a good light on our department within the community, and participating in outreach events like the fair, fall foliage, parade, RE Fest, touch a truck, cupcake with the cop, etc. Hundreds of homes and possibly apartments are planned to be built in the city limits in the near future. I-69's construction is coming to a close, and those both add an additional burden to our police department's force. Our goal is to be prepared for the future. It takes about 18 weeks for field training for a new officer. And on top of that, they have to attend 16 weeks at the law enforcement academy. The replacement cost of our department, should we lose an officer, is over $40,000 between hiring, training, their physical assessment, and outfitting that officer. Besides losing their experience, this is also why we feel it's so important to retain our good officers that we do have. These are just a few reasons we requested the salary increase line, which is where most of our increase is located. We feel it's necessary to request for the good of our city and our department. So with that said, I can try to speak to anything. It is my first time doing this. If I don't have an answer, I will for sure get it for you.
So, Officer Manley, it's not just the increase in pay, but more hours because you're going in a run, correct? 2 officers with a run, that contributes to more hours that you're paying for?
What we're asking for is, with that salary line, to grow another handful of officers in, 2 to 3 officers in, so we can go to those runs with 2 guys, and hopefully not have an incident like we did here in the county. That's our goal.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It was a very good explanation about everything.
Thank you.
So, how many officers do you have now?
We have 30 full-time officers.
And what's your budget wanting to reflect?
It would depend on their years of experience. So what we've done in the past is have a hiring process for lateral officers from other agencies. It would depend on, if we get someone with 10 years on it, obviously we can't hire 3 10-year guys because we're gonna be over that line. If we get, 4 or 5 year guys, we can afford that. And so it would depend on who applies and what their experience level is, for the number of officers that we could afford to hire on that line if this is accepted.
I know you probably don't have this, I've asked this for a while, but is there a way that we can get a heat map, like, not trying to put you but, a heat map / breakdown of all the incidents?
I don't know, but I will find out, and with Charlie's experience, we can probably pull
Is there
something.
like software that exists for the police department? I know the fire department has their own based on their.
I'll get you an answer on that, I don't know, but I would assume if they can.
Very helpful
Yeah.
in justifying, a lot of that, not just justifying, but it would just give us better information.
That's it.
For you guys, where the areas of the city or the issues are, what's the,
We made that when, Chief Green gave his speech. Ooh, that's a good, I like that. I don't know how to do it, but we'll figure it out. For sure, I understand.
And the police department has, just so you all are aware, they have started the accreditation process. We have a patrol officer that's been assigned to help with the accreditation process, which is not something the city of Martinsville has done historically. So part of that will be getting information similar to that. I don't know that they will have that soon. Part of their limitation is gonna be a lot of their information is driven by the dispatch center, which they have newer dispatchers, and they don't, from my understanding, they don't always log
Yeah,
everything exactly how we would like it, but.
without getting into a lot of detail on that, and we can speak separately on that or at another time, but, for example, if I'm out on the road and I conduct a traffic stop, I stop you and I get your license and your information, and you get a citation, or you get a warning, because I'm a warning guy. none of that it's catted through the system that I made that traffic stop, I'm on that traffic stop currently. But when we go back and pull our statistics, unless I arrested or requested a law call, which is, I'm gonna type something like, something happened on that call where I need to document it, unless I do that, that's not documented, so our stats aren't accurate, I guess, in that regard. So we're working through that, we're looking at other systems and trying to figure out how we can best give the council and the community accurate information, because right now it's just not 100% accurate. It's skewed down because it's not reporting things that we're doing.
And we've not been on the correct act, we just found that out last week,
Yeah.
that what they were having in their cars wasn't what was accurately being in the station here. And I'm gonna address the elephant in the room as far as what we've been putting up with the last couple of weeks. Their fleet. Ben, where is that under the lease purchase?
Yes. Yes, the lease purchase went up, well, the proposal was to go up another $20,000, but, and that may be something we have to visit again.
Here's the problem that we're having. We were on an agreement, we were gonna start rotating out 6 vehicles a year. Get on a 5-year rotation with our vehicles. The 22s that we brought in, Durangos, I don't know if you saw the report last week, the state police has ditched all of their 20, they got a parking lot full of 22 Durangos that they will not issue to the troopers. We got 9 that are just, they're junk. We're constantly, when we had Chrysler here in town, it was easy to go down and have, warranty work done. Now we don't have them, we were trying to go to Bloomington, well, Bloomington doesn't look at our vehicles as a high priority, so now they're driving all the way down to Bedford to have our vehicles serviced. We still want to get on this rotation, and I don't have an answer for you today, I'm just making you aware of what we're looking at. I'm gonna get with Ben next week. I still think the 6-a-year rotation will work, but we're gonna have to have decent vehicles to start with, because we've got 11 20s, and we have 9 22s. And we can't just go out and replace, one of the requests was come out and buy, 26 new cars. No, we're not going to do that, we cannot do that. So we're trying, Ben and I are trying to figure out how can we get a safe fleet for our officers that stay financially responsible, but also hold the police department accountable to get to the 6-a-year rotation that I think can be done, but we've got to figure out how we can get there. And right now, unfortunately, these 22s, the good thing is they're under warranty, but the warranty's going to go out before we rotate these vehicles out. So we're just trying to figure out how we're going to come up with a good solution here.
So it's the same Durango, is it the same model? So if
What-
rotate out?
What we have is we have a fleet of 20 Durangos, and we have 22 Durangos. The 20 is a Hemi, which we've had what I would call, for a 4-year-old, 50,000-mile car, normal maintenance issues, air conditioning going out, it runs 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. The 2022s are the V6, we had to go to the V6 because of the all-wheel drive option, they didn't make the Hemi 22 with the all-wheel drive. And we're having catastrophic failures, and with 20, I just had one last week, 20,000 miles on it, and it's blowing oil cooler, there's no oil in the engine, the antifreeze is full of all the oil, so.
Is Dodge the only option?
No, so actually,
Yeah.
we're looking at the Ford Explorers, the county, one of the deputies there, or he's a lieutenant over there, worked for Ford, he's got a lot of contacts still with Ford, and so we kind of troubleshoot what's the best thing, and they're running 150,000 miles on their Explorers, just regular maintenance. And they've had one catastrophic failure, which is normal when you're buying a large fleet, I would expect that, but Ford's sitting behind it and replace the vehicles, so. I don't know if we'll get the same care, but that's our goal, is to try to push that direction, just because they have such good luck with their vehicles. They're running a lot more miles than we are, so that's the direction we're looking.
But don't have an answer for you today on how we're going to, but we will stay within this budgeted amount to get this corrected. And it's not just the state police and our department, there's other municipalities that's having the same situation, to ditch the 22s.
With Ford and Chevys, there should be a dealership here in town, that makes.
Correct.
So I'd say home and all the.
And even on the dealership stuff for the Dodges, I've called Greenwood and Franklin, Plainfield, and the answer I get from each dealership is if they can take the car in and actually get to look at it, that's better than we can do. So we're kind of stuck where we're at, unfortunately.
Are there any grants or anything like this available to
We'll look for that and research that.
see?
As of last week, I'm more of an administrative role now. I issued my truck out last week because we were just simply out of cars, either in the shop, with maintenance issues or.
And historically, we've had our two reserve officers have been very active as reserves, Dennis and Walt, and we brought their vehicles back in also.
What's kind of the cost that we're, we estimating replacing?
So the base cost is $50,000. We're looking at a 10-year product on that, so we don't have to replace it twice. We could buy a 10-year warranty buy bar, a 10-year controller. So we're looking at good equipment so we can get 2 rotations out of it. We're looking at about $71,000 to $73,000 per vehicle, fully outfitted. Yeah.
That's for 10 years. Or should be with the warranty.
For the warranty, yeah. And ideally, we get 2 rotations.
And that's how many vehicles?
I'm sorry.
How many vehicles?
It would depend on how many vehicles we could afford to do at that point. So we have,
You could have what you want.
on the
So
road,
if they had the money, 126, I told them no.
25 is what we would like with the growth or projected growth for the future.
I have a quick question. When you get, who responds to police calls in like Fox Cliff, Green Township,
So that would be the Morgan County Sheriff's Office.
Warden County Sheriff's Office? Okay, so our police officers do not go out into those areas that are not covered under the city? Okay.
Unless there's a request, and we have officers on the Morgan County SWAT team, which is a collaboration of different agencies. So we would respond if there was a SWAT call or a major crime. We have officers on the major crime task force that would respond. So you might see a Martinsville car for that, but for normal calls for service, we do not respond.
So that's like a mutual aid agreement kind of thing, is that what that is when you get the SWAT calls?
Yes, we've signed not a contract, but a memorandum of understanding that we would join this team and we will respond with that team wherever that team is called. So we do that for major crimes, we do that for serious accidents involving death with a criminal element, and then we do that for the SWAT team as well.
How many officers do you have?
We have 30 full-time.
How many live, so I think the vehicles on?
They do.
How many live inside Morgan County? Or live outside Morgan County?
Do you know, Crystal?
I do not.
We might have to put that for you.
I can get it for you.
I don't want to give you something that's not correct, so I won't guess.
And I know at one point with the vehicles, there was an agreement in the department that they use their vehicles within a certain radius. And I think at the time there was one officer that was living in Green Township, so that was okay to drive it to there. My knowledge, that officer's not living there now.
She still is. So what we've done so far is surrounding counties, donut counties around Morgan County, for their off-duty use with the mileage I'm seeing on their cars. They're not using it. And I can tell you from personal experience, it's not a lot of fun to drive your police car with your family because everybody thinks you're the policeman and you need to help them, and that's not fun with your kids in the car, so.
We're in a line of cars.
Yeah. Yeah, you're driving 30 and a 50 just because they don't want to stop, so. Anything else?
And I take 69, is that not in the jurisdiction of the police as far as like speeding, or yes?
It is, within the city limits it is. So we go up to the 140 mile marker, which is 252, and then we go down to the 134, which is Liberty Church. So that's our jurisdiction on 69.
Okay.
Anything else?
It's kind of the majority of the calls and stuff you guys go on. I see you guys parked outside of Walmart every time I'm in there.
Of where?
Walmart.
So we, Walmart's a frequent flyer, a lot of theft issues, they have a good asset protection program, so, and they have an excellent surveillance system, so they'll call
They
us.
prosecute those.
They do in a trespass, yeah. They're pretty, it depends on who's working for asset protection, but most of the time they want charges filed. The few times that I've seen they deny is if it's, you know, a family trying to get food, then they won't charge, but they'll trespass from the store. A lot of domestic disputes, a lot of citizen disputes, and an uptick in gun crimes, unfortunately, here, so that's why we're trying to put a damper on that. It's nothing for, you know, just being in the office and hear something about it at 10:32 on the radio, and that's a gun call. And we know every time we go to a call, we're bringing up the situation, but, and we encourage other people to carry, but at the same time, from my role now, being thrown into this in November, I worry about every officer going to those calls because I don't want something to happen to them like we had with that police officer. It's training down the road, unfortunately.
Is that in certain geographic areas?
Not necessarily.
It's just kind of around.
I mean, it could be a car traveling down the interstate that flashes a weapon, we had one on 67 2 days ago, or it could be, you know, a domestic in town and a firearm's pulled there, so it varies all over, unfortunately.
Any other questions for Major Manley or for Crystal?
We'll get those answers, on the things that you guys have asked, and make sure we have that ready for you.
And I'm gonna do the same thing with you. We may be back this afternoon discussing things, but I will call you and let you know when we're done. Or we may call you to ask, hey, we've got a few more questions here. Because like we said earlier, we got $4,000 we need to trim somewhere, and it may come from your budget.
Would accept it. Thank you.
All right. Ashley, you and Robin want to co-present for the park? And for some of you that aren't aware, Stan, who was the park superintendent, took a new position and is no longer with us. So the park board and Ashley, the park board tweaked the job description for the park superintendent. I think that will be published here in a few weeks. But right now, Ashley is filling in as that person along with the park board.
How long has the park superintendent been gone?
His last day was May 29th. So, gone a little over 3 weeks now.
I'm sorry.
A little over 3 weeks now.
I'm sorry.
Okay, Robin is handing folders out to everyone. I believe this is all the information that you guys have been looking for. That one sheet is not attached when you first open it. You can just pull that sheet out, we'll go over it later. That is the event report of the events we have planned for this year, so if you just want to set that one aside, that would be great. The first page is just our Park 2024, it's the money we had this year and the money we're asking for 2025. You guys can just flip that page as well, and we'll get started here. So the first page you see is the shelter house rentals for the 2024 season. Now this report I just ran yesterday, so these are fresh numbers, but this is just from January 1st to June 21st. So as of yesterday morning when I ran this report, we have already brought in $23,000, well you can see almost $24,000 in shelter house rentals. Now we'll gain a little bit more money in this line, but we have booked a lot of rentals for the year. So a lot of people start booking with us in January, that's when they're allowed to book for the new year. And they'll book up until the end of February, or sorry, the end of December. So we still have some availability, so we'll add a little bit, or a little more funds to this amount. But right now, it is, again, like I said, almost $24,000 that we brought in. And then for the park pool, so for our rentals that we offer on Friday, Saturday, Sunday nights, we do those from 6 to 8 p.m. while the pool is open, which is a 10-week season that the pool is opened. We charge $400 per rental, so we have brought in $8,700 for those at this time as well. And we're pretty booked. We have a couple dates available in July. If no one pushes hard for them, I mean, people call and want them, we'll give them to them, but we pretty much have our schedule laid out, so if somebody asks for them, we'll give them to them. You will see further in the book, but we won't go over all that. I did put all the numbers in here for the 2023 year too, since you guys did not receive those last year. but I'll just break it down for you. In 2023, so the full year, starting January 1st of 2023 till December 31st of 2023, we only brought in $18,215 in shelter houses for the whole year. So you can see this year on June 21st, we're already, almost at $24,000.
We would charge.
Our family pavilion is our largest, that one on a weekend rate, so a Saturday, Sunday, that was $200. Every rental, you get access to it from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. Our smaller indoor ones, so that would be shelter 2, 3, and 4, we charge $80 for a weekend rental. Our other ones that just have the awnings over them are $65 for weekend rental. Those ones are $40 during the week, so Monday through Friday is a week rate, we don't count Friday as the weekend. The family pavilion is $100 for the week, and the other smaller enclosed ones are $65 for the week. And the family pavilion is booked every Saturday and Sunday up until October. We have a couple of days available, but that one's pretty much closed up for the year.
What was the last time you increased the rates?
It was just this past year, we increased them. It was $150 for a weekend rate, so we increased it to $200. We did not change the weekly rate for it because it's not rented out a lot for the week at this point. Anyhow, the pool, we increased prices this year as well. Everything went up $1. The rentals went up $100. So it was $300. It went up to $400 for the private rentals, and the daily mission went up $1 for everything.
You think that's enough?
I would like to say yes, but I can support a lot of what the police department was saying. We've had a lot of crime issues at the park this year with the pool being opened. I don't know if it is because of what our rates are. We have a lot of people coming in from out of town, which isn't a bad thing, but we've trespassed a lot of people at the pool. They're bringing vapes into the swimming pool. They have edible gummies that bring it into the swimming pool. I talked to our park board at our last board meeting. I'm concerned about our staff safety because we have to, confront these kids, and then they want to get aggressive, and then we have to call the police department. So I don't think it would hurt to up it a little bit more. Not at all. Yeah. If you guys want to turn the page, this is currently this year, this next page, this is our daily mission, what we're seeing. It breaks it down for you. Where it says additional family members and add-ons, that's if a family bought a season pass, they can add an additional member for $40 additional. We only allow 8 people on a family membership. After that, you just have to purchase a new membership. So a family of 4 membership is $175 at regular price. And then you can add on an additional member, like I said, for $40 up to the initial 4 people on that membership. We do have an after 4 p.m. price, which is $3 just because the pool closes at 5:30, so we just kill it at that time. And a lot of people do still come at that time because they're waiting to take advantage of those savings. So we have been at capacity more days this season than we have not. We've had to put a capacity sign on the door and close it up until some people start leaving. So around 4 o'clock on those days, we can typically let people back in, but that is how busy we've been.
What was the capacity?
It's 500, but we close it when our lifeguards feel uncomfortable. So if it's very packed and they're having a hard time seeing the pool, we kind of let them come to us and tell us when they feel uncomfortable, and then we assess the situation and support them in that
Do you
decision.
have a number, like how many people go through a day?
We don't have a ticker that we mark. We can only pull the reports in our computer. Now this can sometimes be off a little bit. I mean, I've had boys sneaking in last week and I had to go with them on the other side of the door, when we have in full staff, when they're at the front desk and they're very busy, I'm not gonna swear somebody doesn't sneak through. So this is a decent number to work with, but I'm sure it's off a little bit.
Is there a way to implement that?
Yeah, we can look into that for next year, with our,
Track the number of people that go through.
Yeah, definitely.
So what is the amount of people that you will let in average if, when you feel like you're at capacity?
I'd say it's usually around 300 or so. The 4th of July, every 4th of July we're at capacity, and we usually let in more than that because we have all the people. But I'd say 3 to 350 we've been putting at capacity just because it's looking unsafe at that time, especially with the people coming into the pool and the things they're doing and the behaviors we're seeing.
How much do you charge again for parties, did you say?
Parties is $400.
I'm sorry,
$400.
$400?
Yes.
And that's for 2 hours?
Yes, 6 to 8 p.m. And we only do those Friday, Saturday, and Sunday nights.
Right.
Yeah. And then Thursday nights, we do stay open later. We offered a late night last year because a lot of people complained, by the time they got off work, the pool is closed. So Thursday nights, we do stay open until 7 p.m. I would like to grow that, maybe add another night next year if we can. We are bringing in more money to the pool. So again, as of yesterday, when we were in this report, we've already, and this is just for daily admissions and memberships that we've sold, we've already made $43,000 at the front desk. Last year, today marks our 4-week mark, so today we're starting the 4th week of the pool being opened. Last year, for a whole 10 weeks session, we only brought in $66,000. So we're already at $43,000 at the start of 4 weeks, so that's.
How many lifeguards do you have on duty?
We have 8 that rotate in and out, 8, so we staff it 10 a.m., they come in 10, 10:15, they work to 2, 2:15, and then our next round of lifeguards come in. There's always 8 there, and then we have a 9th one that goes around and gives them 15-minute breaks. So in the past, the pool has always closed multiple times a day, they've blown the whistle so the lifeguards can break. We no longer do that, we only do that at that 2:15 time frame, so the staff can change out then.
So you have nine supervising lifeguard, or 9 lifeguards on duty supervising.
Yes, yes, correct.
And is there someone ahead of the lifeguards that's there
Yes.
too?
I have 3 pool managers, they're usually, some days there's two pool managers are at the same time, typically it's 1 manager on a time because my office is also at the pool house this year, so I'm there with them Monday through Friday and some of the weekends as well. So I try to handle the bigger complaints, problems we have, because our pool staff is very young, our pool managers are very young. We had 2 pool managers return this year, which was nice, this is my 3rd year, and that's the first time we've had pool managers return. And we hired someone, he's a teacher, actually, he just moved here from Arizona, but he's a pool manager too. I had hired him a couple months ago, but he had just gotten here and got settled, so he started this week, and I think he's gonna be a really good fit for us. We have had 4 pool managers in the past. We did cut it back down, we cut it down to 3 this year since I moved my office down there to kind of help save on some funds there as well.
What's the role of the pool manager? Like, what are the duties?
So one of my pool managers does all the scheduling for the concessions and the lifeguards. He also schedules the managers too, but they work together on that piece of it. All 3 pool managers work in the filter room, check the chemicals multiple times a day, which my full-time staff has to do that too. That's in all hands on deck all season. They just oversee the day-to-day. They're supposed to be on the pool deck more than they're not walking around. There's a lot of people, that try to bring food on the pool deck. That's what they're not supposed to do. A lot of kids try to bring toys in the pool. They're not supposed to do that. My lifeguards can only see what's going on in front of them. That's where the pool managers come into play and need to be watching the pool deck, seeing what the lifeguards can't see, and enforcing the rules that the lifeguards can't enforce. And really, they're a good backup. The lifeguards have rules in place, but a lot of the people we're seeing, adults too, don't want to respect the rules and listen to the lifeguards, so then they have to get a manager or myself so we can handle the situation.
I know you got an armband or something.
Yeah, we no longer give armbands. They were getting stuck in the pool filters, so we did away with those a couple years ago. We do offer them, we have a YMCA group that comes, we give them armbands so they can be recognizable when it's time for them to get out of the pool. Everyone else receives a stamp when they exit the pool if they want to return for the day. Yeah, they get a stamp on their name.
I just wanted to mention, and so we had a little bit of pushback when Ashley first moved her office to,
We can't hear you, Robin.
Sorry, sorry. And so we had a little bit of a pushback when Ashley moved her office to the pool house. However, I will say that it has been one of the best decisions that we've made. And because it has really helped her keep an eye on things up there. And she's more centrally located. She's not all the way down at the office. And so when something happens, she's like right there. So depending on whether, it happens at the top of the hill or whatever, she's been able to be there. So that move, and yes, I have a YMCA group up there. So I speak from experiences to what she's seeing every day. So I just want to throw that in there as far as watching over the pool and watching over what's happening in the park.
That's a great thing.
Yeah, it has been a wonderful, like I said, we had a little pushback.
Wow.
But, because she was, we live in a world where sometimes we want things to stay the way they are, and that's where that office had always been. And so it's been great. So
Yeah.
I just wanted to throw that in.
And just, I know this is mine, but okay, so who all takes care of the chemicals in the pool?
So Adam and Joe, they're our groundskeepers, they have their CPO license, so they have that certification. But the pool managers and myself and Joe and Adam, we all check the pool chemicals multiple times a day. You have to log it 2 times, but we check it several times throughout the day just to keep entering the new information into the system so we can keep the chlorine and pH levels consistent with where they need to be.
And who's in charge on these, when you have these parties of making sure like, the bathrooms are clean and picked up, who's in charge of that?
The park, or the pool staff, they all have, at the end of the day, I give them all jobs that they do, they're on a little sheet. Well, I give them to the pool managers hand them out to the staff. Before they can leave, they're supposed to go around and do their jobs. The pool manager is supposed to, I say supposed to because it does happen, but not every day. They're supposed to check their work, sign off on it before they can clock out to go home. When I come in every day, all those sheets are laying on my desk for me to look at, and then I get to see who didn't do their job, and then I have them do it when they come to work the next day. So that's how we're doing cleaning this year and keeping the pool house.
Okay, is that certain lifeguards or whatever?
Yes, so everybody has a job. The lifeguards check the pool deck before they leave, they clean the bathrooms, the hallway, the concession stand workers take care of the area where the customers eat at, and clean the concession stands, and then the front desk staff is supposed to pick up the trash outside of the pool house, like in front of it, and clean those windows and floors.
Who's responsible for the maintenance?
That is our head groundskeeper. We have a head groundskeeper, Joseph Wright is his name, and we have an assistant groundskeeper, Adam Chase. And then we have a third one, and her name is Amber Alsa. They do our maintenance, they do our mowing. We have a lot of work for, and like I said, on our best day, we're a full-time staff of 5. That is to keep up with the park, the pool, the events we have going on, the shelter rentals, all of our outer parks. So we are a small group, but they work very hard and get it done.
Who delegates that?
Currently, I delegate that to them. We
I
use,
noticed this slide, I was with one yesterday, just to.
Yeah,
Really good
this
slide, so. but
so
I
the
noticed
slide is-
like,
yes,
The chairs are kind of,
Yeah.
like, there's definitely some issues.
yeah, the chairs need replaced. We definitely need to make that happen next year. We've had a lot break this year, and then the others are looking pretty rough. The orange slide, the bottom came
I saw it,
unattached.
looked like it was trying
Yeah.
to be prepared.
So they fixed it last week and it didn't hold, so we shut down again yesterday to fix it, because when we fix it, it takes a good 24 hours to dry, but even with water being that close to it, it's hard to get it to dry properly.
I don't think you're using the right adhesive.
Yeah, they used liquid nail
I know,
last week, but
I
then
saw
they didn't get the proper liquid nail, so they went back yesterday.
There's better materials you can use.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, so that is definitely, they've been working on that. So yeah, there are things that we need to update at the pool, which of course you guys know, pools are very expensive. We did change all the pool filters and all the pool drains out this year, which was an expense, but they were expired and it needed to be done.
What's the plan with the chairs?
We just have to price them. I want to order them for next season. I know this season we probably don't have the extra funds to do it. You plan the budget, but then with, like I said, with pools, a lot of things come up. We've had some pumps go off this year that we've had to replace. I would like to, I personally like the ones that, have like the string gear backs more than the harder ones, but I would like them to all look the same, get the same thing, and they all be
So you're
exactly the
going
same.
out to get a uniform.
Yes,
So, real quick, Lee, can you pull up and let us know what they've spent on their pool this year, to think, okay, where they at budget-wise? We're 4 weeks into this, how much money you may have left over the pool expense this year that maybe you bring chairs ordered out of this year's budget, so it's not happening in next year's.
Is that, page 24 in our budget booklet, line item, pool concessions, 100,000? Is that what you're kind of referring to?
Yes.
Okay, so I was gonna ask about that.
While Ben's doing that, I just have a quick question. When did they do away with the cleaning lady? I know they had a cleaning service.
so this is my 3rd year there, and we haven't had one since I've been there. We have a girl who came in on the weekends and did part-time cleaning for us, but now we have added another full-time position into part-time seasonal position, so they do the cleaning for us now.
Who is this?
So Amber is a full-time employee. She does the shelter cleans and the bathroom cleans Monday through Friday, when she's at work. And then one of our security guards comes in on Saturday and Sunday mornings and gets shelter houses and bathrooms ready for the weekend crowd.
And the pool cleaning, that's the lifeguards do the
Yes.
pool cleaning.
Yes.
Given that, okay, I'll just be honest, I was out, some friends walking, I needed to go to the bathroom, the bathroom's at the racquetball, I don't know.
Pickleball.
Yeah, they were closed, so I saw there was a party, so I just went in, I was just gonna go to the bathroom, get a drink, maybe I shouldn't have done that, but anyway, so I went in and got a drink, went to the bathroom, there was absolutely no toilet paper in the women's bathroom, this is during a party. When the toilets was clogged, if I was paying $400, I would be a little mad,
Yes.
and again, just say.
Well, no, thank you, we need to, have feedback, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, but then there was like no toilet paper in the women's bathroom.
Well, is there a number there or someone they can call if something isn't correct?
Yeah, when we have rentals, our staff is still there, our pool manager is still there, our lifeguards are still there, so there's people there.
Is that number posted?
Yeah, on the front door, I always leave, the number that they can call after hours on the front door of the pool house and the office.
We leave out the bathrooms.
It is not on the bathrooms, no.
No.
But are you referring to the bathrooms by the pickleball court, or the ones in the pool house,
The
correct?
ones
Yeah.
at the pool house.
Yeah.
Now, the pickleball courts, I saw something like, still lately, like winter hours or something like that, do they still close at 4?
No, they're open until 9 o'clock now.
They're open
Yes.
till 9, when did that happen?
That happened on May 1st when our nighttime security guards came back.
Oh.
Yeah, all the bathrooms are open, so our off-season is November 1st through May 1st, and then everything is opened May 1st through November 1st.
Till 9,
Yes.
okay, so I don't know what happened there. I thought it was closed, but anyway, okay.
Ben, let me ask you, and I don't know where you're at expense wise, but you had $100,000 set aside for pulling concessions this year. Again, you're not quite halfway through, you spent 40,000, so you have 60,000 left. So, hopefully there might be some money left after that to put toward, buying new chairs.
Of the 100,000?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and if everything goes as planned, our only normal expense we have coming out right now is to purchase food to sell at the concession stand, if everything else goes as planned, so hopefully it'll work out nicely for us to do that.
Are you, marking up food?
Yes, so when I came on 3 years ago, I checked the cost of what the concession stand was charging and the cost of what we were paying. We were making zero money on any of it. We were losing money actually, so I increased everything that year. Not to make a ton of money, 25 to 50 cents per item. I did not change that last year, but I did up it again this year, 25 cents to 50 cents an item because the cost is getting more expensive. Also, I have all this in here too, not that we have to, it's really for you guys to look at, but if you move past the full page with the daily missions, I have a breakdown of everything that we sell, how much we've made to date on what we have sold on each of those pages. So again, we don't have to go step by step through that now, but just so you guys have it for your records, what we're selling things for and how much we're bringing in.
Ben, I have a question under general fund, my department, at the beginning of our notebook that you gave us, we have a graphic of the percentage of the budget by department, but I don't see park on there. Am I missing something? Several pages in, you had 2025, the pie chart.
The big, yeah, they're not, I didn't.
I just wondered what percentage, where do they fall? Okay, because, I don't know about you all, but after we approved the budget last year, for some reason or another, I got more pushback about the park budget than any other budget. And I think, just looking at it, it's because we pay for the venue out of the park, is that correct?
Yes.
Well, I think people think it's part of the park budget because it adds almost $100,000 or $75,000 or whatever it's adding.
Are you looking for the pie chart of where we are at this moment in time?
No, that I have,
Oh, okay.
It's in their packet, but if you go to page 6, the park budget compared to the percentage of the total budget is 3.49% of the total.
3.49,
Yes.
that's good to know, but still, I guess if that's how we're constituting the venue as part of the park, because of recreation and that sort of thing, probably we should say park/venue.
The venue is classified as a city park.
Okay,
That's
but
why, that's why.
the public doesn't know that. I mean, when they see park budget, they think the pool, what's in the park.
And the other thing is, that also includes Park on North, Mulberry, Victory Park, all the other parks, not just Jimmy Nash Park.
That's great to know, and I'm glad we're part of this conversation. I'm just saying, I think the reason we got pushback is because people don't know that the venue is considered a park and all of those other spots. So maybe we wanna say city park and city park venue, and all other parks or something.
Yeah, I think all the parks should be like included in that, and, Doris Daly should be
It is.
mentioned,
Yeah,
by name, just so people realize that,
maybe I'm the only one that got hate mail on it.
no, I do too.
Is there like a parks page or website?
We do have a website, it's not super user friendly, we're hoping to switch to what the city's using hopefully in 2025. It's through MyRec, and our park website is martinsvilleparks.com altogether, but it is, a lot of people complain about being challenging to use, and it is challenging to use.
And to answer your question, there is a link on the city's webpage to their webpage through departments. And so it will take you directly to the park page. We're working, to have a conversation with City Plus, who did our page, to see if we can integrate the parks page into City Plus, to make it more uniform and also cleaner and more user friendly.
And the reason why we can't do that right this second is because the point of sale system is built into MyRec. So we really can't blow up their website right now. We have to get,
For the concessions?
yes. So we at least need to be through the pool season before we really get into that.
And just one more emphasis, even on page 24 of 48, it says park, park. It doesn't say parks. I just think to be transparent, we need to say city park /venues/other parks. Because people out there think that this 971,000 plus is just going to the city park. Jimmy Nash City Park.
And I don't foresee any problem, I think, like Mr. Meredith said earlier, on the solid waste. That's a term that's been used for a long time, and you just can't say, oh, we're gonna change that today, there's a process. So if we wanna change it, we can, we just let Ben know so he can start that process.
Well, do we have to do that formally, like in a meeting, make a proposal and that kind of thing? Because I wanna propose that before we bring this budget up in a public, I know this is a public meeting, but at one of our meetings.
I guess my question would be, do we want to officially expand the Parks Department to say parks and venue? Or do you want it to be an internal thing that we externally share that says parks and venue?
So we've been with in-house, like in the park system, we've been changing everything to Martinsville Parks and Rec Department because that's what most parks and rec departments are called. So we've been already trying to transition our stuff into that because in the past it just said Jimmy Nash Park. So we've tried to change everything in our logos and the things we wear in Martinsville Parks and Rec Department.
Martinsville Park and Rec.
Yeah, we Parks and Rec Department is what we've been saying.
And what do you see you've been getting the complaints on from people, like not finding your page or?
Oh, our website, yeah, when they get to it, they have a hard time navigating it and registering for events on there.
Okay. What about the Facebook? Who, like the Facebook site? That's you?
That's me, yeah.
Okay.
So with the venue, since we're talking about parks and recreation, with the venue, Ashley, do you know for that 75,000, I mean, I know we purchased a lot of things this past big chunk of our expenses has already been accomplished.
Yeah, so every year, as long as we decorate for Christmas and of course with the tree, we already are guaranteed $15,000 off the door when the season starts for the company we have a contract with to decorate the venue, put up the Christmas tree, decorate that, and that's if, we don't wanna add anything to that in the future, it's that price point. Our staff currently is maintaining the lawn care there. That is something, if our staff is going to continue to do it, we need to get more equipment to do that, or we need to hire a company to be able to take over the grass. We do hire a company to spray the grass. I know it is looking a little rough right now if you guys have been by there. We're working on that. We had a lot of rain early on, so that caused some problems for the grass. A couple bigger things we do need to talk about, purchasing, if we're gonna continue to have the quality events we've been having there. Every time we show a movie, we pay a fee to a sound guy to come and set up the speakers and give us sound for that. It would be nice if we look into purchasing that on our own if we're gonna keep having the quality of events we have there, so we don't have to pay that every time we host an event.
What's his fee?
For the 4 movies he's showing for me this year, he charged me $2,500. And then we paid that last year. It's for the 4, yeah. So he kind of does a package deal for me. And he charged that last year as well, but that's already $5,000, we could invest into a sound system for us to have. We bought an inflatable screen a couple years ago for under $200 to show the movies on. If we're gonna keep doing movies, it would be nice if we can maybe think at some point in time about getting a screen that can, somehow be attached to the facility itself.
Who would handle taking that over with this individual?
Like hanging the screen or whatever.
I'm sorry, you said you would bring it in the house, who's gonna?
Our staff does it. So,
More staff?
yeah, our staff does it.
Less of an expense to just send it out and you sort of bring people in.
Well, our staff is already at those events anyways, right now, because our staff is the staff that packs up and closes all the roads, and we set up all the barricades, and then we have to sit there when events are going on to make sure people aren't bringing alcohol in, and then just tear it down. So our staff is already there for each event anyways. There's always at least 3 of us there to work those events, because it takes time to close down the roads for each of those events. Like I said, we have mowing, screen. I would like to add more events there as well, which that's that first sheet that I had you guys pull out, if you wanna pull that out.
Can we stay with the video for just a second? So we have $75,000 appropriated, or proposed. 15,000 is for the tree or Christmas decorations. 2,500 is for, the 4 things you pay the fee. You want a new screen, so then that leaves about 55,000 for lawn care and spray. What else?
Well, so every event we have to rent porta potties.
You have to what?
Right, porta potties, because we have no bathrooms. So that's about $7,000 a year we spend on porta potties, currently with the events we have. That's without adding anything extra. And the $75,000 is, we're not spending that this year, but we have events planned there. I didn't add any additional events there this year because the budget got cut so much last year. So the $75,000 is so we can add other events there and then be able to purchase more porta potties for the other events that we're having. So everything we do comes with a cost at the venue, because like I said, we don't,
How many people, I asked this last year, how many people are going to these events?
Okay, well, I know we're still talking about the venue, but that's what the sheet's for, if you guys wanna pull it up, so. Okay, so this is the event sheet. So I did approximate numbers of what we saw last year at the events we had last year. So we'll have to skim through some of this, because this is park and venue events together. But the movies, I'll be honest with you, it was the first year last year. Some are better than others, some are not well attended, but at all the years I've been doing programming, the first couple of years of any, like it grows each year, you can't give up after 1 year, we have to keep going back and trying. Now, is there a limit to stop trying eventually? Yes. Do I think we're there yet? No. Our first movie night last year, we had a massive crowd. This was 2023. We showed the Minions, we had a bounce house, we had a lot of people there. We were new to scheduling events for the venue last year. We messed up, we scheduled movies on Friday nights. Well, what happens when school goes back? Football plays games, right? So we lost a lot of attendance, I feel like, for movies there. Some nights we have have 40 people, some nights we have 15. This year we moved all of our movies to Saturdays. We had one over Eclipse. I did not attend that one because I was at the park running events, so I don't know. It rained that night too, so I'm sure the group was not high, the rate was not high.
What, I'm sorry, say again.
At the venue, we had a movie over Eclipse weekend. I was not at that one because I was at the park working an event. It rained that night though, so I don't know how many attended that show because I was not at that one.
Could you slow down just a little?
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I know you're probably nervous and everything, but just.
Oh, everyone tells
just
me
for
I
us
talk
to-
fast.
Huh?
Everyone tells me I talk fast.
Yeah.
So we showed another movie, it was Trolls Band Together. We had a good crowd for that one. I'd say we had 50 people there, which was better than what we were seeing at the end of last year. On the movie nights, do we make anything for movies? No. I mean, we have to buy the rights to the movies, which is $550 to $600 per movie. And then, of course, we have the fee of the sound system that we pay. But we do take candy, we do take drinks, we sell those items. Is it a ton? Does it put a dent in what we just spit out? No. But it brings some, something, a little bit of something back to us.
Where do you get the cost of those events? How do you determine that?
The events that I've already had in the past, I pulled the cost from how much it cost me the first time. The events that are new this year that I have not hosted, I just price checked from the other events that I do. Like the dances we do, I always get a DJ for them. That's $400.
Like the Halloween fest or the Wonderland celebrations at 5,000.
So-
Where are those numbers?
The Halloween Fest, this will be our third year doing it. We see over 1,000 kids coming through the park, and that's to purchase all the candy that we hand out and decorations. The community comes together nicely on that event. They decorate shelter houses for us. The radio station works really well. They make Shelter One a magazine of the park. But we also buy supplies and decorate a shelter house for the park staff, and that's where we hand out our candy. So that, and the candy is expensive, so that pretty much covers the cost of the candy we hand out to all the kids that come through. As far as the Winter Wonderland celebration, that, of course, we have the celebration, the lighting of the park. I always get activities for people to do while they're there, but the majority of that money covers the new lights we buy each year or the new plugs we have to replace on the lights that we have. So a lot of that cost covers the displays that we're putting out, or to redo the displays if they're out on light bulbs, because we have to make a couple big purchases October-ish to get ready for that.
And these are just events, these are not including the venue.
These are a venue and park events. So the concert,
Or something.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, the concert series, we have a concerts, I didn't break those down each line, I just put concert series on there. And we paid, we of course paid for that, but we paid for that out of last year's budget. And then
So
we,
it says paid out 2023 budget, what's the cost? Just,
I will have to look that up for you, I actually tried to look before I came and all my numbers were missing from my 2023 budget, so I gotta work on that. So,
Ashley, can you help me understand? So your column under the sheet you're looking at, some of the events make money, and then the ones in red are our costs, correct?
yeah, so we don't really make money on events. Most of our events are free. We have started charging for some events. Of course, the events we charge for are less attendance, right? So this year, I took on 13 new events between the venue and the park this year than what we did last year. Some of those are small, like you'll see I did January, February, March coffee and craft. That was just to get people out of their house to come to the family pavilion. I provided the craft that we were doing for that month, and we all sat together and had coffee and made crafts. Now they paid for that. We didn't really have a big programs department when I came along, so we didn't have supplies for anything. So a lot of this, like now we've built up our storage room with craft supplies, so it's not like every event we go to will have to buy more supplies. It's because we started with
So
nothing.
like the daddy-daughter dance, it looks like because it was $15 per person, that you made or profited $1,000, but you're saying the expenses that you had to invest to have that event balanced out, and you didn't have a profit there, but we didn't go in the hole?
Most of our events we do go in the hole for at this moment in time. The daddy-daughter
That
dance.
didn't have any red over to the right.
I'm sorry, what was that?
So is the last column in the red, are those things that went in the hole, those are the numbers?
Yes. So in the couple that don't have any, it's because they're new events, so we haven't bought anything for those events yet this year. So the ones that are blank, we haven't done anything with them yet. And those will be ticketed events, but we don't know how many tickets we'll sell. So that's why I have to buy the supplies and plan the event, and then hope that we sell the tickets, but I have to get everything going before,
I love your list of events, I think they're awesome, so.
Thanks. I do want to make money for you guys. I want you to know that. We're getting there, okay? I promise. Oh, I have good news to add to this
I know the
though.
park's not gonna make money.
Yeah.
Right? No illusion, but it's how you get closer.
Well,
Because when it says free, it's really taxpayer funded, right?
yeah.
I mean, it's subsidized by the people who pay taxes, so the closer we can get to that, the better. I mean, obviously, we benefit, from people using stuff, but personally, I see it. Maybe if you have creative ideas, that we can do something differently to kind of offset that cost, but we're still providing the service and free events to, as many people as possible. Maybe there's a way creative that you can come up with to.
I do want to share with you guys, so this year, for the Eclipse weekend, you see a couple of Eclipse items on here, those won't be here next year, that was a one-time thing. We did do parking, we paid for people to park at the park. And I also took donations, so like when we had our glow in the dark party, I took donations for that. When we had our bounce house day, I took donations for that. I got a grant from Visit Morgan County to pay for those things. So I did bring in, and I didn't break it up down perfectly, because again, a lot of those were donations. People are paying for parking, so it was hard to put it towards one thing. But we did bring in from that weekend alone, $4,614. So we are bringing stuff back in. The way our computer system is set up right now, that's not necessarily easy to show because all that was cash funds, so I deposit it into our account. But when they give us cash like that, it doesn't get ran through our computer system at this time, but hopefully in the future we can make that happen too.
So what did you
Elaborate on that? Like, what are you doing to change, or what do you have in mind?
Well, I would like a new computer system for starters.
Software or?
Yeah. Yeah, and even what we're using now, even with our concession stand, you guys can see it's pulling reports, right? That's how I have these reports because of the system that we're using. But for instance, our computers are not compatible with any credit card readers. So our teenagers have to hand enter the credit card numbers, and then they have to ask for the address and the phone number. These are 14 to 15-year-old kids.
What's the cost for this? That's
Um,
for the upgrade system.
I don't know the cost to upgrade the system yet. I know what we pay now is about $3,500 a year for what we're getting, which isn't horrible. I mean, it was cheaper than some of the other options when we looked at it. I did not pick the software, but I do hope, like I said, working with the city and getting on something they're using and finding a better point of sale system for us to use. Because it's all it takes, like I said, we're working 14 to 15-year-old kids, is all it takes is for them to enter a credit card number wrong and it doesn't come back at them quickly, right? So I hate to always say this is 100, I'm sure we have, raised a little bit more money in cash, that they probably miscount it, but I always count the cash money and get it deposited too. The manager signed that piece of it at the end of the night.
You're using a computer system for credit card sales?
I'm sorry, what was that?
You're using credit or computer for credit cards.
Yeah, actually tablets, and they have to hand in everything. We don't have a swiper.
Are you paying fees or?
They pay the fees, so everyone has to pay if they use a credit card.
So
The customer pays the fees, we do not pay the
Good.
fees. Yeah.
And that's our policy citywide.
Okay, good.
And to interject a little bit, we pulled up the summer concert series that was paid in 2023. That was $18,000.
And that-
How many minutes?
We paid that for 2 seasons, but eventually that will come back to that mini budget and we'll need that money there. We just had a little bit left over last year, so we paid it.
What's the main expense?
I'm sorry, so what's the main expense?
Yeah.
Really just paying that fee, and then Rob handles everything else for the concerts.
The 18,000 is the RV Productions. They
So
handle.
that's Rob's fee.
Yeah, and he books the performers and takes care of all that.
I'm kind of stuck on the credit card part. Have Have you thought about using a credit card? Like, at the Candy Kitchen, we use home bank, they give us 2 different credit card machines. All you have to do is put the card in, tap the card, everything's done, you don't have to enter anything.
Yes, with the system we're using, they're not compatible with the tablets, the devices that were bought. We had our, city IT guy come out several times last year, and he told us the same thing over and over again. So I'm not IT, I'm just telling you.
I feel like they're thinking about this.
So with Civic Plus, one of the reasons why we went with Civic Plus is they can do point of sale, they can also do a lot of different things. So the goal is to bring them into Civic Plus, so it's all in one system. And then we implement shop readers and all that, and then it becomes much more seamless.
What's the transition look like to make that happen?
Really, right now, it's just waiting for the pool season to conclude, because we have to build in their inventory. That's really
So
gonna
that's,
be,
once that's done, we can transition away with the website and the.
that is the plan. We're just, I don't wanna use the word stuck, I can't think of a different word. We're committed for this pool season to that software. You know, none of us in this room were involved with the decision making on that software, but it has gotten, the reporting is better than we had back in the day, because it was all just cash, so there was no tracking of inventory, so Ashland does have that now, but, yeah, we would all like it to be much more user friendly, but we're getting there, but right now we're just kind of in a holding pattern until the pool season's over.
And actually, Ashley and I spoke about this last night a little bit, just about for accountability wise, and for our board as well, but just to, get better reports, be able to, match it a little bit better, not be cumbersome, not know that, a teen has to enter that information. And a lot of parents may not feel comfortable just having you enter it, or writing their address down or whatever. So Ashley and I did have that conversation last night, and the board's fully aware of.
Yeah, I'd be a little worried giving a 14-year-old kid, here's my credit card, here's my address,
Yeah.
here's my mother's maiden name.
And he says, I have to go to lunch. So, anyway, yeah.
And we as an office are also talking to different software manufacturers, so you all are aware, we've been with Keystone forever now. We've been pushing them really hard to come up with a major upgrade. They committed to a timeline, which will be cloud-based, which will be much more user-friendly, and will have a lot more options to it. But we're, again, waiting on them to upgrade, because we prefer not to completely switch softwares if we don't have to. So there's a lot of moving parts in there, but unfortunately, we're just kind of waiting on a lot of things to kind of align so we can get going.
I want to give a plug to the Sunset Heights. I did one, I can't remember, I guess April maybe. But anyway, that was, I really enjoyed that. I met 2 couples, that one was from Lisbon, the other one was from Spencer, and they decided to meet in Martinsville, do the Sunset Hike, and then they were gonna go then to dinner here in Martinsville.
To Kevin's place, actually.
I'm sorry?
They were going to Kevin's place for the barbecue.
Oh, okay. So yeah, so I'm very, just out of curiosity, what's the $22 for?
It's just for the guy, Adam, who we pay to lead the hike.
I'm sorry, what?
It's for Adam, who we pay to lead the hike. It's just his fee
Oh,
that we pay. So that's all we're on those.
okay.
So yeah, we have tried to incorporate very, very free events to us other than staff time as well.
So I'm very impressed with that, and I thought it was really good.
Okay, I got a thought, I know you're scratching your head, but let me. Susie brought up about the venue and stuff, okay, and then you just brought up about the people, how they come out. And if we're gonna go through the process of renaming parks and rec or whatever, but if we're gonna have a civic theater come on, it's hard to, put numbers in how many, what the monetary benefit is to the downtown merchants.
The economic impact.
Right. From the concerts to what we're gonna possibly do in the civic theater. So should we form a separate entertainment department?
I think so.
And I don't know how we would name it, but if you put the venue and the civic theater on the same thing, that would take the heat off of the park, trying to get the entertainment, because again, this is more of an economic impact on these two things that are gonna bring down to our city. And maybe it makes sense to leave it at the park, I don't know, but it's something we need to think about.
Are those together gonna have a whole different board if we split them up? So the park will have their own board, but the entertainment, would they have a whole different board, or would it still be the park board?
Should they?
Seems like it should be consolidated, I don't know.
I like the entertainment name.
I know the venue is gonna be different than what the Civic Theater. I was at the high school last night for the music summer camps performance, and I had a lady come up. She's in the school system, she's in the drama club, and she wants to help me on a board bringing groups to the theater. This last year, Susie, the middle school had a play, and it was just in the John Wood gym.
Right.
She was asking, is the theater something that they would be able to use? Would there be a fee for using it, but it would give the students an opportunity to actually perform on stage? So that's where a board that's looking more toward entertainment might be more equipped to handle those types of decisions as the park board. I don't know, I'm just bringing that to discussion.
So you'd be pulling, money out of the existing park and moving it over? Because I look at you say entertainment, I look at the police having catastrophic failures with their Ringos, and, that's important, our safety, and so it's kind of I guess if it wouldn't impact, an increase in money that we need to bring in or whatever.
But it's just like, that they took a sum of money aside to whoever's going to manage the theater and put that in my budget. Well, actually, if we're gonna have an entertainment budget or whatever it's called.
What's the cleanest way to do that?
In my opinion, the cleanest way would be to designate a department and call it that, that's gonna oversee and run that.
So parks department or entertainment department, what would you do? Not trying to put you on the spot.
It kind of depends where we wanna go as a city in the next 10 years. I kind of think backwards, what's our end goal, and work backwards, that's just how my brain thinks. So, if we're looking at potentially civic center, I don't know if we're eventually looking at some type of sports complex or something like that. If that's the goal that we're going to as a city, I would start there, and then what would you call that? If that's where we're wanting to go in the next 10, 20, 30 years.
Well, think about McWhorter when the IU group came. The emphasis that they left us with that day was to put more focus on fine arts. Like you said, the drama, the theater, that kind of thing, and not just performance, but also arts within our community. So that would, in a sense, even be addressing that, because then it makes it a separate entity. It's distinguished. Recreation's one thing, physical exercise being out, being with family, but the arts are something totally different.
What
They're really
those
two things.
larger cities, what do they do? Or, comparable size, what's their structure of the?
A lot of them will have actually 2 departments, they'll have the fine arts, and then they'll have a parks and rec. And typically, the parks and rec will take on more physical activities, and the fine arts are more theatrical in nature.
So you could call it arts and entertainment.
That's typically what you'll see.
We need to work on that, because I see that's where we're going to be going, especially if we get more residents moving in and, needing quality of life type activities for people to have.
If I may, some cities have an arts council, it's part of the city structure, not an independent group like we have here in Martinsville. So that falls, and that's where a lot of that is channeled through, is through that arts council. We can have a conversation with some of our colleagues with AIM and ARA, and see what they're doing as well.
So the park board would really push that venue and that sort of thing. I mean, how's the park
be up to the mayor. I mean, I think we would go, what's best for the community. So if it makes sense for the community to go, for that to be, that's the way I would think that we would wanna go. So I feel like it's, it's whatever the council and the city deems appropriate.
I do think we have to recognize there will be overlap no matter what we do. So like if you do have a fine arts department and a Parks and Rec, it's very likely that Parks and Rec will still be using the venue for, I mean, they may have an exercise class or something there. So there will be a little bit of overlap, but I do think there's a lot of wisdom in more clearly defining departments. Because you do have a lot of confusion. People look at parks as Jimmy Nash Park. Well, there's a lot more to it than just Jimmy Nash.
Ashley could still, all these events could still coordinate, in her role, if that's the way you want to leave that. Or we could pull some of that,
Like, is there a way to, do a journal entry from one department to the other?
Okay.
Again,
Yep.
like if they are doing the mowing and she's doing events, then we can journal entry that money over
Oh, yeah.
to cover that.
Yeah, that's very easy to do. We can do that in the salary ordinance. We do that on several positions. My position's one, I oversee, the finances for different departments and they pay for part of my salary.
Because I do think that just from the board perspective, and I've been excited about what's happening and what they're trying to do up there. And so I like that collaboration with the venue and the park and all that. But I also see the need to separate it, as you're saying, so. Still a way to work together.
This is just small, but can the people at the pickleball courts go over and get concessions, buy concessions, do they know that's available?
It is not unlocked through the outside gate, just so we don't have people sneaking into the pool. If it's something they wanted to do, they could tell the front desk staff, they let them go back and do it, but we do not leave it open, or leave that gate unlocked.
Oh, okay, so there's no way.
Yeah, we don't even leave this, we open the splash pad to the public, but you know how it goes all the way through to the pool? We lock it there now too, so people can't sneak in. So if you're in the pool, you have to exit the pool to go play the splash pad. But that's to keep people from trickling into the pool that didn't pay to go to the pool.
I can see that, but I'm thinking that all those people at the pickleball court, that'd be a good way to sell some concessions
Yeah.
and food and stuff, But I understand, yeah, policing this would be a nightmare,
Yeah.
sure. That'd be-
And then to answer your question you asked a couple hours ago when I was still over there, so 2023, and this is just for shelter house rentals, pool rentals, the things we're doing at the pool, the stuff we sell at the pool. We brought in $128,000 for 2023. Right now, this year, as of yesterday, we were at $89,000. So I mean, I feel like we're definitely going to go above what we did last year, this year at the rate we're talking. Huh?
The weather is helping.
Yes, it is helping. So that is where we're at with that. Is there any other questions?
So when it goes to the 18,000 for the venue, for Mr. Reynolds, I guess, to do that, how's that process? Don't take this question as, I'm just curious, like, how do you guys, arrive at who's gonna be doing that? Like, what's the process? I'm just curious.
So the city has always worked with Rob, but when Rob comes to, so I don't know how they work that out, but Rob and I work together. He lines up the acts, he gets the sound guy for that, he puts out all the flags. My staff, does the lawn care, they get the facility ready to be used. We do all the road closures, I book all the food trucks that we have there, any extra activities we might have there goes through me. So that's kind of how we break that piece up.
Are you wanting to know, like, who picks the?
Yeah, like, one business is like the process that, who, is it just the fact that he's available, he's the only one, or, I don't know, I'm just curious how we arrive at that, in setting up the.
I think he's the only one that's come to the city to make this offer. As far as, promotes.
Yeah, if someone else wanted to do it, is, what's the,
They just need to come in and show us what they are offering.
sure,
And maybe a situation where, okay, if Rob has these dates booked and somebody else wants to come in, they're more than welcome to. If they wanna bring in the quality of acts that Rob brings over the last.
I'm not,
No, I'm
you
just.
know, I'm
but
just
I-
curious, you know, if
but-
we do an arts type thing, is that something that's gonna be that department handles that, is that gonna be like a bidding process? But I would imagine if we establish something that's more concrete than what we have now.
Right now, Rob he is working on the dates for next year, he'll give it Ashley, these are the dates we've got for the concerts, and she has the dates available for anybody else that wants to come into the venues to do whatever. So if somebody else wanted to come in and say, hey, I wanna promote, and I've got 8 acts I wanna bring in, then he would talk to Ashley right now, because it's under the parks jurisdiction. She can say, okay, these are the dates that we have open for you. And Rob's real careful too, not to schedule something downtown when there's something out Cedar Creek. That's the big competitor.
Just say like, as, you know, if we grow like we want to, you're likely gonna have other people, you know.
Right,
And
and,
they're at, or, you know, thing, and so, you know, just making sure there's a process that's, you know, and maybe there's not a process, maybe it's just whatever.
and that's where, if we break it apart, you know, my vision for the theater would be, there's something there every weekend. Whether that's an ensemble coming up from IU, whether that's a comedian that's been booked, and those will be ticketed events. There's 303 seats.
Yeah, a little over 300.
That'll be available. So those events will be ticketed, there'll be a charge for those. Are we going to make a lot of money? No, we're hoping that we sell those tickets, we pay for the act, and we'll bring enough to help offset those expenses that we're incurring there. It may take a year or two before it actually cash flows itself, but I foresee that that's happening. Ashley was mentioned about the movie rooms. Well, the weekends that we don't have something booked, then I see us getting a first run movie showing Friday night, twice on Saturday and on Sunday. And again, those are things that would help draw people into downtown to make the downtown merchants happy, hopefully. But again, we're liable to get a few merchants downtown saying, well, there's no place to park. You go to the mall, you're still walking a distance to get into the building. But our goal would be to use that facility, and whoever's in charge of that, they know they can't book something in the theater at 6 o'clock Saturday night, and you're gonna have a concert out here at the venue at 6 o'clock Saturday, that's not gonna work. So whoever does this, that's what makes sense maybe to take it into one department, so that they can coordinate the whole schedule.
Yeah, who makes the decision as to who is able to sell adult beverages and things like that out there?
They typically come through me. Cedar Creek did it last year. They didn't come to us, we just reached out to them. But Michelle Keller is doing it this year for us, and they do give us a percentage of what they sell. She cuts us a check every night when she's done.
And Mr. Coffey had to go to a family reunion, so, but I would say, you gotta have a certain type of liquor license to be able to do that, so just not, Northside Inn couldn't have come in, if it's still there, couldn't have come in and just made beverages available, they've gotta have some certain type of liquor license.
So you said if Michelle then cuts you guys a check?
Yes, she gives us 10% of her sales, so the first check for the last concert was like $130, and then the second one we received was for $105. So she cuts us a percentage of it.
And are you allowed to bring in your own?
No,
No.
you cannot bring in, you can bring in your own regular drinks, you can't bring in your own alcohol, because we sell alcohol there. That's why we, for the concerts or the events we sell alcohol, that's why we put those bicycle racks up, and that's where my staff comes into play and mans that gate to make sure nobody's bringing alcohol in. It's just a state law.
It's liability issue.
And Ashley and I met with the excise gentleman last year.
I'm sorry, what?
The excise gentleman met with him last year to make sure we were up to date on all the laws and what we could and could not do.
Okay, gotcha, okay.
If we get somebody to come to that theater with a lineup, drama, all these plays and stuff are starting to get a lot bigger. I got buddies, I've never been around it, never really liked it, but I got buddies the last couple of years, I'll be honest with you, the last couple of years that their kids are getting into it, their kids are my kids' age, and I'm kinda started to keep an eye on it and watch it, and I'm like, man, these kids are it's kinda neat to watch them go through all this. You know the book, you know the song, and now you're watching them play it out. Are we going to, like this venue downtown, start paying somebody? Rob, in this sense, are we gonna start paying somebody to bring these 6, 8, 10 shows?
I think that would fall, if we create this, and I'm just gonna use arts and entertainment, council. And like Max said, we'll check with, other cities, like with the ARA that we're members of, that's similar size, what do you have available, and we'll do some checking. But I would say who's ever in charge of that, that's gonna be their responsibility, because I know the Merrimack players, I mean, right now, they're down at the depot, and they can get maybe 30 people in for a show.
Yeah, that's right, never mind.
So they've gotta have 10 or 12 shows just to get a decent number of people through. They can come in and do one show or one weekend at the theater and have all kinds of people be able to come in. And I think, again, that will promote interest because they make it look like it's fun. And last night, this camp that the school had, it was 3 weeks, and those students had a fantastic time. And there was probably, it wasn't sold out like it would be for like the high school musical or something, but I bet there was 500 people there easily. In the auditorium.
Free performance, James and the Giant Peach.
Yeah, yeah, and those are the type of things that, again, sometimes Martinsville has had a bad reputation. And this is the way we're going to change it, especially if we get people from IU, like the School of Music, to come up and at Christmas time and give a performance with an ensemble of something. But again, those would be ticketed events that we can help generate and help offset expenses we already have for them. But again, if we can get 300 people to come in for a show, Mr. Badger, how's that gonna affect your business?
Good, I hope.
Chief Green, you left, how's that gonna affect? You know, those are things that we need to try and start doing. And you're absolutely right. I think people's mindsets are changing, and I never thought I'd go watch a play, but my grandsons got me hooked.
I'm glad you're using someone local for, with Michelle, with their venue, that's awesome. That's wonderful. Someone.
I want to ask a quick question, since the mayor brought it up about the parking. Have we ever thought about talking to Craig Finneman about the lot over there to use for weekend events? Because I know Alexis has that parking lot used mostly through the week. On the weekends, they don't.
Lexus is, people come in.
I know. But they allow for their parking.
Excuse me, what's your question,
If there'd be a chance that we could use that parking lot for event parking, like the theater the civic theater when it opens. I mean, it would be parking right behind it and everything, all that.
You're talking a lot behind V3 on Main Street?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of times Michelle has, events going on, people will park there. So I know it says, violators halt, but
Right.
I've never heard of anybody getting towed.
How many parking spaces are there?
20?
Maybe. I don't know, really. Anything's better than that. I know Party Fest is gonna use it, I think, for the craft vendors. We got permission from him for them to be able to park there as opposed to on the street, taking up street parking.
I think you'll find Mr. Finneman willing to help however he can to help promote the arts in our community. Great discussion. You might have any more questions for Ashley?
Not a question, but a statement. The mama. I got 2 boys that frequent that thing every single day. They carry in trash, they take out trash, they take it all with them, they use them trash cans. That pond's in awesome shape, the fish are,
Thank you.
the turtles are being erratic, they're trying to get some of the turtles to.
Our, fountain is broken again, it broke last year, we had to replace it, so it's a process, we gotta get out on the boat and go in there and pull it out, and so it takes all of us, and hopefully we don't tip over, so we gotta get working on that, but.
I just know when you're gonna do that, I might come up and watch.
It is a good show, I don't think I got off the boat last year, drifted off to the side. I was like, we're gonna tip over.
You have to treat it outside or something to keep the.
No, and actually, DNR reached out to me at the end of last year, and they're going to donate fish and put them in stock, of course, in October this year too. And
And Josh,
DNR reached out.
and Josh, the minimum would be that big, so.
I'll start fixing over.
Well, thank you guys for your time.
And actually, I'll do the same thing like I mentioned Major Manley and Chief, Green. I'll call you with them, and if we have questions, we'll call you.
Okay, perfect, thank you guys.
And I just wanna say real quick, I'm a big supporter of the trail, and, thank you for keeping the trail up, and I love the trail, that's, oh my gosh, that is just like heaven on earth.
Yeah.
Using that trail, and I'm on that almost daily.
Both got my email in response to the gentleman yesterday. Okay. You want me to have that? Go ahead. I mean, your schedule's been shot.
Yeah, that is quite fine with me. Nobody wants to hear me talk anyways.
I was asleep over there, so.
You want me to start with sanitation, or what do you want me to start with?
Sure.
Page.
Yeah, sanitation is page 18. We kind of went through some of this, but I'll go through it again, and then ask away. The salaries, as I mentioned to you before, sanitation, we have 5 employees that we're paying for. Everything below is the same until you get to PERF, FICA, and Medicare, and that's just a function of salaries. They went up. Everything else is the same till you get down to motor supplies, and basically we've not had enough. The equipment really gets used up there, the skid steer, and we talked about the compactor. So we felt we needed to increase that to cover those expenses. The telecommunications, basically that's to pay for a cell phone and possibly a credit card, machine or fee to implement that. Right now, they can either have an account with us, like if you're like Wes Knox, he has an account where you can pay by cash or check. And everybody's using debit cards. So we need to get into the 21st century on that deal. So that'll cover that. The capital improvements is a bump, and that's needed, as I mentioned to you, for the scale. The trailer is in horrible shape up there, so that's probably one of the first things we're gonna have to tackle is the scale in the building that they operate out of. For the scale overall, decrease of a little over 4%, and I am optimistic, can't make any promises, but the trend is good, that we're controlling our expenses and our costs. Revenue has been up, so we'll give you more information as we get a few more months under our belt.
And Max brought up the scale a couple times. You know, we keep on working on this, but the thing is, about half of our scale is not on our property. So we really need to get that.
It's not on city property.
No.
The gentleman's property line to the north comes about halfway down the middle of it. And he's been very cooperative.
Is there a cost associated with that?
No. So, but at some point, we need to get it over on us.
And that, the moving of the scale, a new one, that's what this capital purpose.
Yes, sir. And there's needs for the building. This is gonna be an ongoing thing if we're gonna stay in, hauling our own trash and everything.
So what's the plan to do that? Like,
Get the money right now, we're keeping the scale that we have going. It's not ideal, we could probably get another year out of it, I'm guessing. But at some point, we're definitely gonna have to get it off, get it on our property, move it over some, get a new scale. We're looking at $150,000 to $175,000.
So you just, when you move it, you dispose of it, or it just put a new one in? Is that-
Yeah, we'll put a new one in, yeah, it'll be all be new.
And
Yeah.
probably do away with that trailer that's there and build, you know, we talked about down here, at the Mulberry Street Water Department, the building that we built for the bulk water that people can come and get. We could probably build something very similar to that to house for the guys and the equipment.
In the
Unless-
same area?
Same vicinity,
Same vicinity.
but it'll have to come to the south.
Is that one building with that butts up with compactors?
Oh, okay, the new building?
No, he's talking about the one that was added on,
Oh.
we went through you can see through the cracks and
If I could, I'd tear it down,
Yeah.
it's pathetic.
we thought about trying to revamp that, because some of the sides that came down weren't on anything, and they're starting to rust out, so it doesn't make sense to try to fix that.
How long has it been there?
It was done in 17 or 18?
Not as long as it looks like.
Yeah. Yep, it's not very, good questions? Okay.
How much property do we have up there?
You know, we get that little pie, I'm guessing at the acreage, and I've seen it before, and then it wraps on around behind, I wanna see, Phil, 6 acres, does that sound right?
It does, of course.
Close.
Right.
So there's enough room to
Right.
what we're
Yeah.
looking to do.
Yeah, we can keep it there, I mean, we have plenty of room.
Is there room, I mean, is it to make it more efficient and a better, you know?
We've already made it honestly more efficient, but there's a lot more to do.
And when we move it over, we realize we can't get it too close to the building, because then you restrict the trucks being able to
Yeah,
come off,
that's why I was
turn
asking.
around and.
Size of property.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
you know, how much do you have to relocate it, and then, you know, just got, you know, electrical, and all the stuff that goes with moving. something.
We would need to move it 15 feet,
Probably.
15 feet.
You have exactly 6 acres there. That's really good memory. That's impressive.
Anything else? If you're good on that, we can go to page 22, which is the street. And we're actually gonna be going down almost 8%, so what's not to like? Again, I sat in your seat, I always wanted to know how many people, what are we doing? Again, there's 13 people that we employ at street/garage. There's 5 in sanitation, 13 there.
Does that include people below? Is that?
Yes, sir.
Concession?
That's, yep.
And how many people is the park employed to mow?
How many does the park employ? I think it's 5.
It's just mow.
Then,
Oh,
yeah,
two more.
they have 2 mowing.
Full-time, that's all they do.
It's seasonal, but yeah.
Seasonal, okay.
But I don't know if they mow every day or not, because Rick Heacock's one of them, but I don't think he works 5 days a week.
No, I think he's working 3 days a week. So, yeah, I don't think they work 40 hours a week. I think they rotate. I think it's being mowed 5 days a week, but it's a different person. I think they're job share, basically.
So we got 18 guys or just 13?
No, we have 13 in the street, and we have another 5 working for sanitation, so it's 18 altogether.
Now, is there a reason that we have the sanitation people on the street?
We don't,
They're separate?
yeah, you got
Okay.
the sanitation.
Yeah, I just have it written down here, that's, okay, that's fine.
Now, before they work, everybody's good, that's when we decided, okay, we need to break out and pay it.
Yeah, that's what my confusion.
And, you know, when you're talking about grass cutting, not only we inherited 41 or 2 acres from the state, we're also now mowing the levee every other week. And we intend to keep that nice, looking, and eventually may become used for trails or something else, who knows? And in the south levee, we will do the same thing when that's built. We will maintain that so that there's a nice look to it.
We'll keep the trees out.
Yeah. We've got to move 53, or remove
state wanted to get rid of it. Took it, battle back and forth, you know, they didn't think it was a levy, but yes, it is your levy. So that's when they made that $5 million available to us, and that was a $3.6 million contract, we just left to get it back up to standards, because FEMA wouldn't rate it, or, pass it. So that $3.6 million, are gonna remove all the trees, and then that levee leaks out of the base, they're gonna put a tow drain down.
They're gonna do this
Yeah,
to release it.
yeah, because we told them we would take it and maintain it, but we're not gonna take something that's not certified.
Sure.
So that's when they.
And that affects like flood insurance and stuff.
Oh, yeah, and we've already had, I don't know how Josh is, if he's been approached yet, but we've had several residents down in West Washington Street coming in and calling because we've got flood insurance now. Well, we've been talking about this for about 3 years, telling you that it was going to happen. So once this gets done and south of it gets built, then FEMA will come in, recertify it, and take away the flood insurance. So it's a temporary thing.
Okay.
Other than that, telecommunications, we lowered that, and basically it's just some phone expense on there, but are there any questions on the street?
Where's the north levy again? I'm sorry, where did you say that was at? We had to remove the trees from?
Yeah, it's on the riverside, and it's just over the years, trees have, you know, worked their way and started growing, and it's basically at the toe of the levee, but you can't have that because the root system gets in and then will create eventually leakage, seepage. That's what we're facing now, is the seepage. There's no way of correcting it, you know, other than tearing the levee out and redoing it. We're not gonna do that, so we're gonna put the system in that will catch it behind when it does in a huge, huge flood. And it'll go into this trough, the motors will pump it back over into the river.
And maintaining this will be something that will be our responsibility, so these generated motors will be checked every month, make sure they're operational. There's gates that will go in, down around the railroad tracks, the railroad is really difficult to work through all of this. So,
Railroad tracks, there by Bader's?
you know, on down into the field there. And that, the one lady that came in this week that was quite upset with us, what she didn't understand was we had drawings, we'd send it to 14 different agencies. If one agency made a correction, it had to come back, be redrawn, and sent back out to all 14. So it took a while to get everybody on the same page. But that's happened, and we opened those bids, and no, we submitted, we'll open them the second meeting in July.
Right. Also, just finding the amount of clay that we need, because it's a certain type of clay, and we're gonna be, 8,000 triaxle loads. So we're moving a mountain to build this levee. And, Gary was very good in working with, we located it in south of Gosport, John Jones's property, which was tied up in a situation. Gary started working with a gentleman out of Ohio that was held paper. They walked it through the courts and made it available. Otherwise, the hauling would have been from a much greater distance. It would have just driven the cost up astronomically. So it'd come up from Gosport, cross the bridge, right there, and hopefully not be tying up traffic or causing problems. Pardon me?
Completion, like when is he anticipating?
It has to be done by in 26.
Yes.
But we're hoping that they can get started yet this year and be done by the year 25. But the money that the state allocated to us has to be done by in 26. Correct.
And the irritating thing about all this, just 1 minute, is the fact that it was the Federal Highway Administration or whatever, the 39 was the levy. But they changed the rules, and you can't have a road on a levee. So voila, even though that thing would hold back the Mississippi River Bad number.
And we talked with, both senators, Ron and Young. Gary took both out there to show them, you know, what it is, and this is work. And you got two federal agencies telling us we're in between a rock and a hard place. They couldn't do anything. Or, yeah, we're being, yeah, they couldn't do anything.
How many, sidewalks do you guys pave this year? That's quite a bit.
In total, since we really started 2.5 years ago, we're probably at 3.5 miles, which sounds like a lot, but when you realize we've got 81 miles of streets, we have 265 roads. Not all of them have sidewalks, some of them have, you know, here and there. I've always said it's probably 120 miles. The sidewalks, we got a long way to go. Long way to go. It's just like how do you eat an elephant? We're just doing it the best we can. We're doing it based on severity of, well, we first wanted to try to get the schools, the sidewalks leading the schools done first. Now we're going, basically for trip hazards, where the sidewalks are the worst. And we're trying to do it by area. So.
How's the pathways from like the downtown parking? Are they in pretty good shape?
I think downtown, you're in pretty good shape. A lot of that was done, what, 15 years ago, Phil, maybe, on that, so they're still in pretty good shape. Now, Kimley and Horn had done a master plan for downtown, they wanted them all tore out and redone, but I don't see it. They're all handicap accessible, so it'll be interesting to see what the county does inside the courthouse.
What do you mean?
Well, when they remodeled the courthouse, they realized that, you know, the parking downtown is instrumental to our downtown businesses. So they're trying to figure out, okay, how can they maybe shrink down their grass area to maybe have angle parking all the way around, which would increase the parking quite a bit. So
You're saying less grass area?
less grass area for them because they'll need to go into that grass to put the parking.
I've heard they've been trying to, just rumors, it was trying to increase their green space.
Originally it was.
Well, I think with the diagrams that Kimley Horn presented back in 17, 18, somewhere in there, yeah, because they wanted it all, festival friendly, I think is the term they used. That the conversation that we've had with the county, they understand that we need to have as much parking as possible.
You think they'll the housing development across the, the interstate there?
Yeah.
These people are gonna come over, I would, assume.
Well, and our hope,
It'd be nice to have a way to get.
right now, we've got a small stretch back in front of the trailer park we need to put a sidewalk in.
Right.
Then there should be connectability all the way around out through. And we got a small stretch on Hospital Drive that's not handicap accessible, gotta go over the ditch. And that's kind of where, how we're gonna do it, because we're Morgan Street and Hospital Drive up to about the hospital. The hospital starts with a walking path, and that goes all the way around to the Grand Valley and so forth. So we've got to get that small stretch taken care of. So
What's the stretch, how long would you guys?
and that's between Morgan Street and, a hospital.
It'd be about 2.5 blocks.
But after that, then yes, there is connectability all the way around.
So does that have any priority in the?
Is that what?
Have any priority in the scheduling of the sidewalks?
It hadn't, just because NDOT hadn't released for us to go up there and walk
They
yet.
haven't released it now?
Nope. They haven't released it yet. I don't think they're gonna release the contract until the end of the year, when they say, well, we're done, and then we're gonna be released. That's my guess.
What's the holdup, you think?
The state, NDOT, just, that's what they wanna do.
And they know they can do it. And it's just like the properties. We'd really like for them to start selling some of the property, because there's a developer that wants to buy, on Ohio Street, right? They're south of the new gas station.
All those houses that they took.
Yeah, there's a developer that has an option on those houses, but the other that's empty there, the state's holding. And the developer's option's running out on those homes.
Yeah.
So he would really like for the state to, get those properties moved.
Thanks for that.
So, but they kind of walk at their own pace.
Quick question on the levy, not really the levy, but it seems like water things are coming down from Indianapolis. Is there a boat ramp out in 39 or 67?
No, there's no boat ramp there. I found that out the hard way myself, kayaking.
Yeah.
It's a bear to get out.
Is there a chance? Anything?
The state controls that. They're the ones that put those boat ramps in. There's one up 2.5 miles further up, and then the next one is Henderson Ford. The next one south of us is Gosport.
There's one at Bergen.
I mean Paragon, I'm sorry, Paragon, yeah.
Your petitions to get the state to do that.
I would guess it'd probably be the county since that's actually their.
Funny story, my sweet wife, we go kayaking, and I said, let's put in at Henderson Ford and take out at Paragon. And, as the crow flies, it's like 8 or 9 miles. So I said, sweetie, it'll be 4 or 5 hours, no problem. Well, rivers do this. Now, they don't follow the crow. I think it was like a 10 or 11 hour kayaking venture that day, and she was a good sport about it. But you're right, it would be nice to have one there.
Would it be worth talking to the county about it?
Well, and I think that's where, we've had conversations with Commissioner Hale, about what they've done up at Waverly and being able to bring that on down into Martinsville and come along the river.
We discussed that with the trail or something with the levy. Don't we own property out?
Yeah,
There was some talk about putting soccer fields or something out there.
well, the exact location, I don't know. There's some agreements and use on the levy and all that, so that has yet to be worked out.
It would probably be on the south side before it goes, yeah.
Okay, you wanna do water next, that's page 36.
Are you holding water too?
Yeah.
Max got it all.
No, I don't have a lot,
I thought Heather would be.
but water, she does the utility office. She's over the utility office, she's on vacation, and she's thrown in on these numbers. On water, again, we have 10 employees. Actually, in the field, we have 3 in the utility office, and then 10 employees that are actually working with water and sewer, not counting wastewater treatment. Wastewater treatment, there are 3 employees. If you go down to salaries, $233,000, that's for water. We carve it up based on responsibilities and, quite honestly, funding. So there's 4 figured into that 233. If you slip down a little further, there's 200,000 for chemicals and 200,000 for materials and supplies. That's kind of a catch-all for the Cunningham plant. I forget, Ben, help me out, does wastewater treatment, do their chemicals come out of that too?
No,
No.
there's some kind of different line.
Okay. And then right below that, you see there's 280, it says filters, that's for the carbon. We're not sure what's gonna happen there, Mayor, if you wanna.
No, the EPA said all along, I remember sitting here in 16 or 17, EPA presenting that they were gonna take care of the carbon filters. We've been in conversation with them, in fact, you'll see the utility pole back here in the back parking lot, EPA is gonna bring in a couple more a trailer and have it here for maybe a month, and they're still doing some more testing. A year ago, Eric, the gentleman from EPA, Ideum's one's gonna be paying for this carbon filter. So, started to talk with them, they wanted to make sure that our plant was as efficient as possible. So they came down and did some studies, was there maybe a week, confirmed that, yes, it is operating as efficient as possible, so they are gonna start paying, for our carbon filter. That was what, $180,000 last time?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So, we just changed it 4 months ago, 5 months ago.
Yeah.
So we've got a little bit of time, and hopefully that'll be something we won't have on here that they will start taking care of.
Have they said whether that's going to be a reimbursement or if they're leaning towards just paying it up front?
You know, the gentleman called a month or so and said, you know, he hadn't let the ball drop, but he's supposed to get a letter, an MOU to Dale through, so I have.
It's in the hands of the attorneys, was his direct quote. We all know what that means.
Who's gonna pay for the carbon filters?
I didn't want to.
Okay.
Who?
I did.
Great.
And just going back to the salaries there,
Yes, sir.
that $33,000, that is for 10 people?
No, that's for 4. We're pulling 4 from that fund. You'll see further on down, where we're paying for the others, and I'll explain it as we go. But that one is just for 4 for water.
Is that the office personnel or?
No, you'll see that further on down. I'll show you. I skipped over one, the $86,200. It's pilot, that is payment in lieu of taxes. That's something that, Ben, you wanna explain that to them?
So to generate taxes, what we do is we charge the water utility a payment and they pay the general fund every year. Sewer does the same thing. So you'll see that in the sewer line also. This is something that the council approved back in 2019, if I remember correctly. So it's been in there for a bit, and the payment is static. So that was part of our agreement with part of the bond proceeds that we did back in 18, and then it took effect in 19, so.
Okay. If you skim on down to the next, this will answer your question on utility office salaries, 100,000. That pays, I don't know who's split in half, but that's for 1.5 employees, from the utility office. And I'll show you where the other 1.5 is paid for here in a moment. The rest of it is what it is. Overall, we're decreasing a little over 4%.
I think that, and what you were looking at, on this particular line, this particular page, salaries are buried on down. It's not the top line. You're looking at perf at that 26,000. That's not the salary line. The salary line is actually 233,000. Okay. Because you said something about salaries being 32,000, and it's, I think you might be looking at it, and that's actually perf, so.
No, I was looking at maybe I said it wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe I said it wrong.
Are there any questions on page 36? And I will tell you that once IDEM starts reimbursing us or whatever they do for the carbon fillers, that will certainly help our profitability. There's 2 things that are cutting in right now to water big time. It's the carbon filters, that cost, and the radio read meters, and we've just about got that done. We've only got maybe 70 meters yet to put in. Most of them are commercial, so it's gonna be a job putting them in. But by late summer, early fall, we should be totally radio read.
How many readers do we have?
We have 2 right now. That will change.
Okay.
That will change. No one's gonna lose their job.
Well, I'm not saying losing jobs.
Yep, no.
So if you can utilize 2 people or
Yep.
instead of that.
You're always gonna need one. even though it's read very quickly, they also are assigned to go out, they get tasked daily. People are complaining, hey, my water bill's high, they go out and actually read it, check it, make sure to see if it's running. If it's running and they're not using any water, they got a leak. So they help detect leaks.
How long does it take them to read software now?
Well, they drive around literally and it's picked up by a device.
Yeah.
Versus, let's say, before we had the radio.
Yeah, your radio reads really, as long as you're going around 10 miles per hour, it'll read, so you don't have to stop.
So how long does it take to read the city?
With one person, when we're fully, a couple days.
And again, we're on quadrant billing, so they'll have a certain quadrant they'll read today. And we're hoping that we can also utilize that person back with, getting the whole repairing leaks and so forth.
I asked this last year, I'll ask it again, but when these guys report their time spent doing certain activities, are we reporting that? I'm gonna go read meters today, drive around, because he's not always doing that, right?
His function is always water. So we don't track him because everything he does is related to the water department. No, we don't really track it. I mean,
Probably the only way we track would be when they come in and do overtime, whether that's
Yeah.
water leak or a backup sewer.
You have overtime on here, Mac,
mhm.
but I'm presuming that's not for the person that we were just talking about tracking. I'm presuming that 5,000 is for the 1.5 employees in the office. This is the only page that I've seen overtime on. I'm kind of curious. So would they be able to flex their hours instead of charge overtime?
We are paying overtime.
So most of the salary lines, a couple of years ago, we made the transition to include overtime in the salary lines, because we were running into problems where some departments were using more overtime, but going with fewer employees, so it was cheaper to actually have the overtime line. So that was something that was changed, I think it was 2 years ago. Most of them are included. Where it's separated out on the utility office, because their positions are usually more defined on hours. I mean, they're not getting called in for water leaks, those types of things.
Right,
That's
so
why it's
theirs is in-house, in an office. So if they had to work over one day, could they work shorter the other day, flex their hours, so we don't have overtime?
No, with the union, no, you can't, they're guaranteed 8 hours, correct?
Yes.
So, no, we can't do that. The union really, and we have a great relationship with the union. It's not a problem. We don't mind paying our guys and gals overtime. We just want them to earn it, for it to be legitimate. When we call people in, we've got them for 2 hours. So if there's something other than that leak or a situation, we have the right to use them for something else, and we do. We also have the right on the weekends when we have to have someone come in to do what they call the dailies. They have a checklist that they have to go through, water and sewer. Wastewater is the same way. They gotta come in and check, make sure everything's working. And usually, while they're there, and if a situation comes up, there's a really bad leak or something, Frank or I will get a hold of the person that's on duty, and we try to utilize that time. While they're there, let's use them. So we try to be as efficient as we can, but we gotta pay them their overtime, when they get called in.
Exactly, just from being involved with human resource with the school district, which is the largest employer in Morgan County here in Martinsville, we eliminated overtime the last year. We're saving, because we've monitored that monthly, we're saving tens of thousands of dollars, so I don't know, there are situations, we have a leak, or we have a heater out, or it's snowing, we have to, shovel, or those kinds of things, but we have just eliminated overtime, comp time, and it's been huge for our budget.
I reviewed every payroll voucher for water, sewer, all that, and we watch overtime. I have to do a recap for Ben and the mayor every weekend on overtime. We're watching it the best we can. We cannot do away with it.
And it's situation too with the union contract. If we weren't union, then there's some things we could do a little bit different. But if you came in and started telling the guys, we're gonna do away with the union, oh my gosh, it did nervous wreck, because there is protection there. We are gonna start negotiations with the union here next month or so, because it's time to renew the contract again. But there are certain guidelines that we can't get around.
Well, with those negotiations, do we have a team that represent, you know, the budget end of it for the city? I mean, we have a group here that this contingency, right, that is part of that negotiations.
And historically, Ben has been the mayor and city attorney and clerk.
I mean, just finding out, for example, that the city, we pay over 90% of the health insurance premium. That is considerable. Like the school district only pays 62% of the premiums for employees. And, you know, that's just another way to chunk out a big, you know, group of monies if we needed to. Maybe not to pay quite as much in insurance. I know it's a great thing for employees, but, you know, as health insurance rises, to continue to pay more. What are we paying, Ben, on health insurance? 90, did you say 94%?
Of the premium,
Yes,
we're right at 91%.
91. You know, I mean, in the future, as we negotiate, we might not wanna move upward of paying more insurance, maybe even come down if we could, but that's a lot.
It's hard to take away.
Yes,
It is hard to take away.
yes.
I turn in every weekend, I come in and do a recap on the overtime, as I said, for Ben and the mayor. Those records are available anytime you wanna see them. And it would be interesting, Ben, to actually put a figure to it, so we could tell them overtime was running X%. I think you'd be very, very happy.
What we started doing at the school district was by department with the overtime, and then honed in to each individual within that department. And then we could see who, where, what was getting the most, you know, every pay. So it's every 2 weeks, we looked at overtime for the last year. And we're down to 0 now. But it took some trimming and some rearranging, some organizing of schedules. But, you know, it's hard, like you said, to cut things that people become used to overtime as being part of their salary. And they get used to us paying 91% of their insurance. But, you know, if we would gradually do that, then the expectation would be lesser.
And Susan, the question I'd have for you, what kind of items were you having on your overtime, where most of our overtime is, hey, somebody's got a water leak, it's running down the street.
Same things.
It's something we've got to.
Or a storm.
Same thing, storm, have to remove limbs, water leak, roof, you know, something, those same sorts of things, taking ice and snow off of, you know, parkways and, you know, driveways, that kind of thing.
When did the water department become part of the union? I mean, has that always been the way? I mean, when did this, what did?
As far as I know.
Yes, all employees at the same time, regardless of departments.
What do you think, Phil, back in the early 80s, maybe 70s?
Pardon?
How long ago do you think, 70s, 80s?
When in the union, early 80s, I believe.
Yeah, I would say probably around 82, 83, because that's when we joined the,
Pardon?
I would would say around 82, 83, because I know that's when the city joined the public retirement system, and I think we joined the, well, 716 at that point, it's 135 now, I think that's when we joined them.
Well, teachers are in a union too, and we negotiate every year, and that's, you know, where we come up with the figure for 62% of the insurance that the district pays versus, you know, what the individual pays.
I think the big difference, Susie, respectfully, is we're dealing with the Teamsters.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, so it's a little
That's
different,
a little bit more
a
distinguished.
little tougher.
We'll find out where Jimmy's at.
And just real quickly, so just in the utility office, 1.5 people make $100,000.
No, yeah, 1.5, yes, that was to pay for their salaries, yes.
Pay for the salaries,
Mhm.
1.5 people.
Yeah, and this is the first time we've done a breakout, so some of these numbers are a little crude. So we have historically had 3 departments paid from 2 different funds. So well, really 4, really. So the idea for next year is to start breaking those out, but it's a little bit of a give and take, because we're gonna have to kind of figure out where some of the expenses really lie. So for example, historically speaking, Heather, Jason, and Phil McCleary have shared some expenses on the appropriation side. So it's muddied the waters a little bit because they're sharing the same pool of money. So the idea with this is to, let's break it out so they can better track on their end. We can give you better reports on your end, and then it keeps everybody more accountable, plus we know where they're at. So some of these numbers on the utility office side are a little rough, just to be overly transparent. So you're not down to the dollar.
Next year, we should have a much clearer picture.
Yeah.
Of how everything's.
And the other thing too, make sure that the councils all understand that, you know, we say it several times, but again, no matter how many times you say it, some citizens don't understand. Our utility bill isn't just a water bill. There's 5 different utilities on there. You've got wastewater, which is sewer, you have water, you have stormwater, you have fire hydrant, and you have now environmental recovery, which is the trash. The actual water part, we don't set the rates for that. That's set by the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission. So that we have no control over. The others, you know, we do. But the wastewater is calculated by how much water you use. So there's a calculation. So if somebody calls up and says, my water bill's too high, it's higher than Mooresville's. Well, okay, let's look at Mooresville. Their water is supplied by American Water. They don't own their own water. Their trash is picked up by an independent party. It's not even connected to the city. So the only thing the residents are getting is the wastewater. So, and you compare, we're right in the ballpark with everybody, but everybody wants to complain.
When you add those 3 up in Mooresville compared to our average, a family of 4 will go through on average 5,000 gallons a month. The average bill is right at $130 a month. Compare that, add the 3 up in Mooresville, you'll find that we're very competitive or lower.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem. If you're ready, we'll go to sewer on page 37, and there's 2 pages. And I'm gonna kind of go down a little ways. I'm not trying to skip anything, any questions. Let me just go through the salary portion. Again, there's 10 in water and sewer, and there's 3 in wastewater treatment. If you go down a few lines to 327,680, that's paying for 6 in sewer. So there's 4 on the other page, 6 here, that's your 10. So the salaries are captured there. If you go down a little further to $221,320, that is for the 3 gentlemen that work at the wastewater treatment plant. So all their salaries are captured on that one line. And again, we can come back, but I just want to show you salaries. On the next page, top line, 100,000, that pays for the other 1.5 utility workers of the 3. That pays the other 1.5, and it's being paid from sewer. So half of them are paid from water, half are paid from sewer.
So Mac, the top line on page 38, the 100,000, is that 1.5 individuals
Yes.
again?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. And then the bottom line is a reduction of not quite 2%. I don't want us, we can go back. Any questions?
Bonds looks like it's the largest. What, I'm sure that's something that's significant. Can you just give us a little window of what that is?
The what? I'm sorry.
Bond, the line for bonds under sewage, $832,800.
Yeah. Ben, can you explain that, the bonds that we're paying for?
Yeah, so that's for your different bonds that we have within the sewer utility itself. We are paying those off a little early. We're doing a debt snowball on the sewer side of things. But you're likely looking at a replacement bond in the near future because we have to do some expansions of the treatment plant and some things like that. So those are obligated funds for the infrastructure, the loans that we've gotten. Some of those are back from 2006, 2009, 2011, and then in 2018.
So this is the payoff?
It's the payments. So
Okay.
Yeah,
on the water side, you'll see same line, I think it's 1.1 million, if I remember correctly. Yeah, 1.1. It's the same, you're obligated to them, so there's.
So the reduction for the chemicals, material supplies, is that gives you a better picture of what's going on?
Chemicals and supplies really didn't go down, we just distributed
Okay.
amongst the different
Moved as the
sources, yeah.
location.
But we were worried about the phosphorus plant, when we put that in, we had no idea what we were gonna get, they had estimations and everything. But with what, we can complain about the state having to put up with 69 million, but with them putting the new infrastructure, infiltration getting in, those levels were a lot lower than what we anticipated, so that was a good thing.
when we do come to you for another bond, as we pay these other bonds off, what we'd like to do is put in another clarifier. We're gonna get some plans, but we need another big tank. Right now, we can process a maximum of 2.2 million gallons a day. When there is a huge rain, that jumps up to almost 3 million gallons. We would like to put in another clarifier so we capture everything. And the other portion of what we will use that bond for is more sewer lining. Boy, the more sewers we can line, it's money in the bank. And we're looking at where the lines are the deepest, the problem children to get to, we don't even have the equipment to go down 18 feet. So those are the ones we're gonna be coming to you saying, we're looking at this area, this area, this area, we wanna line these sewers. And again, that's just money in the bank on down the road.
I think, that's what I was gonna say on here, you're gonna see this $250,000 fee, we're gonna be looking and we're gonna line a mile. But also, in essence, like 25 storm sewer manholes, that we're gonna rebuild also. And that, once we get those dollar figures, we'll talk to Ben and Jeff Peters, okay, we're gonna have a bond, let's get these relined and get these rebuilt.
Might help to explain what that does for us, by relining these.
It cuts out the infiltration, and right now we're processing a lot of rainwater as it infiltrates into the sewer lines. When we line it, it makes it like it's new, and it's good for another 40, 50 years.
So it's less stuff we have to process.
Pardon me?
It's less we have to process.
Absolutely,
There's
absolutely.
a lot of cost associated with processing.
We've already recaptured capacity just in what you allowed us to do with the 33,000 linear feet we did. A lot of it was up in the northwestern part of the town, and it was really bad. And so we've realigned those, and it's helping to cut down on what's coming in.
These are old clay tiles,
Yeah.
about 18 feet, and it's like, oh my.
And the alternative, if we don't do that, is you're going to have to probably double your treatment plant, which is a lot more costly, and then you're reactive, not proactive. So that's where our discussions have been. It makes a lot more sense to put the money in preventing the problem in the first place, as opposed to adding on to a plant unnecessarily just to deal with the influx of water that we really shouldn't be getting.
Not fixing the problem.
Correct.
And the other thing that you won't see here, but I know Gary's been dealing with, the state keeps making more and more regulatory issues on how we have to capture everything, keep track of it, infills, outfall,
Stormwater is
yeah.
huge.
And it's really, well, it's like Duke, we used Burke Lane went down through there, was clearing trees, and they just scraped the side of Burke Lane going down through there. And we called them in, and said, you can't do that. In fact, you should have come in and got a permit before you did it, because state regulation, effective July 1, says this, and this gentleman had no idea. So it just hadn't got through their channels yet, but it's gonna really be restrictive on what they can.
What did they do, cut the trees?
Oh, they went through there, cut the trees and just,
What's the regulation?
well, now you can't disturb the soil like that, especially the way that your hillside, the erosion of it, they're gonna make them, where they can't do that.
They had the right to cut the trees because of their lines, but they scalped it. And as soon as someone called us and they told us what was going on, we went running out there and we said, time out, stop right now. And I will tell you that Duke has been wonderful in restoring and trying to secure right out there. As you go across the Indian Creek and you wind around through there, you're gonna see an unbelievable amount of riprap. Now, is that gonna be the cure-all? No.
What's the concern with doing that?
What?
What's the concern with them?
From the state side?
Yeah.
Is the erosion.
Erosion?
And Duke realizes, after they read through what Gary gave them, okay, they're going to plant certain species that will have roots that won't grow very high to get their lines. More government regulations.
For now, it's secure, the best we can do.
I have one question real quick. On the 3 pages you're looking at here, you got down at the bottom, there's a lot of for this year, but nothing for last year.
There's a lot of what? I'm sorry.
You have a lot of requests, but for 24, there's nothing shown.
That's the breaking apart of the departments that we're talking about.
Okay.
So historically, we have not tracked by the treatment plant, utility office, and then the water and sewer department. We've just grouped them all together. So going forward, the plan is going to be to separate those out. That way we can kind of, the goal is to ultimately build where I can give you, here's what we're asking for, and here's what we spent historically. But I can't really give you that data until we start breaking things out into a way that I can give you accurate information. So the only way to get there is to quit putting things in bigger buckets than like they really should be, and then define those out. Unfortunately, it's gonna take time, but that's what we're trying to do this year, is start that process. That way, going forward, I can actually give you, here's what we're asking for, here's what we actually spent, and then.
I see. Okay.
You have some confidence that we're making the right decisions. In terms of health.
Of the $62 million we have in assets, half of it is down there at 995 Rogers Road. We've got a lot of money invested down there, and we're gonna invest more if we have to. But
What's the capacity of like the sewage treatment?
what class are we, or?
What's the utilization, like the capacity? How's that gonna change with the new homes and stuff being built?
Well, because of the lining, we actually have captured back 4 or 5% capacity. So we're going in a great direction. Bringing on those 286 homes may take another 7% capacity. So we're okay right now. We're around 55% capacity. The problem is the surges that we have and all that. That's why we need another clarifier. We're gonna have to buy some additional land. to put that clarifier on.
And I believe Phil McClary said, is it 75 or 80%, once we get there, the state's gonna want plans of how we're gonna expand. So we're not there yet, but
We can grow quite a bit, but we also need to be planning ahead, so. Any other questions on sewer? Stormwater,
I'm sorry, Mac.
Yes.
I do have one. Under sewer, water treatment plant and sewer utility office, we've got, so they're both, you have line items for contractual services and both, right? You've broken it up. You have contractual services, 150,000 on page 37, and then we have on page 38, 20,000 for contractual services. But that's just because you broke them up between the different departments, right?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, sorry.
I have a question, going back. Did we run water over to like Faith Church, is that right? Did we run water lines over there?
Yes, ma'am, we have, they're now in the city.
There, okay,
They're in the city, we're not taking utilities to anybody that's not in the city.
okay,
But the future growth is where we're at now, looking off Artesian Avenue and east. So the time to put that line in was when they were working on I-69, we did it, we got both utilities over there. And it's, the church has it, and that's it.
and the church voluntarily annexed it.
okay,
So
They're in the
they
city.
were in the city before we sent over there.
okay, so they are in the city, but it just goes up to the church, correct? And not across the street?
No, no,
It's
they're
across
not in the
street.
city.
They're not in the city.
But now that we have a footprint over there, we can, it has to be voluntary, but we can expand, and there's some land over there that there is no doubt is gonna be developed for housing. So, we're prepared, but they gotta come into the city.
You said that the church annexed, did they annex all of their property?
All of it.
Okay. I figured.
So if the Allen Farms to the south that they want to develop wanted city utilities, they would have to voluntarily annex in, and they could, because they're right there with Faith Church. Then they can come up and hook on our utilities. They can come to us, we're not gonna go to them.
Stormwater, ready for that? That is page 43, I'm sorry, 43. It's a modest increase of 2.5%. The biggie is, and as the mayor said, this MS4 is gonna be a monster. The state is really pushing stormwater runoff, capturing it, controlling it, and there's gonna have to be the paperwork. I don't know how Gary does everything he does now, and now he's doing this. He's had to go to classes, he's had to be certified to even talk the language. Eventually, there's gonna need to be, I'm gonna call it a compliance officer. Somebody that will deal with the regulations and everything that's coming from the state on all these mandates. And so that's what that 55,000 is for. It's for basically the MS4 is the name of it. Stormwater, Morgan County. And we want to be proactive there because you're not always going to have Gary or me bugging you. Eventually there'll be other people here, and it's overwhelming, the paperwork. It is just.
And right now, we're working with the county drainage board. The county had a gentleman retire, they brought him back on as a contractual employee. We're looking to see if he would be willing to help us out with ours. Mooresville, I believe, is trying to do the same thing because it's just overwhelming what they're asking.
What are they asking specifically? I mean,
I would love to send it to you. I'd love to send you, seriously, and I'm not being a
is it
smart.
just like California level?
It is crazy what they're requiring. We have to do annual inspections on all outfalls, for example. We have 65 outfalls. These are, where does the water go? Where are we kicking it to? Well, you have to go out and inspect it, take photographs of it, fill out a report on each one. That's just a little bit of what we have to do with this MS4.
What is this, like, what's the benefit? What do they, what do they see as the benefit?
They're trying to clean up the river. It's all about cleaning up, you know, being cautious of what we're kicking out there, because eventually it goes in the ground, we're drinking it, it goes downstream. So that's why the retention and detention ponds have become so not popular, but demanded. Because you're supposed to capture the water, retain it there, let it go down, you know.
And is there a timeline that's, supposed to be?
It's forever.
It's in place now.
So we have to be compliant right now.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, the ordinances that you had brought before you recently on the stormwater, that's just the beginning stages of it.
Just the beginning.
So, do we have repairs and maintenance, 150,000 on there twice? On page 43, it's the last line,
Oops.
and then it's 4 lines up. Does that change the total?
The repair and maintenance, I know the one thing we need is a Sanitac. The Sanitac that the water department uses is older. The one, we have one at the street that has been in repair for 6 months. We're gonna have to buy a new Sanitac.
I'm not questioning what you
Oh,
need, I
okay.
believe that, I just see we have it on there twice, and that would change our tally, 150,000, so you wouldn't be maybe,
I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
that's okay.
Yeah, it doesn't help the percentage unfortunately, so apologies for that, but yeah, that line should not be in there, but it actually reduces your actual budget
Oh,
this year
You're saying it should
also.
not be.
It should not be on there twice.
Good catch. though.
Yeah, that's good, yeah, thank you.
So, Ben, real quick, what does that throw our total in down
So
there?
that changes your actual budget for this year to 711, 755, and then for next year to 733, 993.
can you read that again, say that again?
Yes, 711, 755 for this year. Next year, that is 733, 993. And that changes your percent to 3.03.
Up, goes up?
Yeah, because the amount difference is still the same on the
Oh.
increase, so it increases your percentage by half a tick. So Mac's asking for more percentage.
Okay, got it.
Ben, does this cover the $4,000 we lost earlier today?
Yeah, that would help you.
It helped pay for that overtime.
The rest of it, the contractual services, we use that for, the storm sewers, manhole repairs, dry wells. We didn't put any dry wells in here this past year, we kind of backed off, but we're gonna have to do some more of that. And, any questions?
Ben, why did we, separate materials and supplies, and the 2,500 and then the 50,000, why didn't we just put those together? Looks like it's for STW.
So the one up top, we're actually gonna rename that. That's gonna be more of, almost like office type supplies.
Oh.
I had already printed this this stormwater was kind of a last minute change, just because we're trying to get ahead of this MS4 requirements.
Okay.
And just why are there 2 line items for contractual services? The one that's 10,000 and the other one that's 400?
Same thing, one would be more office related and one would be more field related. I'll get different descriptions for those as we get going.
One's more office and one's more field.
Yeah. As we're getting more involved with MS4, we're seeing that there's gonna be almost two separate entities that may form out of this. Is you're gonna have a lot of field work, compliance type of stuff, but then you also have to do the work out with the stormwater itself on cleaning it up and complying with requirements, so. We're at the infancy stage in the stormwater, and it's just going to get bigger.
It's not optional.
It is not.
I think that, stress that to people, it's like we have a choice here.
The good thing is we're basing it upon income. I mean, it's gonna absorb a lot of the income that we get on the utility side, but it's just, yeah, we don't have a choice. If you're gonna own the utility, you have to do these things.
The really good news is the water that we're putting back into the river is 95% clean. It's cleaner than what's in the river right now. What we're putting back is cleaner than the river. We wanna keep it that way.
How much has it improved?
Oh, golly, back in the old days, I would say it's been in the 95% range now for a while. When they updated the wastewater treatment plant and put in the new clarifiers and everything, that's when the big improvement helped, you know. And that was back in 2009 or, yeah. So that's a big change.
And unfortunately, there are a lot of municipalities that aren't as upgraded as what we are.
The only other one I've got, city superintendent, you wanna go over that real quick, or?
We get rid of that department.
Absolutely.
Well, and I wanna be mindful, well, before Matt proceeds real quick, okay, we're at 12:15, we've had a lot of great discussion. Ben still had a few more things to go over. Do we think we wanna take a 1 hour break? Some of you might wanna get together, be mindful, not over 3 of you, have a lunch together and maybe talking about what you've heard. And then we come back and we rehash and see where we're at.
Fresh through.
Or
If we charge through, well, like, do you think it'll only take another hour?
Maybe not the one all you have left.
Half of
It
what I
depends
have
on the
left is
questions.
gone, so you don't really have a
It
choice.
just depends on what.
Yeah, I'd say we keep going. Unless everyone's
Alright,
starved.
We'll take a little break.
Yeah, let's take a break.
Just so everybody knows, we are live streaming, we cannot pause the live stream, so even when you're on break, we're still live streaming, so I just want
So,
everybody.
don't be goofy.
You can be goofy, just, I just want you to be.
We're taking a break.
You do, and
Does anybody need water or anything?
Yeah.
Water? Scott, Ben, water? I'll bring some.
And for some reason, the AC in here is not working, so it's like 75 degrees.
Okay.
So,
Go.
Yeah.
Not freezing or anything.
Yeah.
I got Subway sub, I got some,
You got it all.
I thought, man, that feels like October, November.
Oh, I saw.
is that the minute?
That has to be the air conditioning unit, and I've been insistent they repaint.
Yeah. I like the black one.
I don't got the plastic one.
I'm sorry.
Really good.
I just saw it.
I just noticed it today too.
And it's from condensation, it's so hot out. The other reason why it's probably a little warmer in here, your air conditioner will only make up about 20 degrees.
It'll go on.
So if it's 95 out, it's gonna be
It's
75
just a
in.
quick.
Regardless of where it's-
It's
Yeah.
cavern.
we talked about it.
How do you think we're doing?
No, if they're fine with it, then.
You think we're doing okay, progress wise?
I mean,
Yeah.
we've only got two things but the bonds to cover.
Ben, what do you guys think? Matt? You
Well,
think we're doing pretty good?
we kind of went over this, in this salary, if you have questions, I'll be happy to
We
answer
didn't
them.
cover wastewater treatment. We didn't cover wastewater treatment.
We did the sewer.
Oh, we didn't. Okay, my.
So if you're good with it, we'll just go right to Ben and.
Yeah.
Is there any major, I don't ask this, but is there any major regulations coming down on water?
Oh, yeah.
I know there was
Yes.
some scared.
Copper, lead. Eventually, of course, where's the money gonna come from. They're concerned about any lead connection between the main and the home. And while that normally falls on them, it will fall on us to do it. So,
Yes, that's,
right now, we're
My
doing
house
it.
was built in 1910, so I'm sure I've got lead line pipes or at least galvanized pipe going into my house from the
filtered water.
my drinking water.
Everybody should do that.
Is copper okay?
Copper, it's okay.
Copper's okay. What we've done as a city, we've already, are inventorying what we have, and we're trying to put a date to it, the best that we can. Anything before a certain date, it probably has lead. Anything after a certain date, there will definitely not be any lead. So we're trying to get them, because they're gonna be asking us in 25, give us your inventory list and how much is copper. We're gonna be prepared to say, we think it's this percent.
I mean, some of the stuff I've read is, you know, all like brass fittings and stuff, that has lead in it, even if it's just, and they're gonna want that percentage, even though it's like 0.0 whatever percentage, it has to be one of the, I'm sure what's out there. So that's gonna be tough. I would imagine.
The problem, where this is all coming from, where it's all coming from are these engineering companies that write these, seriously, they write the regulations, they benefit. Then voila, the state legislature, okay, here's your donation, they pass it, and
And
they're
sure, engineering
involved.
companies have nothing to do with making this stuff.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, hey, now you're gonna replace everything, and it's.
Mayor, Josh shared, but, so you got extra waters.
That's a high quality.
Well,
The high quality water.
you don't want me to have extra
That's a high, that's a high quality stuff.
Okay.
Is that water?
You can, here, we can give it to Josh.
Come from Fiji.
You might run out.
If you ever look at this,
Yeah, it comes out of the tap.
Greenwood.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's crazy. I don't know.
They're ready to, they
Yes,
said they're playing with.
if you look at the label, they're actually being used for us.
Thank you anyway, though.
Most bottled water comes out of a city tap somewhere. I don't think you can, that's not, I actually don't think that, it's not.
It's a spring.
I've never had water out on Baker.
I agree.
You need
It's
to
like,
find
it comes in the little, into the ground.
Can you hear me? But it's been tested too. So everybody tried it about 2 years ago and actually sent somebody out there to test it.
Can you hear me?
What about the one over on, not Logan,
I had a phone ring, I don't know what it's all about, but.
No.
Another one?
yeah, there's another one over, because you come off of Ballinger Road and you hang a right and you wind around, I can't think of the name of the road. And there's another natural spring
You got-
here. that
They're
goes
good,
up to
this
the-
one directly here,
Yeah.
they're done with the superintendent.
I know,
Right,
it's usually walk around, across the.
There's probably another hour.
It does. It fills stuff up for lunch.
Questions that are asked.
You look at all these, I'll see it with like Monsanto.
And then we should be done.
Round it up and all,
Okay,
glyphosate, spraying all these fields, that stuff goes somewhere. You know,
okay.
where it runs off, it goes into the ground, and the water, and then it goes into other stuff, so.
All right, well,
I don't know how true that story is about
When
the,
you get up.
but
Testing it,
the test,
Everything else is
what's live.
it's not
Anything else?
It's posted,
yeah.
and everybody's like,
No,
even if you have put your light up, then you're.
we're plowing right through it, and asking good questions, and we're getting answers, so.
Good, the goal is
You might check one
see
time.
through, I mean, everyone, and it was just straight out of line.
I was gonna say that's tomorrow, 23rd.
Look at it.
Well, I know, and I said, come here, let me show you what it looks like, you know, I was gonna unscrew my whole house over it, just straight.
You still carry things
I was
out.
like, drink it, man. Keep doing it.
Look,
I'm like, it's nasty. And it's not the city water is clean.
he's talking about your line, so I mean, consider.
It's not clean when it leaves the plant, because, you know, it's gotta go through the pipes and everything else, and the pipes are.
That's on Main Road.
Yeah, that's
I
right.
mean,
I know what you're talking about.
it actually shows up on Google Maps.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Oh, I thought you were talking about up on Main, I thought you said, Manning.
No, but, I hunt all that out there.
Yeah,
All, my buddy owns all that property out there.
yeah, that's what I was.
All the stuff there, turkey season, those shoots, stuff there, all stuff there, full of.
I hear you start working on that.
We might coffee cups.
I was thinking Manning.
Yeah, no, I drink nothing, sir.
No.
That's like all these farmers spending money on the field.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't think you need fish, that's really money.
You fish, don't you? No, man, that stuff is amazing.
I'm proud of him, he'll be at our house tomorrow, you know. Right, no, we have nothing. Right. Seriously, my.
You're nothing to do with it.
I definitely like it if you have it one.
I do too. I think there's more continuity with it.
It's easier to get into the groove.
And talk about it.
Yeah, cause it's like you got, you know,
And you can kind of flip around and see, yeah,
I mean, it's, like, what I was saying, Josh, when did you have my shirt?
And the Fort Hungry over today, it's 95 degrees outside, so I like it there.
yeah, yeah. I mean, no one's, but I really think this is better, you know?
You don't get disconnected from your
Yeah.
thoughts.
I agree, and you can flip that, or then stuff starts to make sense, you know?
Or you hear.
I mean, I'm sorry Phil got tired of this,
You gotta be here short one.
but,
I thought it was gonna be done by then. And then you might be here shortly after.
yeah. I don't know, when I said last time, it was like, he's like, oh, wait. That's my, what? Yes,
We got a, like, boys on district baseball in the green. I thought it would be home. A couple days ago, we found out it was gonna be a green, but it's gonna be the first weekend, and next weekend, if they carry on, they'll be playing here at home. When it was at home, I got more of a chance to make it. First game we won, second game we won. Yeah, but they also got I bought a truck a couple days ago. They got an accessories place in Greenwood, I wanna try to catch on Saturdays, they probably don't stay open real late. To hit that, give me a piece that I need for my truck. Yeah.
Are we hot?
Yep.
Okay, if we could, let's go ahead and reconvene, and maybe be done here about an hour and a half.
Give Phil a chance to get back down here.
Yeah. I just looking at him and said, oh, can we go over what?
No.
Hey, Phil, it's being recorded. You
Why?
can- Hi, Phil.
No.
police and fire pension. This is for those that are pre-1977 fund, they're in 1925, 1937 fund. So we have to, we don't contribute directly to their pension base every month like we do our active employees. This goes, we pay them directly and then we are reimbursed by the state. So these two amounts are what are approved by the state and then what we get reimbursed for. The reason for any changes on this is this is going away. Unfortunately, we've had a few people that have passed, so that amount has changed for that. So that's the reason for that.
How many people are on this?
I knew you were gonna ask, and I knew I didn't have that number. I will get that to you, so. Write yourself a note on that. Yeah, it's one thing, since I flipped that page, I'm like, I don't have the number of people that are on there.
I think what you're really saying is we have no choice, pretty much.
Yeah, it's part of your budget, but you do get reimbursed, so
Right,
it is money out, but you get money back in, so, but we have to acknowledge and document that money's going out, so. Just like your filter for the water, I mean, if IDM does pay us as a reimbursement, it's still gonna be part of your budget every year, even though you get reimbursed, so we have to show every expenditure going out, so. Page 30 is judicial salaries, that really hasn't changed much, it's just the 4%. I will tell you that we have been told in 2026 that will be going away, so next year this will not be part of your budget, so. Page 31, there's really nothing there, that bond has been paid off. I just keep it as part of the spreadsheet in case we do a new bond in the future, we have a placeholder for it, so it doesn't get missed. Page 31 is, or page 32, sorry, is the general obligation bond from 2021. One thing you'll see different this year as opposed to the budget spreadsheet last year is I'm starting to put the payoff at the very top of the page. That's when that bond will drop off.
What was this bond used for? Or what's it?
This bond was used for the fire trucks and also for the building of the street department.
For the what?
The building, the garage building of the street department. I don't think, it's not linked to, it's 4 walls, the street department building that we built on.
Yeah, no, that's the big one.
Yeah, it's
So we've got a good chunk of our fire trucks paid for before we can get.
Yes, yes you do. And it keeps taking 3.5 years to get them, that will be, for what it's worth going forward, if there's still 3.5 years out, I would recommend that we do a different approach next time. Maybe do some type of lease so we can sit on the money until we actually get the trucks. But, page 33, that's the police station lease. Again, those are monies obligated, that payoff is in 2042. Page 34, that's CCI. So part of the additional levy that we requested last year for sidewalks and street, we had to make a commitment that we were gonna use some monies to continue on that process of adding and replacing sidewalks and paving. And we have some cash in our CCI, which is just a cigarette tax. So part of our agreement for 2025 is to start using some of those funds. That's part of your budget, but it's just to keep the sidewalk and paving projects going. It's money we have, so that's just part of that agreement. That's what I was talking about earlier when the money would shift a little bit. So it looks like a substantial increase, but if you look at MVH, that went down by 200,000. So
What's our, going back to the lease rental payment,
yeah,
police station, what's the rate, what's our bond rate for that?
that one is right out of 3%,
3%?
which is our highest rate of any bond we have. But
Slower than.
and unfortunately, all rates are
Going
high.
forward, our bond rates increased.
They have, but we're still looking at 3.25 to 3.5, so they're not exorbitant and they're not bad. Good thing is our rating, we're well below our threshold, so that keeps us in good graces with everybody, so. On that police lease, it was right at 3%. Right now, if we were to get a new bond right this second, you're probably looking at 3.25 to 3.5. Probably, I mean, it's.
For like buildings?
Building, yeah.
Just all bonds?
Yeah, we get a better rate, I mean, you have to have collateral on everything, but we're guaranteed. I mean, we have to guarantee that we can pay it, and based upon our tax rate, so there's really very little risk on the borrowers, that's why we're. Municipal financing and loaning it's very appealing to banks, because it's guaranteed, we're not gonna go anywhere, so. And in our case, we have the cash available if, you know, we're to go to a Great Depression or something.
Do they look at that? Like
Yes.
reserves on hand?
Yes. That's where the partnership between us and Trust Indiana is really going to pay huge dividends, because it's not under FDIC guidelines. Our money is insured.
I know I've asked you before about the bonds, like origination, you know, kind of where these bonds, the bond holders, is that in Indiana or is that outside, or what's the?
We have two that are through Webster Bank, they're out of Colorado, if I remember correctly, everything else is within Indiana.
How many bonds does the city have total outstanding?
Do you want me to include the utilities? Cause
Yes.
sewer, you have 4 alone. So, several.
Is there like a limit to that number?
It's a limit on the amount that you can loan or borrow based upon the amount of money that you're bringing in. So it's a percentage. We're well below it. And if you go over that, you also have the option with the council that you could increase your property tax rate to cover that. So there's lots of options there, but.
Just so everybody knows, all the sidewalks you're putting in, all the paving that you're doing, 0 debt. No debt. All this is being paid for as we go.
That's good.
Page 35, we moved the $200,000 from the sidewalks, since we already had it covered in other areas, to cover your fire truck payments that have come online. That's for the ladder truck. So that's just the amount there. So there was a 0% increase in that line. But again, it was due to the fact that we could pay for the sidewalks and things in other areas. Matt already did 36 through. So we'll pick back up at 41. And on the next version of this, I'll get rid of the blank pages. The formatting was. I wanted to get these to you all with plenty of time, so you had time to review before today. So we had a blank page in there. So this is your food beverage. So again, part of the sidewalk agreement we have is we have additional monies in here for sidewalks paving. That's another $300,000. The principal interest that you see in here, that's for the fire station, and that loan will pay off February of 2028. I will put that on the next version of this so you can see that. But again, those are obligated funds. If I go too fast, stop me.
What do you mean by obligated funds?
So any lease agreement for like the fire station, I mean, you've obligated that loan. So, I mean, in theory, you can tell me that you only want $100,000 in for the principal, but in reality, is you committed to $181,000. So, I mean, we committed to it. So, as a loan payment. We can trim the sidewalks and paving down if you wanted to out of this grouping, but my understanding is that we wanted to keep full steam ahead on the paving sidewalks since it's working out well. Page 42, these are the money that we'll be getting for MVH restricted. For those of you that don't know, we get monies for MVH regular and MVH restricted. The reason why the state did this back in the day is they were finding out that municipalities were taking the MVH FHA money and just spending it on non-infrastructure needs and not having anything to show for the money. So this is a requirement going forward. They give us monies in restricted that can only be used for road, sidewalk construction, reconstruction, or preservation, and it has to be used for those things. So there's no, these are the monies we're gonna get next year for these things, and it has to be used for those things. So I'm a huge fan of that, because it kind of forces us to keep.
Do they change the amounts?
The amounts do change, it's by percentage. You'll always see, reconstruction and preservation, those amounts will always be the same. Because they basically give you a total amount and split it in half. And your construction will always be higher. Last year was like 3 times the amount, and it's not usually that much of a that big of a difference.
What's an example of something that construction would be used for?
So construction can technically be for tearing out a road and replacing it, or going on top of it. So construction can be fixing a road. Reconstruction has to go towards a reconstruction project. Preservation is if you have, really preservation is kind of loose term. If you're extending the life of something, that's preserving. So they do give you some leeways, it's not so restricted you can't use it. So like if you have a brick street, it doesn't mean you have to replace that brick street with brick. You could pave over that street. That is preserving, and it's also doing reconstruction, and it is construction, so you could do something like that. Mac already did 43, 44 is unsafe building. Really not much change there. And 45 is probably the big change. It's the one I've been talking about a good chunk of the day. So we've taken that 100,000 from the different departments and have grouped that into telecommunications citywide. Now this just isn't internet, so I don't want anybody thinking that we spend 100 grand on internet. This includes, could include cell phones, phone system, alarm systems, internet, fiber. There's a lot of things that fit in here, but if it touches everything, we're gonna start putting it in here, so it's just a little bit cleaner for everybody.
Is the city owned private?
We do own fiber. Unfortunately, when we were part of that partnership and we ran the fiber, we ran a couple strands. So part of our agreement now is we have AT&T fiber connected, and we have spare strands designated to us and delegated to us. That way we've basically created a big loop and a loop back to all the different buildings. So we should have internet, even if really they could cut 3 fiber lines at the same time, and we still should be up and running, so. Now, we did have an instance where they cut 2 fiber lines simultaneously on different sides of the city. That affected us. Fortunately, we had the 3rd line in place, so we were still going, but
Are they able to reconnect it?
yeah. Yeah, it was a non-issue, but it was just, you would think 3 is a little excessive. We found out 3 was, yeah, that's a good number, so. 46 is the park bond. That one will be paid off in January 15 and 2027.
January what?
15 and 2027. It should be at the very top. And that was used for building maintenance, relining the pool. They also purchased a vehicle with it, and they did a couple small projects. I think the restrooms that were put by the pickleball courts, that was paid from there also.
Did they finally use all the funds out of that bond?
They did.
What was the total price of that bond?
600,000?
Yeah, the money we received is 600,000. Your total cost was around 900,000. That, yeah.
Why did it go so much higher than the?
Part of the reason is that since the park is its separate entity, their bond rating is based upon them and them alone.
So they're, the collateral that they possess, and they don't have a taxing, ability.
Correct, so they get a higher rate. Personally, I wasn't a big fan of this bond, so.
I can see why.
Page 47. This is nothing that's in stone. This will be something that will be brought to you probably next year sometime. But we want to get a placeholder. As the mayor mentioned earlier, we are hurting with our police vehicles and a couple other things. So I've had Jeff get preliminary numbers together on what that would look like, worst case scenario. Again, worst case scenario. And then as we kind of dig into this Durango issue, that would be brought before you. So no decisions are made, but I wanted to kind of go worst
This would be
case.
the estimated payment.
Correct.
So for how many vehicles?
This is the payment on
Oh, on the,
the bond. The bond would probably be well over $1 million, right?
Really what we're looking at now is what we'd like to do is do like a 1 or 2 year bond, pay it off quickly, get a very low interest rate, take care of the problem. But again, we're still talking about number of vehicles, how to do this, all that, but we want to be very transparent with you all that this is a possibility, it's just a possibility at this point.
so this would be the payment on the bond, and how many are we gonna, we don't know.
No.
I don't.
And the other thing we wanna make sure is our tax rate's getting kind of low. We don't wanna really go down any lower, so until we figure out what we're gonna do at City Hall, what we're gonna do, on some major things, Jeff's recommending we get some small, $2 million go bonds, get them paid off every, 2.5 years. That'll keep our tax rate about that 137, 138.
37 to 140 is what we're looking to keep it at, that way.
Lower than it has been.
Yes.
It's still lower, but we don't wanna go much lower.
Lower to put yourself in the river.
We're trying to avoid the roller coaster ride that taxpayers don't like to see. I mean, everybody loves it when it dips down, everybody hates it when it spikes up. So if we can keep it stagnant, and we as a city live within the means of that, and get more bang for our buck and increase our infrastructure, I mean, that's kind of the overall goal.
That's why we need to be ready to go with the bond request, when we see they're about to be
Yep.
retired.
Yep.
Exactly.
That way the voters, our constituents, don't get upset if they see that.
Correct. So you're gonna hear,
And it jumps back high.
yeah, so you're gonna hear bond from me in the next few months. Some of these we're gonna talk about early 2025, some of them may not take effect to 26, some 27. But that's kind of the overall goal. The mayor and I have been working really hard on trying to get, okay, let's get a game plan going so we can get everybody off this roller coaster ride. Nobody likes it, we don't like it, citizens don't like it, let's get off of it. But this is kind of a worst case scenario. So the purpose of it, all that may change. Again, we want to make sure that we don't want to take anybody off guard in 6 months of, what's going on, so.
How many cars does the police have now?
32?
Yeah, 32.
Vehicles, some are trucks, some are.
And some are not running right now. There's 3 that probably, I think there's 2 in the shop and 1 blew a couple days ago. So that's why they had to get the reserve and bring those in.
Do you know if they checked to see if the availability, before? I know there was an issue with, they couldn't get vehicles for, we don't wanna get to a fire truck situation again.
Right,
And they bought off, we don't have vehicles.
And I know when they brought up getting 26, I about had a coronary, they said, no, if they did a lease on those, they could get those quicker than outright buy. It's outright buy, it's like first year lease, they could do October. I'm like, well, that's surely where the dealership's making their money, but anyhow, they think we're not gonna be able to get this problem solved in 2 weeks. I mean, probably the quickest would be 4 months. So they're gonna be band-aiding through to get this resolved.
And so it's preferable to buy them, correct? Not leasing,
That's what we prefer.
because I don't think you can borrow them on some of these, obviously, right?
You could do a lease bond where you're paying the lease to the bond company, but you can, but
It doesn't sound like a good idea.
yeah, I'm not sure I'd wanna do that on something that depreciates that quickly.
Yeah.
You told me you don't know how many bonds the city has, is that correct?
Yeah, I can get you the whole list, but I know that it's a little confusing, because like on the sewer and water, the city has done basically refinancing on the bonds, which typically when you refinance your house or something, you pay off the old one and you take on the new one. That's not how it works in the municipal world. If I refinance it, I'm just getting a newer rate. That old bond is still there. So even if I refinance it, I still have 4 bonds. I just negotiated a better rate, which sometimes works out great. You're still paying closing on it, so
Do
you
you
have
have
to pay
a
that.
sheet that has a schedule of the bonds falling off?
Yeah, I can send you an amortization.
Start thinking ahead of time.
Yeah.
You know, like-
Yeah, I have those on my computer, so, yeah.
I mean,
And it's all on Gateway, so if any of you ever want to see how much we pay on bonds, when they pay off, if you go to Gateway, that's all, I put that all on there, so it's all available. Any citizen can go there and look up. Only thing that, yeah, you guys can see our interest rates on them.
if you have a high number of bonds, is that then brings down your kind of like debt to equity ratio?
It's not really the number of bonds, it's the amount of money that you borrowed. And that's why you're probably gonna see here soon that we're gonna do shorter term bonds. Like Phil said earlier, that way we can, as they roll off, we go, no, we're ready to roll on. Again, that way people aren't seeing, they're not feeling the pains of us having a gap in there. We keep the momentum going, we keep our tax rate something that they can predict and are comfortable with, and they also see progress throughout the city. So that's kind of the balancing act that we need to get to.
Is the cost of doing the bond, is that factored into the bond itself?
Yes.
Or is it a separate expense?
No, it's factored into it.
Baked into it? Is there like a minimum dollar amount for the bond, for a bond?
Not really a minimum dollar amount you would want to do a bond for, because at a certain point, your closing costs
That's
are
like,
too much.
You don't need a $900,000 bond, mark out $600,000.
Yeah,
yeah.
which we've done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I was asking, that's what the question was.
What's our city rating? We have a rating as a city?
You do a rating call, and then based upon the bond and basically what kind of bond you're getting, then they give you negotiated rates.
What is it, do we have a rating as a city?
Yeah, we're like AAA. I mean, we're good, which makes us a really, yeah. When we put something out, we get a lot of responses. So, and then Jeff does a really good job, because then he'll vet them out on who's a good partner for us, because that's.
Is there any risk of like the bond holder, you know, the bank or something, issue with them having financial issues?
No, because part of the vetting process is they have to meet some, part of your closing costs, really why your closing costs are so high, is there's a vetting process. Everybody has to be vetted through, so we have to go through a vetting process to make sure that we have the money and the cash to comply and the collateral. But the providing bank also has to meet a vetting process to make sure that they are not,
Not something that's got apples and oranges, like a Silicon Valley Bank or whatever, you know, if they were our bond, you know, that would be a problem.
yeah, and that's why typically, we typically have relationships with certain banks. We typically don't go out and get a new bank very regularly on bonds, and there's a lot of reasons for that. But one is we typically get a better rate because they know we typically pay a little early, and we built that relationship with them, so they are a little bit more aggressive with the rate. The other thing is that way we know they're our paying agent, so we want to make sure that we have a good relationship with them and that they've served us well in the past. So that is part of the rating call. Last page I have is 48. Again, it's another bond. This is one that will be paid off in a year and a half. So. do you want me to jump right in on the salary ordinances?
Yes, please.
Okay. We'll start with the elected ones first, if everybody's okay with that. That's gonna be ordinance 2024-1885. And this is a 4% across the board. So we did round, just because mainly I'm nerdy like that. I don't like amounts like $80,997.63. I'll just round to the nearest. So some of these might be like 4.03, some might be 3.87, but we basically use pretty much 4% across the board. One main change that we will have for you all, if you're agreeable to it, so our retirees that we talked about earlier, we pay them on the 10th of every month. Council has historically been on a 28-day cycle. Is everybody okay if we were to transition you over to the 10th of every month also? Okay. It makes it easier on us, it makes it easier on you, because then you know when to expect that money. Because there are some weeks where there's like a 5-week pay cycle in it, so it just kind of throws everything out of whack for you and us. So our thought process is it'd be a lot easier just to do 12 payments on the 10th, and then you know exactly when it's gonna hit. Any questions on those at all?
This is on 1885.
Yes, sir. All right, jump into 1886. Oh, we did? Okay.
That's gonna be right now, because it's not sure what.
Okay.
One of the funny ones. And what Ben asked me about, we had the civic center director, we just put him under the office of the mayor because didn't know where to go, what we might wanna do. But if our, fine arts and entertainment becomes something, you know, we'll need to move it up. Again, just have a placeholder, just to have something to start with.
Civic Center Director, is that, this will be in addition to the salary ordinance?
Right now, it would be, yes.
Yeah.
But again, we may have to come in, if we decide we wanna change this and make it fine arts and entertainment, a separate department, then we'd pull that out of there, that's where they would put that person. Or that salary ordinance.
So we have no one filling that position right now?
In the draft of the budget that you have currently, this position, there's only money in there for this position for half the year next year. So if something is done, you all would have to be involved once that happens anyways. Do you all want me to go through these position by position or just changes, or how, I know you all have these packets, so I don't wanna bore everybody to tears, but I don't want anyone to feel like I'm skimming too fast either, so.
Changes would be good.
Okay. I will point out anything that's not 4% then. Is that okay with everybody?
Okay.
Anything that's not a 4%, we basically would approach it with a 4% pay increase, so. If there's anything not 4%, is that okay? If those are the ones I kind of point out, so.
Like up or down?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I still want to move too slow or too fast, so. So page 3, we were talking about, that's a new position that was not in the previous salary ordinance. That's page 3, the civic center director. Page 4, nothing is out of the 4%, that's all within that. Page 5, based upon previous conversations that we've had with the city council, we have removed 2 positions from this section, primarily just to avoid any confusion in the future, because we wanted to clean it up so where these are the only positions that the judge can appoint, so it didn't, I think that's caused a lot of confusion historically, so we removed those from this section to avoid that confusion in the future.
Okay, so this clerk of the city court, that prior had been only like 10 hours or 15 hours?
Previous to this year, that position had worked usually 10 to 15 hours. They've always had the ability to work up to 29 hours.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
they got it.
Yeah, that part has not changed.
Okay,
Just historically speaking, they had not needed the 29 hours.
okay, so that position does not get any kind of, health insurance or?
They do not get health insurance, they do get perf, like we talked about earlier. So if that position goes over 1,000 hours worked per year, they are eligible for perf.
Those are capped at 29 hours a week.
Correct.
What about the big one?
So the bailiff, that's a good one. So the bailiff, that did not go up at all. So that's what they make this year. And that was based upon what they historically made. So that pay amount is not an increase for next year.
Do they have an hourly cap?
No, they do not. That's probably something we should add.
I mean,
They only come in for court, so they're typically only here for 2 to 3 hours a week.
it probably would be good to put it in the document itself, the ordinance.
Do you want me to limit that position to 5 hours per week? I mean, what's the council? I hate to get too restrictive, because if you do have a long hearing.
Dependent upon the court, wouldn't it?
Yeah, because if your court does go long, I hate to say 3 hours a week and they have a 2-hour hearing, that's, you want them there the entire time. So if you're gonna limit them, I guess I would not go any lower than 5. I can't imagine court's gonna last longer than 7 o'clock at night, but when they start at 2, that would be,
15,
you want 15 per week?
I would say not bother. It's too unpredictable.
Just leave it? Yeah,
This is my thought.
it's up to you all. I'm your secretary, so I will do whatever you like.
Well, we really have no control over it. So,
No, you do.
well, not really, if, they've got a long drawn out procedure,
Oh, on the hours worked?
yes.
Yeah, typically, from the way I understand it, if the hearing itself goes over longer than 3 hours, they will continue it, which is capped at 5.
Does the clerk, are they here with the bailiffs here?
Yes.
So if the clerk can't be here any longer than 29 hours a week,
Correct.
can you say the same thing about the bailiff?
You can.
I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah, we can.
Open-ended things that are,
Yeah.
make me nervous a little bit with.
So do you want me, so add that this part-time help shall work no more than 29 hours per week as what's above,
I mean, I don't know.
knowing that they'll be well below it?
Anybody else input? I was,
Well, are they part of the union where they would get overtime?
no.
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 It's part-time and, they're not part of the Teamsters. So yeah, I can put in it. Now, just so we're all aware, the budget that's proposed will not support 29 hours a week.
What will it support?
More like their normal 3 to 4 hours a week.
Because if you put 29 hours in there, then there's no stopping and saying, well, no, we want the bailiff here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday for 4 hours a day. And we could get ourselves,
So 5 is what is in there now?
They work on average 2 to 3 a week,
What's counted for in the current budget?
4 hours a week.
4 hours is what you have.
Yeah, I mean, technically, I can't ever imagine a situation where this happened, but just technically, just to be over transparent, if your bailiff were to work 29 hours a week at that rate, that would cost you $113,000 for their salary. So, So, it'll never happen, but I just,
I have a tendency to agree with Phil and not put a limit on there.
I mean, your budget, if they go over the budget, they have to come to you for an additional appropriation.
Okay, that makes sense.
So.
So it's there, but it's not.
Correct.
It's kind of a silent spoken.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just.
They do have a stop.
Page 6, your main change, like we talked about earlier, is your first year. That's an 8% increase from this year. Again, that's just to make us more competitive with neighboring municipalities. Like Kevin and Ryan both talked earlier, we're seeing that's the pain point because it's very costly to bring in a new person just for them to walk back out the door. So this is pennies on the dollars to get more competitive. Your 10th year is a 4%, so we're kind of reversing our thinking on that whole thing. One, it's cheaper for us, and then two, it makes us a little bit more competitive.
And then I don't know if this is where you want to bring it up, but we did take out the line item for the clothing allowance.
Oh, yes, thank you. Yeah, that, historically, they receive $1,400 a year in clothing allowance. We have removed that.
So it's all limited
It'll be purchased by the city.
to city.
They were kind of,
Oh, so instead of being like a per diem type.
Coordinator.
Yeah.
so it's a situation more or less with the police. You have officers getting $1,400 a year. They buy a weapon with that, then they retire. Well, is that weapon really ours or is that theirs? So both chiefs were in agreement to do away with that.
Yeah, it was a huge liability issue, because, like the mayor said, we're giving them monies to purchase clothing, so ultimately they retain ownership of that. Well, if they leave, retire, whatnot, they keep those items that may have insignias, badges, you know, other things that designate us, so it was a concern. So going away with that, we just provided, they are required to have so many different things, keep it in shape, but we retain ownership of it as a city.
And then also, well, this is on the police now.
So police is the same thing, that's page 8, first year was the one that was changed. The other change on this we see is, we added the major position into the police as we move towards accreditation and things. That was a request by the police chief, that's under the additional pay. One thing we do need to remove from this, and we need to remove the evidence technician. Our evidence technician is retiring, and the chief is going to be replacing him with a patrol officer. So there's no need to have that spot going forward.
Mayor, I'd like to go back to, page 6 for just a moment. The fire chief training officer, should that paragraph not be a little more inclusive, as to a training officer, if he's a member of the department, it'll be in addition to his salary? In other words, the training officer shall receive the salary for services performed in his role, and that would be on top of his normal salary, right?
No, that is the total salary for that individual. That is the total salary for that individual.
48,000?
Yes, which is a steal.
So you cannot select one in from his department as a training officer?
Correct, he is not a fireman, so he does not go out and fight fires, he's just a training officer.
But it does go out, I say observe safety on the fires, and we'll have a written report to Kevin on anything he sees.
I'm sorry, he goes with?
He does go out in the fires and situations and.
On regular normal fire runs?
But he just observes. He doesn't fight fires.
Right, no, I understand.
Who are these individuals usually? Are they
So right now, the training officer is Steve Hartsock, he's retired currently.
That's why that would be normally like retired.
Retired
People
civil-
experience, you know.
People with experience in the community, love Martinsville, and just wanna help repairs, you know. Can we always just do a training officer for that amount of money? I can tell you no.
Is this normally selected by like a board or something, or?
I believe that's a merit appointment.
I don't know if it was merit board or appointed by the chief. I really
Yeah.
can't, I
Yeah, I
can't.
wasn't involved with that, so I'm not sure.
We can,
He should know.
You text him? Okay. No problem with this texting, same thing. Any other question on the police fire?
Page 9. The certified salary, third one down for the police department.
Oh, yes, thank you for pointing that out.
What's that?
So another thing we found out is to be competitive with other municipalities, our certified salary is a little bit lower than others. Our certified salary historically has been based upon the 10th year salary, and we're seeing in other municipalities, you don't necessarily have to do that. There's several advantages to that. It makes you more appealing to someone looking to come to your municipality. As a city, it costs us 18 cents on the dollar to get to that higher rate.
can you explain certification?
So that is their retirement rate set by PERF. So they have we submit a certified salary, and that is what the retirement rate is based upon. Now, we as a city have to commit to 18% of that, but that's all we have to commit to. So if you raise it up, so like your more tenured people, that gets them at a higher retirement rate, but it only costs us 18 cents on the dollar to get them there. So in essence, you're bumping their retirement up without spending a lot of extra money. So another way that you could do it is by increasing your 10th year salary, but then you're paying dollar for dollar.
Thank you.
And you're starting to see the benefits of our salaries with fire and police. We're starting to pull people in from other precincts and districts and things, so it's working. But we also don't want to break the bank on that.
What would really benefit us is the state would ever step in and say, one lateral move in your career.
Yes.
Is that something we're talking about?
I think they're talking about it, no one has the nerve to do it.
Yeah, you're seeing some people that are hopping, you know.
Frequently?
It really, I mean, it's affected us some, but not near like some other municipalities. You talk to some and they're not even, I mean, I'm on a list with clerk treasurers and with HR directors around the state, and that's a common topic is.
When did they allow that?
4 years ago, 3 or 4
It's
years ago.
recently. And I don't know if you caught the news, this past week, Mooresville, their town council meeting, they had discussion, both the police chief and fire chief was commenting about how this has really affected them, and, you know, they need to get their pay up, because I guess they're on the low end of the spectrum. I thought we were lower than them, but we finally gotten up above where they're at, but they're really feeling the heat.
I think it's the call, like training costs, to get people in the system.
And one of the things that Kevin is gonna do, you know, he's always talked about how much it costs to equip. If we don't have the equipment for ration firefighter, then there is a we can lease it, and it's a lot more cost effective.
Yeah, it's about a quarter of the price, so, you know, we're in the process of doing that, so I think that'll be huge for us.
And Kevin just texted me back, his position was appointed by him, it is not a merit board appointment.
So it was him, okay. And I apologize for the formatting on page 10/11, I'm not sure what happened there, but. Sorry, Mac.
What's that? Oh,
The title's on page 10, but the data's on 11.
that's right.
That's all 4% there.
the 4% to all the boards and commissions also for their meeting.
Yes. Next change is more information than anything, but if you go to page 19, this has historically not been included in your salary ordinance. One thing that we would like to do going forward, if everybody's okay with it, in the past, the skilled laborers that are union employees, we put in the range, but not really broken it down by department, even though our union agreement is we provide that to the union every year. So we've included that within the salary ordinance. Multiple reasons for that. One, just to keep you all more involved and give you the information, but the second reason for that is once this is approved, then we will just give that to the union, because then they have verification that you all have seen it and approved it. So it solves a couple of issues for us. But again, those are pretty much 4%. Again, we rounded, some of them went from $23 to $24. 4% is really $23.92. We rounded just to keep it easy on everybody.
I don't know if a can of worms here, but historically, the council has not seen copies of the contract with the union, right?
The council should ratify the agreement, yes.
So we did that 3 years ago. Why don't we get a copy of what we currently have with the union, it's all the council?
Yeah.
And if you have questions that you want us to broach the subject when we start negotiating with them, let us know, because there's a few things on there we know that we want to address.
All right, let's write myself a note here.
Is that there, Commissioner?
The other exception is page 21, Director of Planning and Engineering. You'll see that that salary is the same as what it is for this year. So that is a frozen salary. It's not 4%.
Did you do your wage study?
Yes, you all should have in your inbox a copy of that. And we did verify that. It's a hard, I will tell you, it's a hard one. I've made suggestions to AIM that they do it differently going forward. It's a hard one to compare because everyone has different job titles or same job titles, but different job responsibilities. So it is really hard to nail down and compare. Because there are some job descriptions in there that I know aren't really valid and they just kind of threw them in there. So I've talked to our HR group statewide, everybody's seeing the same thing. So I think everybody's moving the same direction, but it's gonna take a little bit to get there. So one thing you will have before you Monday night is a resolution, because I even found on our end, we have job titles that we haven't used in decades. So we're going through the process of cleaning that up on our end. It's a process, unfortunately, because it affects the Indiana Public Retirement System. They have to be aware of any position title changes. Historically, they've not always been informed of those. So you'll see that in our resolution Monday night. So we're doing that, other municipalities are doing that, hoping to get it to where we can all call the same thing, and then we can start getting some really good data. But the wage survey is useful. It's just it's a little difficult on some of it because some will call HR specialist this, and some will call it this, and some will just include it in something. So it makes it really tough to nail down.
What are you talking about exactly?
So we're trying to get to where we can give you a wage survey every year. That way you can that way you can compare our wages to everybody else, and we can make sure we're in line with it. But we're finding out that everybody has their own special, unique titles that they want to come up with, and it makes it really tough.
Well, I'm glad everybody is able to make it today, so, And no, we're not starting over.
Good afternoon.
We've already had discussion, this is all recorded, you can catch up on that.
That's awesome.
I'm gonna go ahead and turn on your mic, so.
Thank you.
The others were all 4% across the board. The other change that we've made is on page 24. We put a clause at the bottom for a wellness program. Part of being part of the AIM Medical Trust is there is a wellness program included in that, and it does include gift cards and things like that that the employees can get. So it's not really required. Talking to the State Board of Accounts, they said it would be best practice to have something in there just to make sure that we have it documented. So that's why that's in there. We're just trying to be super above board on that. It's included in our premium. It's part of it, but it is a fringe benefit as far as State Board of Accounts is concerned, so.
But in all seriousness, I think this format has worked real well, to discuss everything. So, and Phil, we've had a lot of information, a lot of discussion going on earlier. I know everybody's got the information right now. I just wanna go over, is there anything we need to talk, discuss, fill you in on? Because what I don't wanna have happen is a situation like we had last fall. Come to the 11th hour and not be able to get our budget passed. If you got issues on salaries, anything of that line, salary ordinance, anything in the budget, you know, please, let's bring it up and let's get it hashed out now because it's still fresh on everybody's mind. I know Ben had mentioned to me earlier that we may go ahead and try to pass these salary ordinances first, and get those and then do our budget. We thought we could possibly go ahead and do the public hearing on the budget and then get it done maybe in August, so we didn't have to worry about it. But Jeff Peters said he would rather see us do it in September, and when we know for sure what we're getting from the state. We're supposed to be getting 4%, but what if something happens? We pass the budget, and we're only going to get 3% for whatever reason. So I just like to open the dialogue, and again, I think it's been great this morning. I think we've had a lot of great information, and if we've got questions on one of the departments, we can like just text Kevin, we can call and find out, hey, clarify this or whatever. Now, I do know we've got to find $4,000 somewhere, correct?
Yes, I have an idea where we can take that from, so.
And that's out of the council's expense.
I wasn't gonna bring it up now, but.
150 Susie found.
John was asked about the 150 that Susie found.
Well, really, that just reduced both lines, so your percent increase is still the same.
The total budget would be effectively.
Now, the total, the
Well,
amount of the budget would be.
Stormwater is utilities, it's not really budget.
So, anybody wants to open up, or Phil, you want to tell us how your conference was? We'll listen.
3 long days.
Ooh.
So are you suggesting then, Mayor, that if we, as we look it over on our own, that we send an email to Ben or talk about it right here now? I mean,
I think, let's try to hash it out right here now. I mean, if there's
And that
something
way
that,
everyone would be aware.
yeah, there's something that you've kind of picked up today and you're not comfortable on, let's discuss it.
I just want to say, I think it was really well organized and it was great having all the directors here to present, and the format and Ben's explanations were really good. I feel really comfortable with the exchange we had, and I feel really good. Is there a certain amount that we need to cut out of the budget? Are we looking to do that? If so, we can go through and prioritize.
Yeah, so since we added the perf in the court, we really need to find 4,000 somewhere. So one thought I had, and not to put Mac on the spot, but I've got to put you on the spot, so.
Good.
So CCI, we have $221,659 for sidewalks. I don't see $4,000 making a huge,
That's
Deal.
not even one lot.
right?
Yeah.
So that's where my thought is, we can take it from there, and it really doesn't affect our sidewalk project at all.
I'm grateful for what we get.
So if everybody's okay with that, that would be my recommendation, to cut it from there.
With the park, do we have a breakdown of the salaries somewhere, of everybody? I'm looking, I'm not seeing.
Yeah, so the park board, they do their own salary ordinance, that's not something that comes before the city council. I can get you a copy of their last year's salary ordinance, or this year's salary ordinance if you'd like.
Yeah.
But they typically pass theirs, October is typically when they pass their salary ordinance.
And again, that's confusing. You pass the money for them, but you have no say in their budget.
Right.
So can we talk a little bit about the parks, so that Phil kind of knows about that new art thing, whatever?
What John's talking about, you know, we lumped the venue into the park and said, park, take it over, because now we got this event area that we don't know what to do with. So we just dumped it on them. First year we had $100,000 in there because we had no idea what it was gonna be. Last year we had 50, this next year we got 75. With the civic theater going on, does it make sense at some point to break out another department and call it fine arts and entertainment? So you have somebody, and we put in the budget, we put them under the mayor's office, the salary ordinance and the amount. But does it make sense to have somebody that's over both of those, and the booking and everything, and the running of those? Because it's gonna be somebody that should have events on every weekend. You don't wanna book an event in both of them at the same time, that wouldn't be wise. But that's just something going forward, and that's what we kind of talked about, you know, how do we want to title that? And then Ben's got certain requirements that the clerk's going to do to be able to create that and everything. So that's kind of what we talked about with the park. Because I think Ann had a good point, or Susie, one of the two, they come, you know, everybody sees park, they just think it's Jimmy Nash, but there's so much more that's involved into the park.
And I just emailed you all the salary ordinance for the park for this year.
Since we're discussing park items, I've had more than one supporter, voter in our district contact me about the elaborate Christmas tree we purchased for the venue, which I know nothing about. I'm not saying I'm against it, because I don't know anything about it. But I hear there's an exorbitant amount of money spent on the tree. Is that out of the park budget or out of the city budget?
That was out of the parks budget
Okay.
to purchase it. It's a 30-foot tree, $25,000. The life expectancy of that tree is 10 years, so that's roughly $2,500 a year. I would argue that it's well worth that, because the amount of people that during December,
Sounds nice.
went up there, had pictures taken. I mean, if you look around the grass, you can see where, it was more than just one or two families that took advantage of it. The decorations that were put up there is roughly $15,000 a year. Ashley alluded to that. But again, I would argue that that's money well spent on the activities that we have going on there during the Christmas season. And the tree we do have, and the company will put it back up each year for us.
How much was it? I wasn't even thinking about the parking, you said that, I think that was when I heard about was the decorations. I don't know the fact, but is that an ongoing contract, it's like $25,000, what I heard.
No,
I don't know if that's true or not.
the tree was $25,000. It was paid for,
That's the one-time fee.
yeah, that's done. But if you amortize it out over 10 years, it's $2,500 a year.
And
The company will come in and decorate the venue, and it's all their equipment, and lights and everything, and it's $15,000 a year. and we've got like a 4-year,
That was 3.
3-year contract with them that won't go up.
15,000 to put up the tree and
And all the
upgrade it.
lights.
And the lights are not ours. The tree is the only thing that is ours. All the other, lights and things that they put up on poles, those are their lights.
Does the tree stay with us?
Yes.
We store it, or,
Mhm.
okay, they keep it at the park?
No, we've got it right now at the new building at the transfer station, and then we'll be moving that. They just, I mean, it's in an area, it's at least 3 of those doors back there in the back, up to probably this window here. There's a big area that it takes to store that.
It's on balance.
So, yeah, they just didn't have room for it.
And going back to the park with the concessions, that, $100,000, that covers what again? Just concessions or what? Just
Pool concessions would be really any supplies.
pool/concessions?
Yeah, it'd be, it's a myriad of things, really. I can get on, I can give some examples. Most of it is just concession and cleaning supplies
But
typically.
we should be making money on the concessions, we should be getting reimbursed for those, and a little bit of a profit.
Right, just for council purposes, you will always have to bear the burden of the expenses, even if it does make money. That's just the nature of.
So how much is the park, if we bear all the expenses and we don't get any of the revenue, what kind of account are they set on?
Well, they still overall lose money, so their account does grow, it's just not a whole lot.
But we don't have any say over that, other than we set the budget.
Correct.
Did the dollar amount of the budget.
Correct.
And Phil, you're the only one on the council, Ben, I don't think you were on there when the park board was disbanded, right?
I was the only no.
You weren't here, were you?
Someone else came on over, yeah.
Okay, so, help me fill in the blanks here. Basically, the council did away with the park board to bring the park back underneath the department of the city.
But we still have a bond.
Well, they didn't at that point. They reformed the park board so they could get this $900,000 bond, so they had $600,000 to do some things with. And when Keenan Steinway was the park superintendent, his comment to me was, you could have budgeted all of these items that we've done under this bond through your budget. You really didn't need to bond for it. So,
So you still need the park board? Everybody wants.
So for years before, in Dad's administration, that question's been brought up before. And the city attorney then was Roger Goffman, and he explained that our class size city, there's I think only 2 ways that you could do disband, and, yeah, 2 options, and it was not an option for us. And, couple council members just wanted to pursue. So when the administration changed, it was like day 1, they contacted me and said, hey, we're gonna take it over, and it's like, we've always been said, no, not this way. They took it over. And later we found that, well, we really couldn't do it like that, so it's kind of a hybrid, and I came back and they appointed people, not everybody that was on there was put back on there, and so things changed a little from how it operated. I will say before, one thing I do miss is before that, we always had the president would come to every council meeting, and they'd give us an update reports on the park for them. Then I know when Dan Goins was no longer president, Dan would still do it. That older generation that was president, they didn't want to come, he would come, and I know he kind of ruffled feathers with some of those council members, but, it's when I was taking over, I thought personally, I thought one of the ways to do it, you had to establish a park and recreation department. But I don't think that was ever done.
Is that so, you can still do that?
You know, I'm gonna refer to the attorney, to see exactly which way it is. But I thought you had to do that in order to do it, and you had to read that department and be able to take over. And so there was a lot of things change over, things that just went differently. And I think it's hard because again, like you said, you know, we approve that budget, but then you have no say so they will spend that whole budget on one thing, they can. I guess what we got to last week was
I think she said that they're renaming it as Martinsville Parks and Recreation or something like that, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Ben, I've got a question about their venue operation, the line item there. You know, she said the 15,000 for the decoration, 2,500 for sound, and 7,000 for porta pots. But then that left about 50,000 for lawn care and spray. But do these events come out of that too?
Yes.
So that's about 30,000. But these events also, on some of these, I know she said it didn't make money, but it's not in the red, because they were ticketed events. So did they not make any profit? Because this doesn't add up to 50,000.
Yeah, so.
It only adds up, the red only adds up to 30-some thousand, and about 40, high end of 30. And then some of the black look like they made, it looks like they made money.
Yeah, no, I know some of those events that she presented to you haven't happened yet. So that's,
Okay,
you probably got,
yeah, so it
Yeah,
might be a little high there,
yeah,
but,
I think there's a little bit of estimation.
I mean, she's
going on.
probably giving it a little bit of cushion.
Yeah, I can pull up last year's.
It's not significant.
And she said something about doing more events next year
Yeah,
Yes.
and adding more spots for those events as well.
Right.
She's got a little bit of fluffer there.
right, that's good.
And to answer your question on pool concession, most of it was concession type equipment, but like looked like they had a blower and hand dryer went out, so they took it out of there. There's some other.
Had a what?
A blower, for, I'm assuming for a hand dryer, that's what the note said, so.
They're still not under, contract with Accelerator or Excel. Accelerator, what's the name, Accelerator, the hand dryer?
Accelerator, whatever.
Yeah,
We changed that back when I managed it because, you really had to put staff in the restrooms at all times because the kids would take the, paper towels and put them down the toilets and they're constantly, and so we changed those. And as a matter of fact, normally, if it's seasonal, they'll come in and remove them, but we had to drink with them, we said, we're not gonna take them out, we just leave those in there for you guys. That was one of the best investments we made there, because that stoppage, so I would think that would be, I mean, that's your renting that equipment, you know?
yeah, I would say they're not, just based on those expenses, because there's a couple blowers in there, hand dryer, one. So I would say they don't have a contract, just based upon their expenses. That I don't see anyone in there. Suzie, to answer your question, there's a lot of deposit money for like the dents, I see that in there, lawn care, a lot of expenses for that, well, not a lot of expenses, sorry. Their utilities for the venue do come out of that venue line too, so any electricity, water, then they do have an irrigation system. So
Oh, I'm sure you could add that.
Yes, that's in there
And
also.
we could, you know, that question was just off the cuff, she gave the answer, so,
Yeah,
thank you.
And I think flowers and things, you know,
Yeah.
that are perennial are changed out, comes out of that same line item.
yeah. And like last year, it looked like they had to get some ballards, I can never say that word on the mic, but. So I don't know, a couple of those got the image.
posting it.
The
Posting
on the
road.
Yeah.
To block the road
So
off.
people can't drive.
What was the comment you made about the, it was Keenan, made some comment about his budget?
When the money that was spent through the bond on the things that were spent for, could have been budgeted through just regular line items, that you really wouldn't have had to take out the bond.
Yeah, I mean, they got that bond back in 2018, we just now, was that last? No, that was beginning of this year, just spent the remaining money. Well, if you're gonna get the bond in 18 and not spend it all till 2024, there's really no point in getting the
Explain
bond.
the bond, like what we paid for the bond versus.
So their bond was for 600,000, their total payout was 900,000. So, yeah, when Keenan was there, I actually met with the park board to encourage them to spend it because they were actually paying more in interest on the bond and it was really benefiting them. Just because they were, I think the intention was good, they were trying to spread it out and not spend it all. But if you're gonna do that, you might as well just pay cash and not bonds. I mean, the whole purpose of the bond is we don't have the funds to pay for this thing now and we need it now. That's not really how they used it. They got it in 2018 and then spread out their expenditures throughout the year. Well, your bond payment would have bought those things every year and then you wouldn't have been in debt. You would have just saved the closing costs and the 3%. But that's not what happened.
And it's a situation where Kimley Horn had done a master plan for the park, just like on the pond itself, they had, I'm gonna say $200,000 allotted to redo the pond. Well, the park ended up doing it themselves for $90,000. I mean, it's a huge difference, but they bonded so they'd have the $200,000 to be able to do it, but then cost them.
Does the park board determine whether we want to bond something? Is that not going to do that?
Yeah, because we have no say. It's just like, right now, when Stan left, the park board rewrote his job description. And my thought was, part of that job description is the park superintendent should be at a certain percentage of activities going on at the park. Also thought, if you're gonna be on the park board, you need to be at X number of percentage. But Dale told me that we have no say in that at all.
But if it was underneath the city as a
We would.
park, we would.
And if it was a Parks and Rec department, you could still have a park board as an advisor.
Is there a way we can do this? Or, I mean, if there's any appetite or something like that? I mean, I don't know. I mean, what's your thoughts?
I would give
I'm not trying to ruffle feathers or anything, I'm just curious, because I'm asking questions.
I just know we need to make good research and use, probably consult with a variety of our councils and
And I think
to find
that-
out, because that's
Yeah,
what
yeah,
happened.
obviously it's a
And
tumultuous time
Yeah.
there, don't want to repeat that,
Yeah,
I'm just
exactly.
curious to know if that was something.
Big live stream.
Okay, I mean, maybe some public. I'm not trying to cause
It's
problems.
questions that need to be asked,
Exactly.
and answers that need to be given.
Right.
And I don't know if that would warrant an executive session or something along those lines or not.
And it rises to the level of executive session, that it could require a workshop. Because there are only certain parameters that you can call an executive session on, and I don't know where that falls into, that'd be a decision Gail would have to give you.
Could that not come under personnel requirement?
Well, I was thinking that
I
that
think
it
so.
could, but I don't know about the creation of the department as an executive session, but within it, it could.
Staffing.
But,
Yeah.
no, you got great, yeah, those are great questions that need to be answered.
It's sensitive, but, you know,
No,
somebody needs to, you know.
It
have a
is, but
conversation.
it was, I mean,
I think the experience from the last time wasn't a favorable.
It was not fun.
yeah. And, you know, when we have two major bleeds here, and it was our sanitation and the parks, it's a sore subject. And just like that, when you find that they could have budget items and not a bond, I mean, you know,
You don't want to get in that situation in the future, you know, because we're, you know, we don't know sensitive, you know, we just wanna make sure we don't repeat these lessons learned.
And that order, which question, the skate park, there's no city money that's been spent besides the plans so far, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So is that gonna fall underneath this entertainment group?
Do we take this?
You're going right ahead, because we just talked about this yesterday.
The plan is to develop a new park on Southview, working title Southview Park.
Right.
Okay. Obviously, then, once that is constructed and completed, then it would be logical that it would be handed over to the park for park management. Doesn't say we have to, it still could be maintained by city services, but in theory, it would become a new park to the city. The centerpiece of that park is designed to be a skate park. There'll be a, all accessible playground. There'll be 3 shelters that are open, concepts similar to, because it's in a floodplain, and this is where it gets a little murky, so work with me here, okay? I guess I should go to the podium so you all can hear me.
Thank you.
Where it gets a little murky is the fact that we're building it and we want to redevelop land that was in the floodplain. So that requires FEMA approval through the Indiana Department of Homeland Security to FEMA, comes back to us, and then we can move forward accordingly. So we are preparing a plan that we're going to be submitting to FEMA hopefully within the next, we keep saying another 30 days because there's new components that come into play and new challenges and new opportunities, not challenges, new opportunities that we weren't expecting, which changes the plan a little bit. It's kind of like the mayor said earlier this morning, you know, you've got these 14 different people who have to look at it and everybody has to change it and everybody has to approve it. Well, we're kind of at that point with this part of the park. But there'll also be a walking trail with the park, and you'll see a resolution on Monday to accept a grant that we received from the National Fitness Campaign to put in a fitness court and studio. Basically, that's an area that's about the size of a tennis court. On one side, we'll have features where you can do pull-ups, you can do sit-ups, you can do lunges, you can do 7 different things. And in your packets that you should have received on Thursday, you'll see pictures of that as part of that resolution. On the other side is an open area that was mentioned earlier where you could do group events like yoga or Zumba or planned activities like that, that would probably fall under the purview of the Parks Department program person. So to answer your question, we have spent the money, part of which was done through city dollars originally for the park, the skate park design, which was $16,000 total.
How much was it, sorry?
Well, the original design that we got, which we have to submit for a grant, was $16,000. Of that $16,000, $8,000 came from funds raised by the advocacy group, of which 6,000 of that came from a grant from the community foundation. So 8,000 came from city, 8,000 came from the advocacy group. So there's your 16,000. We did have some engineering studies that we done. We used our consulting fees under the engineering department to cover those costs. And I think that was around 23,000, something like that.
Yeah, that's right, at 23,000.
Yeah. And they've developed the master plan for the entire park and are working with us to get the paperwork in order that we will submit to Indiana Homeland Security, which will then go on to FEMA.
So that $23,000 came out of the engineering?
Consulting, yeah.
Engineering consulting?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it was budgeted item, we just used that line item to pay those fees, which we do, that's what that line item is for. And it was for engineering purposes.
Okay, so the park obviously is not paid anything for?
No, they do not have a stake in it yet, because it's not a park, it is a concept. but you'll see more of this, and I'll present the resolution on Monday. But take a look at that in your packets that you received in your emails on Thursday, to look at a fitness court. But it's a $30,000 grant. I'll tell you what I was gonna tell you on Monday, and I'll say it again on Monday for the public that are present. We are within 7 days of submitting an application to the Tony Hawk Foundation. We're requesting $250,000 from Tony Hawk. We're hopeful that we will get that. I think we'll probably get a lesser amount, but I don't know to what level. That has taken 2 years to put that application together. Part of it was they put a freeze on their grant awards in 2023. Opened it up in January of this year to receive applications. We had to submit a letter of intent, and then they came back and offered us the invitation to apply. So we received the invitation to apply. That's where letters like what Susie wrote and Community Foundation wrote and Better Communities of support from the community side, which we will submit. We have to have it in by July the 7th. My goal is to have it in by the 27th of this month, so that we show that we've got our act together.
Right.
And talking with my coach with the Tony Hawk Foundation, he recommended getting it in earlier because that shows that you know what you're doing. You've got your act together. Part of that will be the color plan. Part will be the drawings that Hunger State Parks put together, the detailed drawings that Hunger State Parks. That's what Tony Hawk Foundation needs to see to prove that this is a viable project. We are working with professional people to build this skate park. Along with that, we talked briefly earlier about public art in the capstone project. We received a $10,000 grant. We are applying for a $10,000 Converging Connections grant from the Indiana Arts Council and our proposed project is to do public art on our benches. If you've looked around the city, they're getting a little worn, they're down to bare wood. So we want to open it up to our local and regional artists to create bench murals during the winter in their studios, and then replace them in the spring and have a community-wide celebration to spruce up our city, give us some public art on the benches, and make them purposeful, extend their life of service to the community. Craig Finneman has offered to make his benches that he has purchased available for part of that project, 3 of which sit in the park there at the corner of Main and Washington, and 2 sit in front of Kevin's restaurant, which are all owned by, so he's got 5. So that's in the offing. Additionally, we have received a $210,000 grant from the Ready 180 in Color, and that project that we submitted and was approved is to commission an artist to help us decide what pieces of C.R. Schieffer art would be publicly appropriate for display on public property, and then help us decide what location some of this art will go to. Maybe some will go in a roundabout, some may go to the venue, some may go to Doris Day. I don't know, that I'm just using hypotheticals. And then help us to design the setting for where that art's going to be in whatever public property that we have. And so I'm working with a consultant on that, through the Indian Arts Council, a free consultant. We're meeting on the 10th to review our call for artists, and they will help us find artists to submit proposals, and they will come down. We're going to we have to do a virtual workshop on the 16th of July, where we will explain the project to them. So we've got a lot of work to do because we have to put a whole packet together and slide deck for that, and so that's what we're going to work on the 10th. So, and then lastly, we have we are preparing an application to Oprah for a $250,000 owner-occupied rehabilitation grant, where residents would apply to the city for
for a grant to maybe replace the roof because they don't have the funds to do that, or some sort of other windows or something along those lines to rehab their house and make it more livable for them. So all told, we have about $70,000 in grants that we're working on simultaneously, so.
Could I get an application?
Pardon me, please?
Could I get an application?
Well, you have to meet certain,
I'm trying.
yeah. But, and we will have applications available once we've been approved for that grant. But, we've sent out proposals for, companies to provide administrative services on that. We got one response, and it was from our friends at ARA. And so we, have awarded that to them. They are now gonna work with us, to prepare the packet that will go to Okra. And while that's going on, they'll be helping us with preparing the application. So once we get that approval, we can move forward in having public meetings with our city, residents, explain the program to them, meeting with Crime Watch, for example, meeting with, the chamber, meeting with better communities, so they can get the word out to those folks who are in need of having some work done. So there's a lot of things going on simultaneously.
Who is ARA again? I'm sorry.
Administrative Resources Association, they're based out of Columbus, and they do all of our, they have, by bid, they have traditionally done our grant management work for us, because certain grants that you get from the state, we have to have a third-party grant administrator. And so that's where ARA comes into play. Mayor Costa is the immediate past president of that board. They have a subsidiary called Southern Indiana Housing and Community Development Corporation. I am the city president of that board.
I have a question for Ben. Should not the funds have already been expended come out of the park budget instead of the city?
They can't yet because it hasn't been established as an official project
I know
yet.
it hasn't, but actually they're the ones that are requesting.
The park is not.
It will go to them, right?
Probably eventually it will be turning over to them, but they have not requested it, no. This was a city.
What's made could be attributed to the park board.
No, the park board has not requested. They have
I
not.
think that they could have.
Uh,
They could have made the initial request.
They could have, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry. Took me a minute to catch up with it.
Get tired of hearing the objections from people who don't have all the details, but yet they're quick to judge the city.
And I will say, we had a meeting Thursday to talk about this, and there are multiple things happening with the park in Southview simultaneously that we have to do. The first thing is getting the approval from FEMA to repurpose that land. When we had our initial conversation with Indiana Homeland Security, we explained to them what we wanted to do. We sent them the initial very rough layout of what we wanted to do. And they said, we can't give you an approval because you gotta go through all these other steps and submit things. But these are the type of projects that we like to see go into areas that can't be used for anything else. To see a new park go in, to see a skate park go in, to see a playground go in, as long as you don't have any permanent structures that are enclosed on those properties. So that's why we're moving forward and submitting that to get their approval before we go to the next step, which is to do whatever we have to get the land in the appropriate zoning and all those sort of things go along with that.
I guess what I'm alluding to, it just seems to me if the city is that involved to this point, it seems perhaps the council should have been advised earlier of the options of where to locate such a skating park, to have some input.
But we've talked about it for over 3 years.
I know we've talked about it, but we've never had a specific meeting.
Well, I'm sorry.
No, I'm not faulting anyone, I'm just saying.
But I mean, it has been discussed and the location's been discussed for well over 2.5 years. Since the petition was presented, actually. So in April of.
But not by the council.
The petition was presented to the council.
All right.
Yeah, Rebecca Drake and myself, presented to the council.
That all hinges on if we wanna bring it into the parks too, right? It could just stay by itself and not be part of the parks and entertainment department.
Possibly, yeah.
race and a name.
Oh,
That goes
Rebecca
along
has
with it.
wrote a letter of support and he had 3 pages of signatures from skaters to go along with it. Rebecca's been involved in this.
Oh, yeah, I'm just saying, keep her part of it.
Oh, absolutely. She's
Decide to take it
leading
over,
that
you know.
group. They were meeting monthly, now they have not recently. And it's one of these things, if you recall, when we first started talking about the skate park, this is a 3 to 5 year project. The petition was presented in April of 23, right? 22, anyway. So we're still within that range. And part of it is all these permits, all these permissions, all these plans. That's why you have this 3 to 5 year. So the skaters don't think that it's happening, but there's a lot of stuff going on that you don't see. Even though you don't see dirt moving, there are things moving this project forward, applying for grants, getting approvals, those sort of things. So, we're right on the line where we should be in the timeline of getting this done. Our hope is to, get permission in the next 4 to 6 months, maybe 8 months, depending on what happens in FEMA with hurricanes and all that kind of thing, and what slows their process down. So that we can break ground in early 25 at some point. And have, or be in a position where we can break ground in early 25. If we do or not, then that's another thing. But be in that position where we can move forward to 2025.
Just a point of clarification on my part, for the council. I don't want anyone to think I'm against the skate park. I've been for it from the very beginning. As a matter of fact, several years ago in my earlier administration, we had a commitment and could acquire the skating facilities. The objects could be moved from the town of Plainfield and, where one of the river boats are at now, I can't remember the city. They were doing away with the skate park, but I could not get council support at that time. But I've been a supporter of the desire for the skating park for these kids from before day one.
Well,
I think the main thing is too, we still have, FEMA can come back and say, you can't use this area.
Right.
So there's really not been any decision for anybody to make on anything, because we're still waiting to hear. And FEMA may come back and say, you can't use Southview Drive for whatever
well,
reason.
to that point, one of the things I, Rebecca, and several skaters met with Hunger Skate Park, who we gave the bid to, and it was under the thresholds we could do that. They came into a meeting and said, what do you want, you were, I think that,
Oh, yeah.
we're at that meeting, and said, what do you want to see in your skate park? What do you want to see in your skate park? What do you, and went around the room and got because these skaters know what elements they want to see in their park. And then they came back with an initial design. And part of that design also included that because the water table there in that area is so high, we can't go subterranean with a lot of the features. So they're gonna mount it up. So a lot of it's gonna be above ground, so it's not going to be as prone to being flooded because of the design that Hunger Skate Park's put into it, based on knowing what that area, that specific area is like. So they're designing so that will help us with our FEMA approval, because of the design that they created on our behalf. There was another point that I was going to make, and I don't know what it was now. I apologize. But anyway, Rebecca's been actively involved from the very first.
Oh, yeah, I was just talking about if it comes as part of the city, park board, entertainment, that whole package that we're talking about, if it comes into that, or still being.
Well, but I don't think she is not in city limits.
Right.
Rebecca does
Yeah,
not.
she does not live
in
in the city limits, so she is an active voice, but I don't know that she would be eligible to serve on an active board, an actual board.
Right, because she is not in city limits, that where she lives.
You have no obligation to turn it over to the city court, board if you choose not to. So if you choose to keep it, jurisdiction, the city of Martinsville, not make it part of the parks, you have no obligation to do so. So, that's your call.
But we're not to that point yet. Let's get the approvals.
Yeah, and the $16,000 that was raised, by the advocacy, coalition and, you know, by the community foundation, that's what's being sent to Tony Hawk Foundation, correct?
No,
No?
no. That $16,000 was used to create the design that was paid to Hunger Skate Parks that laid out the renderings, the elevations, all the technical information that we have to send to Hunger. What they did, their work will be sent to Tony Hawk to prove that we are legitimate. And I just remember I was going to comment on in our plans to build this park. You mentioned the skate park in Plainfield. In the world of skate parks, I've got a 4-inch binder that I can share with you about all this information that we've read. That's classified as a temporary skate park, what they have in Plainfield. Because it could be this afternoon, they could go up and start dismantling it and move it somewhere else. Tony Hawk Foundation will not fund a temporary skate park. It has to be a concrete, permanent skate park for them to even give it consideration. That's what we're planning to build. And the life expectancy of a permanent concrete skate park is somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 to 25 years, depending upon usage and maintenance, obviously. A temporary skate park, 5 to 7 years. So it's not a good investment of the Tony Hawk Foundation funds for a temporary skate park. They want to put it in something that lasts in the community.
You know, I know California got into skate park years ago, and do we have any, like, facts or figures of if those are still in use? I mean, like 20 years ago, California, right?
I have pictures of parks, but from all over the country in this manual for municipal skate parks. I don't have those numbers. I'm sure Tony Hawk Foundation would have them, but it's a proven that if you build a skate park correctly using a professional skate park design and build company, they're going to have a longevity that far exceeds a temporary skate park.
Well, we're past the 2 o'clock hour. Mr. Dunn, I don't mean to be mean or anything, but could you make sure that this gets fixed before midnight?
Why?
It's a little warm in
Oh, the
here.
air. I'm okay. I feel it's good to me.
Doing good. We normally freeze over here.
Yeah.
But
It's up to 76 in here right now.
any other questions on anything, like I said, salary ordinance wise, salaries, everybody okay with everything?
I'm sorry, I was talking, I shouldn't have.
Well, I was trying to, the documents, the police and fire data, that's what I was trying to see if I could get copies of those.
Well, I think,
Thank you, I apologize.
Since I've been the devil's advocate here, I'd like to bring up one more thing, under police and fire. I know Ryan was requesting, I'm not sure how many employees, same with the fire department, but in the budget, have they allowed one of those increased salaries if they should be higher? In other words, do we have the money?
We do have the money, it's not the handful that he talked about.
yeah, I think initially they wanted 3, and I think I suggested to Ben to put in 1, because if we hire 3 for the police, well, now the fire, they want to put 1 more person on each
Right.
shift, so they're gonna want 3, so I wasn't gonna.
Same with the street department, they're gonna have extra work.
Yeah, so I think there was 1 extra one planned, and that was it,
We decided about the $4,000 where that's gonna come
from your council's pay.
from. Yeah, I know.
Maximum for the sidewalk.
Okay.
Max giving them all half.
What is that, less than a foot of sidewalk problem?
It's half of a lot.
So I apologize, you were saying about salaries, and I was just trying to get.
No, I just want to make sure everybody's okay, because I know last year we had questions and comments were made. I just want to make sure we're all on the same board, because I don't want to come time to have a public hearing and go through all this, and all of a sudden, then we can't get it passed.
Which I will get updated from everyone.
It's been recorded.
Okay, that's it.
You've got 6 hours.
But they still, we still have time to ask those questions, see if there's still something. But I think that's why, one reason why we scheduled this, so that we get it all out, and we can proceed further, we don't get answers. If we've got time, we won't get down to that 11th hour.
And we'll probably have the public hearing, when you say, Ben, second meeting in September. So we'll get started early.
Now, your salary warrants will probably be
We
earlier.
asked a lot of questions.
That's good, I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, too much.
Well, I was tickled to see that you guys still going like that, because I was trying to get out of the conference, and I couldn't, and so I was excited that we'd be here.
But,
See what
but also, I know, it's been a long day. Does this work better than trying to split it up?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Most
yes.
definitely, yeah.
And it provided continuity, I mean, with everything.
And Mayor, I'd like to feedback on here, when we were talking about that skate park, we were talking about, well, people could come back and they could say no, and that. Something that's bugged me for a number of years, what about the acres we have down to the Hacker Drive? Is that being put in with the part of the berm that will run across there? The levee, sorry, maybe I was trying to think about the levee, is that all being incorporated in that, or do we still have, there's a plan, I want to put up like 2 soccer fields and shelter houses, which, was good, put permanent, had to be removable stand things, I mean, there's still ground there that the city has.
Of that 33 acres, I think with what I've seen drawings, man, it's gonna take probably 8 of it for this levee.
Where it comes in.
And then angles back up, and then, the pumps and stuff. We just put a new pump house, down there, at the end of it too. So, still at least probably 24 hours.
So that will be something nice there, folks, as well.
And we could put bowling out
Well, and we're restricted on the north end. On, to get the families to sell us the property for the levy that's been there since 1992. There were some restrictions we had to do. But on the south levy, again, if you had some type of sporting facility down there, that 24 acres, you're gonna have a huge walkway down the back.
Yeah.
So it will change some things for us.
Well, I just thought, because that'd be plenty of room for a skate park as well, but, I know they.
One of the things that with the skate park, if you set it out in an isolated area, you're setting yourself up for failure. For two reasons: one, it will be vandalized, because nobody's gonna see it, nobody's gonna keep an eye on it. If you have it in a highly visible area, it has a tendency to self-control itself, because people are going to they're gonna be in the eyes of other people. It's also going to get more usage. Case in point, there's a skate park in Kokomo that's in an isolated part of a park. It has become so vandalized with graffiti that I would not even take a picture of it, because the graffiti was so, vulgar, that's the word I'm looking for. And so they're gonna take it out. And so, based on conversations with other park managers and visuals and reading this manual, you need to have it somewhere where it's visible. Where people are gonna be at, otherwise, you're wasting all of your money to put it somewhere, because it's not being utilized, and it's gonna become a detriment, not an enhancement to your city.
That's true, Mac, a good point. Does have to be patrolled. But I think in the city of Martinsville, one of those 7, they have one located almost adjacent to the police department, and they still suffer vandalism, so.
Yeah, and
You're going to have it regardless.
And when Stan Wilson was here, he talked about how Danville had a skate park, and it was so isolated within their park. And having grown up in Danville, I know exactly where he was talking about.
Right.
And they finally took it away because nobody used it, because they didn't know it was there.
Yeah, kind of like the dog park, a lot of people wouldn't know about the dog park, our own park.
Yeah, but unfortunately, our dog park isn't up to code.
Well, maybe I can go out there. It's on Park Sound.
Well,
Right. Yes.
That'd be nice
to get away from a true park, because, that is an issue. And that's one thing I don't like about ours, is we have a dog park in the middle of a park. And it is, you know, the playground area. You know as well as I do that there are friendly dogs and there are not so friendly dogs. And
Some people don't like
loose. Yeah, you know, you got the children, that's what I'm saying. That's why I like the one down, boom, that's got there on the north side of town. It's out across from Cascade Park, but that's what it is, a dog park, and it's not mixed in with playgrounds and things. And
It's on the Cascades.
yes, and that may be something then.
Usage if we're trying to, I just hate seeing that extra ground that we have, and it's just sitting there and not.
But we know that FEMA would not approve any permanent structures on that property, and that's why they like being able to do things like park that repurposes that property, gives economic development to the community, and it creates a tourism aspect, plus gives a new park to housing addition just around the corner.
Well, thank you, council. We'll do this again another